Hey there, and welcome to Mr. Boogeyman. If you love creepy horror stories, the kind that sends shivers down your spine while you drift off to sleep, you're in the right place. Hit subscribe and let the rain and eerie tales carry you into the night. Now, get comfortable, turn off the lights, and let's begin. Story, I met a very strange boy in the woods during a missing persons case. I currently work as a cop in a pretty small town. It's surrounded by woods and parks. The forests are not part of any national park system, but I feel as if it's as big as one. I have to be vague about the area because I don't think my boss would appreciate me talking about this case. It's still pretty big news considering nothing ever happens in this area. When a child goes missing in the woods, it should be big news. When two goes missing, it's more than news. I never told anyone the truth about what happened in those woods when I took a day looking for those children. I'm certain that if my boss heard any of this, he would strip me of my badge and send me off to a head doctor. But I have to tell this in hopes I get any information about who I came across that day. I had an early midlife crisis and changed career. I come from a long line of police officers and had planned that to be my future, but because of some complicated and boring reasons, I choose to do something else. Then, later on in life, I regretted my choices and did what I needed to do to become a cop. Even though I looked on the older side, I didn't actually have a lot of experience in law enforcement. The place that hired me didn't need someone who did, just a person that looked the part. Nothing happened in this small town, just some easy to break up bar brawls. Hell, they couldn't even be called brawls. I feel as if they only hired me so I could go through their ancient filing system and update it, because my boss refused to do it. While I was organizing the mountain of old paperwork and cases, I found out this town had a pretty regular pattern of hikers going missing on the trails. But after looking at the national average, I guessed our town wasn't anything special. Nothing sinister going on. People just get lost. I had only been working at my new job for 6 months when the uproar started. A child had gone missing on one of the easier and short hiking trail with his family. His father had turned his head to talk to his wife, and when he looked back, his little boy was gone. They had thought he had just ducked behind a tree to scare them, but after looking through the entire area, they grew panicked. The mother stayed where they last saw him, and the father ran to get help by the ranger station. They quickly organized a search for the boy. The mother stayed in that spot for nearly 10 hours, waiting and watching, not knowing what else to do. I'm not a hiker myself, but I joined the volunteers and searched for the boy. Any spare moment I had, I was doing whatever I could to help. I ended up with hundreds of bugs, bites, and torn ankles from my new boots, but I never complained. A child was out in the woods, and we couldn't find any trace of him. Then a girl was lost. She was a classmate of the boy and wanted to help. Some volunteers humored her and let her run water to people searching. But she could only go a few feet into the woods. If she saw someone coming near the trail end, she would run up to give them a cold water bottle. She was in sight the entire time. Again, someone turned their head as she took a step onto the trail, and when they turned back, she was gone. The people who she had been walking towards hadn't turned their heads. They were completely bewildered and questioned what they had seen. She simply was gone in a blink of an eye. No one had a logical reason for it, so they didn't dwell on how the children disappeared, only that they now had two missing. Helicopters came and sent dogs joined the search. But after a week, the search was trying to recover a body. 2 children under the age of 10 in the woods for that long wasn't likely to last. I had been doing whatever I could in those days, but felt useless. My boss noticed how badly this case was on my health and forced me to take 1 day off. After all, I wasn't a hiker or an expert in cases like these. I had done everything I could, and if I kept hiking, I would burn myself out. He felt like there was more than enough people looking I could rest for a day, then got back at it full. I did not listen to him. I did go to bed early the night before so I could be up at the crack of dawn to go back on the trails. I wasn't a part of the volunteer teams, and my boss told them I should be out there. They gave me some looks but let me go hiking as long as I promised to stay on the short trails and not go into the woods, which I agreed. I could get lost, and that wouldn't help anyone. I knew I wouldn't find any traces of the children on a trail that had been looked over at least 100 times before, but I still couldn't just stay at home. That's how I spent my free day, hiking trails and getting more blisters on my ankles. I had a backpack of some supplies. Even though I had hiked for the entire day, I wasn't very hungry. I think the stress was getting to me. I still had some water and granola bars in my pack near the end of the day. I was in the middle of a somewhat longer trail I had gotten permission to search on when the sun had started to set. I decided to start heading back, but knew it would be dark by the time I arrived at the end of the trail and to the ranger's station in the front of the woods. I knew I wasn't going to find anything, but I still felt disappointed ending the day empty-handed. The orange light of the sun had faded into a gray light, a strange gray light that made bright colors pop. I had forgotten how strange that time of day looked. My orange shirt nearly looked neon in the gray light. Because of the odd light, I saw a bright white on the trail easier than I might have at a different time of the day. The trail had a slope to it. I had just reached the top, ready to go down, when I saw the white on the trail. I squinted to see a person standing wearing a long white and baggy sweater. The day had been hot and not at all sweater weather. The person was short and my heart started to race. But this person didn't look short enough to be 7. But it was still very strange to see a preteen just standing in the middle of the trail. I went down the slope and towards them, hoping I looked friendly and they didn't book it into the woods. "Hey, are you all right?" I asked when I was a few steps away from them. At first, I thought they had been wearing a long white hat of some sort, but when I got closer, I saw their hair was pure white. Either this was a very short older person, or this child dyed their hair. I noticed they weren't wearing any shoes and found that strange. Their feet weren't dirty from walking in the woods, and I didn't see any abandoned shoes around the trail. I had no idea how they went bare feet without tearing up their soles. Hearing my voice, they turned to face me. They were a child like I had first thought. Their hair fell over their face, making it hard to see their face. I guessed they were a boy, even if they had hair on the longer side. Alarm bells were ringing just in the back of my head, but I couldn't ignore a lost child in the middle of the woods. "I'm a cop. You're safe. My name is Hugh." I was carrying my badge in my backpack and held it out for the boy to see. The boy still hadn't spoken or reacted in the slightest, but at least he was looking at me, showing he was listening. "Are you lost? Where are your parents?" I asked as gently as I could. I couldn't blame the boy for being scared of a random man coming up to him in the woods. I hoped he trusted me enough to bring him to the ranger's station so we could get help. We had to find out where the boy's family were and make sure he wasn't in any kind of trouble. Protective instincts I didn't even know I had was kicking in. I wanted to carry him out of the woods to make sure he wouldn't hurt his feet walking, but getting any answer from the kid would be a win. Best not to make him too uncomfortable. He hadn't responded to any of my questions, so I got down on his level to keep trying. "What's your name?" "Ellie." I finally got something out of him. His voice was so soft I could barely hear it, but I had a name. "I'm going to the ranger station. How about you come with me? If you feel comfortable with it, we could hold hands so we don't get lost." I saw his hands fidget a little at the end of his large sweater as his eyes darted back and forth considering what I had asked. Because I had gotten down a bit lower, I could see his eyes through his white hair. His hair wasn't dyed. He was albino, judging by his pink reddish eyes, a rare condition I had never seen in person before. I heard people with the condition had bad eyesight. It would be dark soon, and I was surprised there was still light after how long we spoke for. Holding hands would be a good idea if he couldn't see when the sun did finally set. He came to a decision and held out his hand to let me take it. He seemed like a shy kid, so I didn't push any more conversation and took my small win. When we started to walk, I kept an eye on the ground, making sure I was guiding him away from anything that might harm his feet. I wish I had brought a pair of extra socks that day. Ellie was very light-footed, though, he carefully walking around twigs on tiptoes as if it was second nature to him. I remember not wearing shoes as a child, so maybe he had just adjusted without them. I wished I had a way to leave a note where I found him. If his parents were nearby, they would be worried. But I assumed they would go where we were headed once they couldn't find him. I had my phone on me, and I was glad it still had a charge. Still holding Ellie's hand, I tried to unlock my phone with one hand. It had frozen, which I thought was weird. It had never frozen before. I tried to restart it, and my lock screen came back on. But the clock remained the same time it was when I first checked it. The sun still hadn't set, and my phone clock wasn't moving. I wanted to call the station saying I found Ellie, but no matter what I tried, my phone just refused to work. I shoved it into my pocket to try and use it again at a different time. As we walked down a slope, I get hit with a déjà vu. I thought I had already walked down this slope. In fact, I just found Ellie at the bottom when I ignored it. The woods all looked the same to me. I could just be getting confused by my surroundings in the dark. I was never a good hiker. But when we hiked up another slope and came down again, I was seriously starting to think a tree growing on top of a boulder was the same one we had just passed by. My throat was starting to get dry and panic was rising in my chest. Why did everything look the same? Why had the sun not set yet? And why would my phone clock not move? I pushed those worries down until we passed by the same tree growing on top of the boulder a third time. I didn't want to stress out Ellie, who had silently been walking beside me the entire time. "Ellie, could you do me a favor? I don't mean to worry you, but could you stand right here as I look over that slope ahead of us? I just want to look ahead. I swear I won't leave you." The boy gave me a nod, and it looked like he didn't want to let go of my hand. But he let it go, and I half jogged up the trail to the small hill in front of us. When I started to walk away, Ellie had crouched over and started to shove sticks in the dirt. When I saw at the top of the hill, gave me tunnel vision. I thought I was going to faint. I stood staring at Ellie crouched over playing with sticks. I looked behind me and saw the same thing. This couldn't be happening. I had to be seeing things. Maybe Ellie had a twin and they were messing with me? I jogged down and walked over to the tree I was using as a landmark. I put my useless phone on top of a root. Ellie was staring at me and I gave him a smile. "Humor me," I told him, and started up the slope again. When I reached the top, Ellie still had his line of sticks, but I felt a weight in my pocket. My phone was no longer on the tree root. It had returned to my pocket. "What the hell?" I asked slowly to myself. I had to be going crazy. Maybe the stress had finally gotten to me. I couldn't be stuck in a loop. These things just didn't happen. I walked down and stopped in front of Ellie, wondering what my face looked like in that moment. If this was really happening, then Ellie might know something. After all, When I found him, the loop started, but I wasn't ready to put any blame on him yet. "I'm going to climb a tree," I said, hands on my hips. A hint of a smile flickered on Ellie's face. I had no idea what else to do. Clearly, I couldn't walk along the trail without getting brought back, but I wasn't about to risk going into the woods. I would get put back on the trail or get lost in the trees. Maybe, just maybe, if I climbed high enough, I could see something interesting. Or maybe the loop didn't reach high in the air. It was something I could try. I placed my bag at the base of the boulder tree and started to climb. "Watch my bag for me, champ. You can have the water and snacks if you want, though," I told Ellie, and started to climb. I wasn't much for climbing, but the branches were thick and close together, so it made it easy. This tree was almost made for it. I slowly made my way up, getting covered in leaves, sap, and scratches from the bark. I didn't know when I should stop. I made the mistake of looking down and froze in fear for a few seconds. I learned in that moment I was afraid of heights, but I had to keep going. I had to get out of there and find a way to get Ellie out of the woods. I don't know how long it took, but I made it nearly to the top and where I could no longer grab branches to support my weight. I looked around, seeing nothing special, but I was still in the tree, so maybe the loop didn't reach that high up. I took a risk and climbed one more branch when the world went dark. I realized that the sun had set in a blink of an eye. I looked up at a starry sky through the branches before an immense force suddenly knocked me from my perch. It felt like an invisible hand had grabbed around me and plowed my body through all the branches I had just climbed. The pain was nothing I had ever felt before. I heard my legs break before I felt it. My ribs were crushed, and a knock to my skull, thankfully making my world dark. When I woke up, I was on the bottom of the trail, right next to Ellie, who I'm pretty sure just was poking me with a stick. I screamed, sitting up, patting my body, looking for what was broken, only to find myself in one piece. I was breathing hard, looking frantically around to see I was back in the gray light of the trail, and my body healed. Not even the tree sap remained. "I guess that didn't work," I said, with a small laugh enough, though I wanted to cry. My body was healed, but I still held that memory of the pain. It was a good idea. "I don't think I've ever seen someone find an opening of the loop before," Ellie commented in his small, soft voice. He had spoken about the loop. I no longer could doubt it was happening. The whole thing was now in the open, and we needed to talk about it. "I'm stuck in a loop," I said slowly, still not fully believing it. "Yes, you are," Ellie said with a nod. He was making doodles in the dirt with his stick, as if the strangest thing wasn't happening, like all of this was normal. I stared at him and the sticks he had placed in a circle in the dirt, and a thought suddenly came to me. "I'm stuck, but you're not." The sticks Ellie had been playing with remained when my phone was returned. It may have been because Ellie hadn't moved, but his wording made me clue in. He didn't agree we were both stuck, just myself. I pulled my pack next to him and patted on it, giving him a place to comfortably sit. "All right, champ. Take a seat and let's figure out what's going on. With both of us and unlimited time, I'm sure we can figure out why this is happening." "You're not going to accuse me of trapping you?" Ellie said, and the surprised tone in his voice was the most emotion he showed since we met. "Nope. You don't seem the type." I could have sworn I saw his ears turn a little red through his hair. He sat on my backpack, knees tucked inside his sweater, making him look very small. But for the small child he was, I knew in that moment he might not be human. But lucky for myself, he had the answers to what was going on. Humans are born to die. Most creatures are. You cannot understand an endless existence, not truly understand it. If you did, you would become something else. That is the purpose of this loop, for you to become something else. In this place, you cannot die. You just remain for your mind to rot or turn. The one that created this place reproduces this way. If your mind turns, and you become something else. It twists your flesh into something the same as itself. The ones who cannot make the change are eaten. The loop keeps the victims fresh. I assume the missing children on the trail were taken for food. Children don't often manage the change. I got goosebumps listening to Ellie's words. I hated the idea of those two kids being trapped the way I was. Stuck in a forever loop, not understanding what was happening and not being able to get out. I was lucky enough to come across someone to explain things to me. Ellie kept talking, so I pushed my thoughts aside to listen. Humans cannot break this loop. I am not human, so I cannot be trapped here. But I cannot break this loop to save you. It goes against what I am. I cannot save a human from a creature of the night. I, however, can make this offer to you once. I can turn you into something else. Once you come to my side, I can save you. I can remove you from these woods. I cannot guarantee your humanity, though. You may end up as something far worse than the creature that has trapped you here. Ellie stared at me so intensely with his red eyes. It felt like the forest was closing in on me, waiting to hear my answer. I could either become a creature after suffering through an endless amount of time, or take him up on his offer and become something else. Or take a huge risk. No, thank you, I said with a small smile. To my surprise, Ellie smiled back, a small one, but still a smile. I knew he wasn't going to offer to turn me again, but I also knew Ellie was here for a reason. Maybe that reason would get me out of this mess. It's best for you to stay silent as I take care of why I came here. I cannot promise your life. I need to summon the creature who made this loop and speak with it. It may eat you, Ellie said as he stood up. I watched him as he walked to the middle of the trail. He stood waiting for me to nod and give him a small wave, telling him I was ready to maybe die in the next few minutes. Not much else I could do about it. He gave me a nod back, then stomped down hard on the dirt-packed ground. I thought I heard some sort of hollow echo and the faintest silver light coming from him when he stomped. My body sensed the creature before I saw it. Every hair on the back of my neck stood on end and my hands started to shake. I had never been so scared in my life. I would honestly rather be thrown from a tree 100 times than be sitting on the trail when the creature showed itself. It was an enormous black mass that flickered through the trees like a ghost. Its white, glowing eyes and clawed black hands looked solid enough, though. Wrapping one hand around a tree, it looked so big it could easily rip that tree from the roots. Even though it was massive, its voice was barely a whisper. It was right in front of us, and yet I could barely get a good look. It was like my eyes refused to focus on the thing, and I was glad for that. What creature has wandered into my forest? It reached out a large claw towards Ellie, who stood firm. Even in my state, I wanted to run out and protect him. The claw stopped right in front of his face when Ellie started to speak. You have created for too many children. Your limit was 2. You are taking too many humans to feed them, and I suspect you took this other human to create a new. Ellie's strong words were cut off by a rasping laugh from the woods that made my skin crawl. This forest is mine. I can make as many children as I like. Now be gone. The massive claw came down to crush poor little Ellie, and I shot to my feet. I was far too slow. But my concern was not needed. The moment the ghastly claw came down, it exploded in a silver mist. The creature let out a shriek of pain and darted further back into the woods, nursing its wound. Ellie had not moved, and his back was turned to me, but I could feel his was very angry. You cannot be, the monster hissed with a voice full of hate. The Silver King is dead. I can never die, and you have insulted me beyond going past your child limit. As a punishment, you must kill the most recent ones you have created. You must also break the loops of the humans you have trapped. Humans that are most suited to be returned to their world, adjusted to live peacefully. You'll go hungry for a while, but be thankful for your life. The monster hissed more, darted back and forth between the trees, considering what to do. It clearly wanted to kill Ellie, but couldn't. I didn't believe that Ellie, the small child before me, was a scarier monster than the dark thing in the woods. but the proof was the thing not attacking. With more pacing and hateful hissing, it agreed. "Oh, thank you, my dear Silver King, for sparing my life this night. I shall never forget it. Never!" I had never heard such pure hate before. It made me feel sick just listening to that dreadful voice. I had no idea how Ellie stood so still with them directed towards him. He was a tough kid, it seemed. I expected something special to happen, but I just blinked and everything returned to normal. It was dark, meaning the sun had finally set. Ellie stood in the same spot. The monster in the woods gone. I checked my phone, finding it working, but I didn't use it to call for help. I knew I was safe to walk to the end of the trail and out of the woods. Ellie looked at me with a hard-to-read look on his face. It lightened when I offered my hand to him so we could continue the way we had started. Even in the dark, I saw his face flush a little. He was a big, important figure among very scary creatures. I don't think he often was treated like the child he was and appreciated the gesture. I wish I had spoken to him on our walk. I didn't know what to say after everything I had seen. I was going through ideas in my head when I saw something else on the trail in front of us. My throat closed and I felt tears come to my eyes. The missing children stood alone, holding hands and looking very scared. I let go of Ellie's hand to run over to the poor lost kids. I checked them over, finding them to be safe and perfectly fine. When I looked back, Ellie was gone. I was a bit suspicious bringing 2 of the missing kids out of the woods. 2 kids that should have been dead and looked the same as they did when they had gone missing. But I had a solid alibi when they had been on the trails. One was me on camera buying gas, and the other was me with 10 other volunteers when the little had gone missing. Some people thought I was working with the ones who had taken them, but with no proof, the matter dropped. No one could explain what happened, and I was not offering my strange tale. The kids said they had just been stuck in one spot for a long time and didn't get hungry. Since they were so young, the police didn't know what to make of it. The case came to a standstill, but most people were just happy the kids were found. Since then, I wondered about Ellie. I can't help but think how he's doing out there, and if he's safe. Of course, he's safe. He seems like a big deal, but I can't help myself. I've been looking, trying to find any mention of him, but so far, nothing. If you run into him out there, please trust him and treat him nicely. He has a tough job. And please tell him Hui says hello and wants to know he's doing all right. Story. I work at a national park that doesn't exist. Hi, my name is Ranger Jackson, and welcome to the national park that doesn't exist. That's what I greet all of my tour guests with, though technically it isn't true. I work as the only tour guide at the aptly named Forest National Park, though we usually just call it the Forest, and it does exist. In fact, if you've ever been near the western half of Canada, you've visited the park and probably even met me, but the moment you left, poof, memory gone. Why? Well, I'm not a scientist, so I don't know, but it just has that effect. Outside of the park, no one except the government knows about it, yet it has this draw that brings in thousands of tourists every year. In order to keep these tourists from getting lost, they need a small group of people to live here full-time to keep things in check. I'm one of those full-timers and have been for a little over a decade now. We just got the internet here about a month ago, and I've been trying to figure it out in my spare time. Well, got the internet. We've been asking for it for years, but our manager Julie is a stickler and only gives us absolute necessities. Once a month, Julie walks out to the edge of the park and speaks to someone on the outside with a two-way radio. Then a week later, in come the government guys with a truck full of provisions. We've tried asking them for stuff, but since the transient government guys don't remember we exist, much less our requests, it's a futile effort. Luckily, some hippie with a weird satellite dish on his van showed up. He hasn't returned to his van since then, so I figured he wouldn't mind if I borrowed his stuff while he wasn't using it. Lots of people on this page have fun, scary stories, so I thought I'd share a few of my own from my time here. I guess to start, I should probably explain what exactly Forest National Park is. Forest National Park is 50,265 acres big. But that only encompasses the memory effects part. The forest proper is a circular 5-mile diameter section that gets deeper the further you go into it. Literally deeper, as in the trees get taller, thicker, and block out more of the sun the further you go. We keep the edges cleared so we don't accidentally wander into that part. Whenever one of us goes past that point, we call it a dive, and it's something I do daily. We don't measure distance traveled in there by miles or kilometers, but rather by the illuminance or lux of wherever you are. Actual distance gets a little bit wonky inside the forest. You can walk for hours and leave only feet from where you entered, or for minutes and be miles and miles away from home. We refer to our depth in the forest by the oceanic zones: sunlight, twilight, midnight, abyssal, and hodl. As you can imagine, traversing within the zones gets more dangerous the deeper you get, mostly because of the wildlife. We're kind of like Yellowstone in that way. The only things that are considered to be safe zones in there are streams which run through all the zones because, for whatever reason, distance is exact and the forest is a little calmer around them. Okay, story time. I usually do my tours down the East Stream because it's the easiest to traverse, but sometimes I'll have a particularly advanced group of hikers who I feel can take on the challenge of the North Stream. Last time I did it was about 1.5 years ago. A group showed up in a whole caravan of cars dressed up to the nines in fancy hiking gear. I felt, frankly, underdressed in my green fleece ranger uniform and Stetson hat. They were very lively and enthusiastic, brimming with questions as I ran them through what the park was and what they were going to see. I tried showing them the well-trodden East Stream Trail, but I guess I went a little bit overboard on my showboating while explaining everything because I was immediately met with looks of disappointment. Now, I've never been one to let a good tour group down, so I said, "All right, I don't usually do this, but since you all look far more experienced than most tour groups I get out here, we're going to go to the North Stream entrance instead." This got them excited again, and we headed around the perimeter towards the North Stream. The reason why I don't usually take tours down it is for 2 reasons. First, it's much further away from the visitor center, and I am just a little bit lazy. And second, it's a thinner, steeper stream that's much more rocky than the East. It not only increases the chances of people twisting or breaking things, but at certain points there are especially steep areas that require alternate routes that go away from the stream and into the forests. Even though the detours don't leave the sightline of the stream, going any distance into the tree line on either side is risky, even in the brighter zones. Everything was fine for most of the hike. In fact, I was having a lot of fun with this tour group. They were telling me stories from the hiking trip they were on in the Canadian Rockies. They had left out of Vancouver earlier that week and were stopping at every major hiking destination they could on their way to Alaska. One of the members of their group was someone they had met on one of their hikes and had decided to join their caravan. He was a scrawny kid, couldn't have been barely out of his parents' house, and he was quiet to the point of near invisibility. He stayed towards the back of the group and only spoke when spoken to. Since I wasn't used to going down the North Stream, and by consequence didn't have natural waypoints guiding me, we went much deeper than I usually take tour groups. I was having too much fun to notice how dark it had gotten. We were approaching another small waterfall that would require taking a detour around a tree with the trunk the width of a school bus when the kid spoke up. "Hey, can we, turn around?" He was jittering nervously and wore an expression of apprehension. I wasn't sure just how deep we were, so I told everyone to turn off their flashlights for a moment, and I pulled out my lux meter. It read 0.062 lux. We were deep in the twilight zone of the forest, a whole 3 lux, or about a mile deeper than I usually take people. Sorry guys, we have to turn around. You all got a longer tour than those tickets are worth, I told them. The group put up some light resistance, but followed along behind me obediently. The kid no longer walked at the back, but instead right behind me. Even though we were making our way back, he seemed to be getting more scared, making whimpering noises at intervals. The forest has some weird effects on people's psyche, and it was clearly targeting him. I've had plenty of people on my tours get scared, break down crying, hallucinate, even try climbing up trees to get out of the forest, so I knew this kid was on the verge of snapping. As we approached another waterfall that would require a detour into the forest, I stopped and turned to the kid to try to calm him. Just as I opened my mouth, the sound of cracking wood rang from the forest behind us. In what seemed like the same instant, the kid shoved me to the side, sending me sprawling into the creek. A couple folks ran to me and helped me out of the creek. I wasn't able to see him run into the woods in time, but I was able to stop the people who had chased after him. Once everyone was in order, we stood in silence for a long minute, listening for the kid or whatever had made the noise. Eventually I said, barely above a whisper, "Follow me as quietly as possible, stay calm, and don't stray off my path." A woman in the group spoke up, pointing into the forest. "What about him?" "My main goal right now is to get all of you out safely. He's probably just ahead of us." So we walked around the falls and back to the stream, the sound of our boots crunching over detritus almost deafening over the utter silence of the forest. Hey, I whipped around and saw everyone looking into the forest. There was the kid, standing just at the edge of what our flashlights could reach. The man who had yelled was waving his arms in the air and shouting at him, "Hey, over here! Stop! Hey, stop!" I spoke above him. He turned to me, indignant. "Why, he's right there! He heard you! He can follow us if he wants! I told you to stay quiet and follow me." Fortunately, he seemed to understand the gravity of my words and shut up. As we walked, the kid seemed to be following us, gradually moving closer to us as we walked. A couple minutes later, a woman in the group gasped and pointed at him. I've seen a lot in my time working here. Not much really gets to me anymore, but my blood ran cold when I saw what made her gasp. The kid was much closer than before, but he wasn't walking with us. Rather, his legs dangled, feet dragging along the ground. I heard stifled sobs of fear behind me and picked up the pace. All at once I became aware of a noise emanating from the kid. It was less of a sound and more of a feeling, a pounding in my chest, like a bass drum at a rock concert, the footfalls of something massive. I turned again to find the kid less than 20 yards away. His face revealed nothing, a look of utter neutrality, but just below it his neck was distended grotesquely as a spear the diameter of a forearm and black as midnight protruded from it. It was impossible to see where it went or what it was attached to, only that it was there by the way blood bubbled from the seam. Shortly after, he turned and lifted off the ground, disappearing into the darkness above us. The rest of the hike was calm, besides a few members of the tour group openly crying. When we resurfaced, I didn't even have a chance to get a word off before they broke into a sprint, piling into their respective cars and tearing out of the lot. While I don't know, I can guess what happened to them after that. They left the park boundary and forgot. They probably think that kid chickened out and left their caravan, completely unaware of his fate. I wish I was so lucky. The kid's car is still in the parking lot. There's a lot of cars in our parking lot at any given time. Makes us look much more busy than we actually are. I asked one of the government guys once why they don't just take them, and he said something about waiting until it doesn't look suspicious. I guess that makes sense. Though, I don't know why it's an issue if no one knows this place exists. It's not my choice either way. I have to get back to work. I see a car pulling in now, and I think Julie would get mad if she caught me loitering around this van. I have a lot more stories, and I hope I can share some more of them here before the Gov guys take this van. Until next time, one of you was interested in the stories of the other cars that are in the parking lot, and to be honest, I don't know what happened to the majority of those people. Not to brag, but not many people die on my tours. Most of our disappearances happen because people believe they don't need a guide to navigate the forest and wander off on their own. We don't see them come here, we don't know what happens to them, and they don't ever leave. That being said, there was one abandoned car whose owner was seen again. This was during summer a couple years back. One day, after bringing a tour group back, I noticed a new car sitting in the lot. The owner was already gone. At this point, I don't even question new cars showing up. It's always the same conclusion. Sometime later, the government guys just take it away. I assumed that this one would be no different. A week or so later, Smith, the park scientist, asked me to accompany him on a dive to explore geologic features adjacent to the East Stream on the boundary of the sunlight and twilight zones. Usually, I don't do any of that exploratory stuff because that's what did in Ranger Daniels, but I used to have a lot of respect for Smith, and I didn't want to leave him alone to the whims of the forests. We started out shortly after 3 p.m., and our plan was to be out by 8:30 before the sun set. When our lux meters read 10, just on the edge of the twilight zone, we placed a stake on the bank of the East Stream and made our way into the southern tree line. I really wish I could say that some weird things happened, but it was about as ordinary as something can be when you're working in near darkness among trees taller than skyscrapers. To be entirely honest, I was bored. It didn't help that I know next to nothing about geology, so I just had to stand by while Smith was poking at rocks half buried in pine needles with all sorts of scientific equipment. I took to using my binoculars to look around for something to do. I didn't expect to see anything because where we were is deeper than most normal wildlife stray and too shallow for the other wildlife. But I noticed movement far off in a deeper part of the forest. I thought at first that it was some trick of the forest, but there, weaving through the trees like a drunkard, was a distinctly human silhouette. Without taking my gaze off the figure, I moved over to Smith and hit him to get his attention. "Hey, watch it," Smith said. Then, noticing what I was doing, he stood and asked, "What is it?" "I want to make sure I'm not going crazy. Get out your binoculars." He grumbled something about not being cryptic and looked out into the trees. "Well, that's no animal I know of." "Do you think it's a person? Like an actual person?" "Let's not chase after if just in case it's not. Get your gun out." I pulled my service pistol out its holster and held it at my side. It was close enough now that I could tell it was a woman, and she looked much worse for wear. She seemed to be moving with some purpose, looking up to the treetops before stumbling to a tree to the left, then to the right, and repeating. The movements felt far too human to be a farce. But I seen a lot that felt real and ended up being a trick. She was on track to miss us some 40 yards to the south. "She seems legitimate. I don't think it's right to leave someone for dead, even if it's 50/50 that it's a trick," I said. Smith scoffed. "Fine, Daniels. Hand me your gun and go risk your life. I'll stay here." After glaring at him for his morbid joke, I handed him the gun and walked towards her. Once I was about 30 yards away, I called out to her. "Are you all right?" She jumped and turned to me, a look of primal fear in her eyes. She stood frozen as if waiting for me to make a move before she could decide what to do. I raised my hands to show that I meant no harm, and she seemed to relax. When she spoke, her voice came out scratchy. "Where am I?" "You're in Forest National Park." "I'm Ranger Jackson." I pointed toward Smith. "That's Smith. We're going to get you out of here." I turned to Smith and waved him over to us. The woman hunched over and Crouch walked over to me, reaching a hand up tentatively to grab my shoulder. Her eyes got wide, and under her breath she muttered, "You are real?" "Yep, now just follow us. We know the way out of here, all right." She nodded and straightened up a little bit more. Smith seemed annoyed that we were leaving earlier than he had intended, but the woman seemed grateful that we were helping her out. On our way, we asked her some questions and learned that her name was Grace, and it was her car that had showed up a week ago. Whenever we tried to ask about her time in the forest, though, she would clam up. As we got further into the sunlight zone, it was no wonder why. She was covered in scrapes and bruises, though strangely, her skin was a sickly gray and wrinkled, like those hairless cats. I figured that it was just because of the humidity, but it rubbed me the wrong way. When we resurfaced, we took Grace into the visitor center to get her food, water, and medical attention. I wanted to get her to leave immediately, since nothing we could do could help her as much as leaving the park and forgetting ever being here. But Smith wanted to keep her for questioning, since he hadn't met someone who had spent a week in the forest and lived to tell the tale. I tried to argue, but Smith went so far as to threaten to get me fired. Getting fired is a fate worse than death, and Smith absolutely had the power to do it, so I had to concede. I left the visitor center, and it wasn't until 3 days later that I got any news. First thing in the morning, as I was getting dressed for the day, I got a knock on my cabin door. It was Smith. Without so much as a hello, he said, "I can't get anything out of her. She asked for you." Then he turned and, without looking back, started walking towards the research building. I followed him to the building and through its sterile hallways to an unmarked door, which he unceremoniously opened to reveal Grace bound to an interrogation table with handcuffs. She looked terrified, staring at her hands and rocking back and forth. Without a word, Smith pushed me into the room and slammed the door behind me. Before I could do anything, Grace looked up and her face slowly stretched into a smile. "Ranger Jackson, your friend is a very bad man." "Smith is not my friend. What has he done to you?" I said, backing towards the door. I knew she was restrained, but something about her smile made me feel like I was in immediate danger. "What hasn't he done, Jack?" "He wants me to tell him about the forest, and he'll do anything for the information. But you, what do you want, Jack?" My back slammed into the door, handle digging into my spine. Maintaining eye contact, I tried the door. Locked. I cursed under my breath and consigned to my fate walking to the interrogation table and sitting down across from Grace. "I want to get you out of here, out of Forest National Park." "Why? When you leave the forest, all your memories of it go away. I can tell you are distressed. I think it would be best if you forgot your visit here." In a flash, her face transformed. She lunged towards me. In a panic, I kicked backwards, flipping my chair. I hit the ground hard and scrambled backwards. "What makes you think I want to forget?" In the next moment, her face relaxed into a smile again, and she looked at me in amusement as I laid on the ground trying to catch my breath. "Look at you, all you've seen, and you're still scared of something just like you. Don't you want to be just like Smith? Don't you want to learn more?" I shakily picked myself up and walked a few steps back from the table. I noticed that the skin around her wrist, where the handcuffs were attached, had peeled back, and blood was spilling onto the table. "I don't. I just do my job. I'm not a scientist." Grace sat back down, an almost professional demeanor taking over despite the deranged smile across her face. "I know. That's why I wanted you here. I'll tell you what I know because I know you won't benefit from it. Please, sit." Hesitantly, I picked up the chair and placed it some distance from the table before sitting. "Good. Ranger Jackson, what do you remember from before you came here?" For a moment, I mentally stumbled as I tried to recall what came before the forest for the first time in years. I knew of the world outside, locations, events, cultures, facts, but I had no memories attached to any of them. I found my earliest memory to be feeling nervous as Ranger Daniels taught me the ropes of being a tour guide. I guess I don't have any," Grace nodded. "That's right. The forest is pruning your mind. It's a gardener clearing weeds for a new, beautiful bed of roses. It's doing the same for me, and I am open to its shears." I'm jealous of you, all of you, even Smith. You're barren patches of soil. But at the same time, I'm not jealous because you kill its seeds. I embrace them. When I was down there, stumbling through the darkness among terrible beasts, it killed me, killed and reshaped me like the plow does a field, so I could be sowed. The seeds have just begun sprouting, and soon I will be as wonderful as those beasts. Smith could never do that. He would sooner die. But you could. Right now you are a shell, but if you just walk among the trees, you could become so much more. She stared at me, expectantly, as if she was waiting for me to jump up and run into the forest at that moment. I'm content as a ranger. I don't need anything more than that. Grace's smile faded, and she almost looked sane. One day you will. Joining me is a far more gracious fate than choosing to leave. Daniels learned that, and you will too. Goodbye, Jack. She was too far gone for reasoning. I tried the door again, and it was unlocked. I left the research office and went to clock in for work as if nothing had happened. That night I woke up to Smith pounding on my door. Ranger Jackson, come out here right now. I got up, quickly pulled on my ranger uniform, and opened the door. I was met with the barrel of a gun. My gun. Instinctively, my hands shot into the air. Smith looked mad. Come out of the cabin and walk to the research building. I did what I was told. There's not much you can do when someone has a gun pointed to the back of your head. He guided me through the halls of the research center, back to the room where Grace was being held. There were drops of blood around the base of the door, which was wide open. Grace wasn't in the room anymore, but the handcuffs had never been unlocked. On the interrogation table was her arm, laying in a pool of blood and covered in bite marks from where she had chewed it off. On the wall behind where she had sat, scrawled in blood, was a note that read, "See you soon, Jack." I felt the cold barrel of the gun slam into the nape of my neck, and Smith said, "Look, see what you did? You freed her, and she ran right back into the forest." I didn't free her. Shut it! I don't know what you did, but she asked for you, and you're the last person she talked to. One thing is right, though. You will be seeing her soon. She's in the forest somewhere, and you're either going to find her, or I'm going to kill you. Which will it be, Jackson? My mind was racing for any way out of the situation. Both options were a death sentence, but one afforded me a little more time. Smith marched me to the East Stream entrance and handed me a headlamp. Under the dark of night, the forest is much more foreboding. Every zone has the same light level, so it's almost impossible to know just where you are outside of measuring the width of tree trunks. The only person I knew who had done a night dive was Ranger Daniels, and he told me that, just like in the ocean, deep animals come up for food in the darkness. I started down the stream, every sound making me flinch. As I swung my flashlight around, I thought I saw eyes reflecting back at me from the darkness. Now and again, I could have sworn I saw something moving with me just at the edge of my flashlight beam. Eventually, I made it to the point where I usually turn tours around, and I stopped. If I thought there was a chance I would die going this far, then going further is like digging myself a grave. Suddenly, I heard movement further down the stream, distinctly human movement. I steeled myself and walked into the unknown. I followed those footsteps for over an hour, deeper and deeper into the forest. Eventually, the sound started coming from my north, and I had to stray off the stream and into the tree line. It was only a few more minutes until I saw her, curled up with her head between her knees at the base of a tree the width of a building. "Grace, you need to come with me." She slowly looked up at me, and her mouth stretched into an unnaturally toothy grin. "Ranger Jackson, I told you you'd be seeing me soon. I'm not coming with you, you're coming with me." She stood, and I finally got a good look at her. She had changed since I last saw her. Her sickly gray skin was loose and hung off her body like a burlap sack. The place where she had chewed her arm off had already healed, and a sharp piece of bone stuck out from the stump. Her eyes looked rough, like they were made out of stone, and her irises had gone almost white, giving her eyes the appearance of marble spheres with holes drilled in them. At that moment, I decided that maybe getting shot to death wasn't that bad of a way to go, and took off running. But before I could make it more than 10 feet, she was on top of me. My head slammed against the forest floor, and stars filled my vision. I tried scrambling away, but she jabbed the broken bone sticking out of her arm through my calf and started dragging me deeper into the forest. My vision swam from the pain, but I knew passing out meant potentially never waking up again. So I gave up struggling against her to save energy. I'm unsure exactly how long I was being dragged before I noticed a deer standing behind a tree just ahead of us, watching us. Grace noticed it too and stopped, yelling some nonsense at it. This seemed to scare it, and it ducked out of sight. Grace huffed in annoyance and continued dragging me, but there it was again, standing behind a different tree, only its head peeking out, just watching us. Grace stopped and yelled again, and the deer disappeared again, just to reappear on the other side of us moments later. She seemed to be getting extremely agitated, and she pulled my leg off her arm, letting it fall with a very painful thud. She ran full speed at the deer, yelling profanities, but this time the deer didn't move. She lunged at it, and it dodged out of her way, leaving her sprawled on the ground. In that moment, I saw fear, real fear, cross her face as the deer reared up and its body split open, revealing rows of molars before coming down and engulfing her whole. Muffled screams emanated from its body for a moment, until a sickening crunch silenced them forever. It continued chewing, the awful sound of Grace's body being rent to slurry for several minutes as I laid in shock, pain, and fear on the ground where she had left me. Once it was done, it convulsed, body distorting as it swallowed the mush into a larger body somewhere just out of sight and turned towards me. It walked out into the open and seemed to never end. Leg after leg with horribly twisted hooves attached to a flattened, hairy body emerged from behind the tree as it walked towards me. When it was right over me, I felt its hot breath on my head as it sniffed me. Then, by some miracle, it moved on. It walked right up to the base of a tree, and its malformed hooves crimped into the bark, allowing it to climb up the tree. It moved like a centipede, and it took quite some time before the whole body, which ended in a flat tuft of fur, disappeared into the darkness above me. I didn't move for a long time, but eventually I stood and limped south, back towards the stream. I felt like I was in a dream as I made my way back towards the surface. It wasn't until I was well into the sunlight zone, barely brightened by the pre-dawn twilight, that I remembered Smith was going to kill me. When I got to the edge of the forest, there he was, sitting on a log in the clearing. He hadn't noticed me yet, so I ducked into the tree line and made my way south, just within sight of the clearing, until I could just barely make out the roof of my cabin through the trees. Then I made a break for it. Smith saw me and fired off a few rounds, which missed. I made it back inside, grabbed my lamp off the desk by my bed, and waited for Smith. He burst through my door, and one swing knocked him out cold. Smith left Forest National Park that day. He didn't tell anyone, leave a note, or even take anything more than the clothes on his back. Everyone was surprised. He had worked there for decades and had no inclination to leave. He wandered back into the park that night with no memories, a concussion, and a red welt on his head. It's a miracle that he survived. Even the normal Canadian wilderness is a force to be reckoned with. Andy, our honorary on-site medic, said that he must have passed out when his memories went and cracked his head on the road. Smith stayed with us, though he's a completely different man now. He relearned all his research and does frequent dives to learn more about the forest. I don't join him anymore. As for Grace, her car got taken away by the government guys a few months ago. To be honest, when they did, I hoped it would be my last time thinking about her, but here we are. Despite her delusions, the forest isn't a gardener, it's a lumberjack, cutting down healthy trees to plant invasive species. It's just started to snow as I'm typing this. There should be fewer visitors now that winter is really setting in. I won't have to go into that damned forest as often, and maybe I'll have more time to write stories like these. Oh, one last thing. If any of you visit the park and have a lamp with you for some reason, I'll buy it off you. Julie won't get me a new one. Until next time. Story. If you visit Redwood National Park, do not stray from the path. When I was a boy, me and my friends got lost, or so that is the official story. What really happened occurred when we were on a hike through the Redwood National Park and decided to stray from the trail. There we discovered the truth about the national parks and the real reason people go missing in them. Perhaps I am getting ahead of myself and should start by telling you my tale. Then perhaps you will listen to my warnings. So here it is, my story. August 13th, 1998. It was a scorching hot summer's day. I was 12 years old and already thought I knew everything about the world, as you do when you are young and so full of surety. Oak, rich, earthy smells perfumed the air, and grand wooden giants loomed over from all sides of the path. They were the moss-coated sentries of the Redwood National Park. Come on, guys, not too much further. About another 30 minutes until we reach the campsite. Our scout leader, Scout Leader Charlton, exclaimed. He's been saying that for the last hour, groaned Tyler, the more outspoken and cheeky of my friends. Why did you come on the hike if you were just going to moan? Simon countered, his words forever disapproving of Tyler. Do you guys think we can stop for a minute? Ethan wheezed. Being an asthmatic, the youngest and smallest of the group, the walk had knocked the stuffing out of the 11-year-old. Don't dawdle or stop. Stick to the path. Those fences and signs are there for a reason, Scout Leader Charlton added as he pointed over to the right. He could well have said more, but we were not paying attention. We were your average 12 and 11-year-olds. When someone said, don't, we ignored it. And despite the scout leader telling us not to stop or dawdle, I told the others we should wait a moment so Ethan could have a breather. It didn't take much convincing from Tyler that it would be far more exploring if we went exploring rather than continue hiking with the rest of the squares. Especially if the places we were exploring were those cordoned off and forbidden by our scout leader. Even Simon, the more reserved and mature one of the group, was eager to follow Tyler as he rushed over to the cordoned-off area. This was a huge mistake, and obviously as an adult I look back and know how stupid and dangerous that was, but when you are young, you think you're invincible. We should have heeded the signs that warned to stay on the path. We should have listened to our scout leader's words, but he was now far ahead of us, and we had already sneaked away from the safety of the troop. Our foolish choices only continued as we slipped under the fence that cordoned off the area ahead. We were young idiots. That's what we were. We ignored all the warnings, laughed and scoffed at the idea of getting lost, or becoming the meal of a black bear. And at first we felt vindicated, for our little adventure started off fine, no harm or cause for concern, as we rambled through the undergrowth and played hide-and-seek around the redwood towers. We skipped stones across a small creek, saw a wild deer before something scared her off. We even found a coyote strung up in a tree, which Tyler was quick to claim was the work of the Jersey Devil, until Simon pointed out that not only were we not in the Jersey Pine Barrens, but it was also far more likely a mountain lion dragged it up there to avoid being disturbed. I think we should probably head back, I said, feeling a little tired and starting to entertain the thought that we may have made a mistake wandering so far away from the group. Agreeing, we retraced our steps, but as we walked, we came across an interesting scene. What we had discovered was a campsite, long since abandoned and smothered by layers of forest debris. The tents looked as though they had been ravaged by claws, but Simon, the more sensible of us, claimed it was just exposure to the elements and time that had tore through the fabric and dilapidated the site. Still, it didn't stop us from coming up with all sorts of scary backstories for the moss-shrouded sleeping bags and broken lanterns. Tyler warned everyone it could be a Bigfoot, but we just laughed. Everyone knows Bigfoot was a myth. Ethan, the more quieter of our group, pointed out that the tearing seemed to travel in sets of 5, as though Freddy Krueger with his razor fingers had carved through the material himself. Ethan, I'm telling you, it's just what happens when these things are left out here, at the mercy of wind, rain, storms, Simon assured us. But why were they left here? I mean, they've clearly dug out a fire pit, spent the time to set the site up, and then they just abandoned it, Ethan pointed out, causing us all to get a little quieter. I think we should probably head back, I suggested. This time my words were more urgent than before. The others didn't say that they too were feeling uneasy, but I could tell they were just as nervous as I. Ethan was right. It was odd for all this stuff to be left here, almost as if they had fled in a panic, or worst, fell foul of something hungry. Marching on, through the scrub and endless wooden maze, we all began to worry that we had ventured too long and too far from the trail. I could have sworn it was just a few meters to the right, Simon insisted, as he peered from behind his glasses. Evidently it isn't, though, is it, Simon? Tantalus snapped, with his disposition becoming more and more agitated with each passing moment. Guys, you're not going to believe this, Ethan said, his voice trembling slightly as he peeled back a large shrub. There before us was the same abandoned campsite we had left almost an hour ago. That's not possible. We've been walking for 40 minutes straight, I gasped, pointing to my watch, but the hands began to spiral. I think your watch is broken, Simon insisted, trying his best to remain rational. Great, this is just perfect. We've been walking in a circle. Tyler yelled, "We're lost, aren't we?" stammered Ethan, his hands clutching each other as he paced around in an anxious manner. Guys, calm down, I spoke, but my words did nothing to slow the rising panic in us all. Help! Help! Is anyone there? Tyler called out. Suddenly, Simon's hand smothered Tyler's mouth as he emitted a low hush. Stop it. Do you want to attract every grizzly, black bear, and mountain lion for miles around? Simon hushed. We all got quiet, but it wasn't just us who ceased making noise. The whole forest around us fell silent. Even the normal creaking of trees and whistle of wind disappeared. And it appeared that the animals had muted themselves too, for not a bird or cicada could be heard. Guys, I don't want to be that guy, but something isn't right here, I suggested. John's right. I mean, we've all read about those people who go missing in national parks. They step off the trail or path for just a minute, and then they're never seen again, Tyler declared. Oh, stop it. Next you'll be suggesting aliens abducted them, Simon scoffed. No, Tyler's right. Remember the Kennar family. In 1982, they came up here and were never seen again. And what about those kids who went camping a few years back? They got lost and ended up killed by a grizzly. It could happen to us, shouted Ethan. Shush, I heard something, I snapped, looking around. I scanned the bark and branches around us, expecting in my heart that I'd see nothing. My eyes landed on a tree trunk, tall and towering, only a few meters away from us. Upon its surface was what at first I thought was a yellow and black orb weaver. Shock rippled through me as a bald, yellow-skinned head peeked slightly from behind the tree and revealed that what I had thought was a spider was actually a hand clutching at the wood. We have to go now, I said, trying my best not to scream or shout, and without giving them any indication of what I had seen, I sprinted through the forest. Following close behind me, the others kept pace, but I didn't tell them still. I wished to reserve that knowledge until I was sure we had put enough space between us and whatever it was. Fear rushed through my feet, and 10 minutes became 20, and 20. 30, but still we ran. All the while, I ignored their demands to know what I had seen and why we were running. After 30 minutes, according to Simon's watch, of running in the opposite direction to that thing, we stopped to take a breather. We rested against one of the Redwood towers that only earlier we had been playing hide-and-seek behind. It was there, I told them, for I could no longer refuse to answer their questions. What was it? What did you see? Tyler panted frantically. A person, I think, I said, causing Ethan to take a nervous gulp of his inhaler. Oh, Don't you start to, the rational Simon replied. No, I think it was a person in yellow and black paint or something, I asserted, trying my best to not freak them out. Like camo, Tyler questioned, his eyes wide with worry. Yellow camo? That's a bit redundant. Simon laughed. I know what I saw, Simon, I snapped, letting my fear and agitation get the better of me. What were they doing, this person you saw? Ethan quavered. It looked like they were watching us. They were peeking from behind the tree, I answered. Shivers ran through us all. Despite the humidity and the heat, I think all our bloods ran cold after I spoke those words. We sat against that redwood for a long pause, to gather ourselves, to calm our worries. Maybe Simon was right to laugh at me. Perhaps it was a hallucination brought on by the heat. That made sense, I thought. Still, it didn't explain the lack of animals, the absence of sound, and encroaching thick old air of the forest, which continued to become heavier with each minute we spent there. Darkness began to creep in through the national park, though, admittedly, it was difficult to tell the time of day when the canopy above eclipsed the sun almost entirely and my watch was malfunctioning. We need to make camp, I suggested. Are you mad? You've just told us some creep in camo was watching us from behind a tree, countered Tyler. No, he's right. If we just continue on, wandering aimlessly in the dark, we run the risk of getting even more lost. And if there is someone following us, then wouldn't it be better if we are walking around blind to our surroundings? Simon said. Guys, Ethan exclaimed, his voice hushed and shaking. We all looked over and saw what had unnerved him. With his hand shaking, his pointed finger fell upon the site of the same abandoned campsite we had found and fled earlier. This can't be happening. This can't be happening. Tyler rambled, his words and pace quickening into panicked steps. We have to stay calm. There is a perfectly rational explanation, Simon stated, but even he didn't seem to believe his own words. Oh, shut up, Simon. We just ran for 30 minutes straight in a straight line. How exactly did we end up back here? Tyler thundered, his voice ripping apart all the surety in Simon's posture. I stumbled Simon. For once, our group skeptic fell short of answers, and his disbelief was replaced with unease. I don't know what's happening, but I do know arguing and running around like headless chickens isn't going to help, I declared. Use your compass, Simon suggested, but as I brought compass out from my pocket, I could already see it wasn't going to help. For the arrow on my compass was broken, bewitched, or magnetized. It would spin wildly, then stop and point towards the abandoned camp, then spin again and stop on the camp once more. Over and over it did this, until eventually I just said it was broken. I didn't tell them what was happening, choosing to spare them of the confusion and fear that I was feeling. It's busted, I told them. Great! No way to tell the time, no way to tell which direction we are heading, and we seem to be walking in a circle. Tyler nervously laughed, his usual sarcastic and clowning humor drowning beneath waves of worry. Looking around us, I could see no sign of the strange figure who I had glimpsed earlier, but I had noticed the sun was setting. It's going to get dark soon. We need to be sensible. We should make camp here tonight, and tomorrow we'll continue on trying to find a way out of here, I added, trying to remain a clear and level-headed leader, for I could see the others were racked with anxiety and needed some kind of authority to make them feel safe. Reluctantly, the others agreed. We'd make camp at the abandoned site, and I assured them that whatever I saw was probably long gone now. So we set out to prepare ourselves for the night ahead. We already had canteens filled with water, but we needed food and warmth. Simon, being the more knowledgeable of us, picked berries that he knew weren't poisonous, whilst Tyler and I set up a fire in the already dug-out fire pit. Ethan revealed a few chocolate bars he had on him, and together with our berries, we staved off our hunger as the evening's twilight rolled in. In the gloom, we sat around our warming fire. Tyler, you know those people who went missing in the national parks. Did they ever find any of them? Ethan wheezed. Sure, some of them. Tyler spat, without concern for Ethan's nerves. Shrinking and looking almost haunted, Ethan's dread was immediately apparent, and even Tyler tried to calm him. "Don't think about that, though, Ethan. We're going to be fine," Tyler reassured, unconvincingly. "What time is it, Simon?" I asked, having noticed him staring intensely at his watch. "It's saying 4 p.m., but that can't be right," Simon stuttered. 4 p.m., it's pitch black. I'd get that watch sent back to the shopmate. "You've been ripped off," Tyler joked. "It's not the watch, it's this place." Ethan whimpered. "Guys, I can't bear this anymore. I just can't," he yelled as he bounded up from the log on which he was sat. Frantically, Ethan stormed around the campsite and cupped his hands over his mouth. "Please, can anyone hear us?" Ethan called out into the night, his words tearful and afraid. "Ethan, calm down," I told him. "Ethan, shut up before something hears you," Simon snapped, his collected and intelligent manner diminished by concern for his own safety. "Help us! Please! We need help!" Ethan screamed out, causing Tyler and Simon to leap up to silence him. Suddenly there was a cracking of a twig, and we all stopped and looked towards the direction. Our sights delved into the dark, imagining black bears, mountain lions, and all manner of starving beasts, but nothing was there, just the endless, empty, unflinching abyss. Turning back round, we looked at Ethan, who was exhausted, defeated, and tearful. "I just want to go home," he wept. Down from the trees, yellow carapace-clad arms descended upon Ethan's head, their claws grasping onto either side of his face and twisted sharply, causing a loud snap to sound out. Terror streaked through us, and we all hurled ourselves back as our friend's small, lifeless body was hoisted up through the branches and into the canopy. "What the hell was that?" Tyler screamed as he fell away from the area where Ethan had been standing. Leaves and twigs fell from rustling canopy above, and down minutes later an arm, severed and bloody, fell through a cloud of leaves and landed in front of us. "Run!" I yelled. Simon and Tyler screamed and followed in my wake, fleeing into the night. We were less afraid of bears, wolves, and bobcats, and more afraid of becoming prey to whatever that thing in the trees was. In our fright, we fled with no concern for our direction nor what lay ahead, and eventually our blind sprint led us over the top of a shallow dip. All three of us tumbled to the ground and lay there, panting, terrified, and utterly powerless. "This isn't real. This has to be some sort of hallucination." "Yeah, that's it. The berries. Must have been the berries," Simon said, trying to rationalize what we had witnessed. "Simon, it's real. We all just saw Ethan's neck go full-on exorcist twist, and we all saw one of his arms come falling down from the trees like a chewed-up twig. So stop with the rationalizing crap," Tyler shouted as he jumped to his feet. "Shut up, Tyler! This is all your fault. I don't know why I let you guys talk me into leaving the group," Simon yelled back, his words being followed by him shoving Tyler against a redwood. With fists raised, they were ready to take their fears out on each other, but before they could brawl, my voice cut through their ridiculousness. "Quiet, the pair of yous," I hissed, trying not to raise my voice too high. "Maybe it's gone," Simon suggested, with hopefully naivety. Erupting out of the soil beneath his feet, a tall, slender humanoid emerged. It appeared so quickly that none of us got a good look at it, nor did we have time to stop it from snatching up Simon and flying off through the canopy on giant buzzing wings. Icarus would have been envious of the wings that thing bore, for its flight was swifter than any bird or bug, and its speed was sharp and lethal. Simon stood no chance against that thing, as it whisked him off his feet and dragged him into the deep of the redwood maze. Calling back like deathly echoes, his voice screamed and begged for us to help, but we couldn't, and eventually his futile pleading faded into the deafening silence of the national park. "We've got to go, man. We've got to go now. I need to get out of here," Tyler howled as he ran into the darkness, abandoning me. "Tyler, no, wait, don't leave me," I implored, but he was deaf to my words. Alone in the dark, I walked, expecting to fall prey to the monstrous thing in the trees at any moment. However, it appeared that it was not yet finished playing what sick game it was playing, for the shrubbery that lay ahead of me looked all too familiar. Pushing its leaves aside, I found the campsite. The fire we had made was still burning bright, and everything was as we had left it. There was only one thing missing, Ethan's arm. In that moment, I resolved to survive, to spite whatever it was that was hunting us. Someone had to get out of here and warn others of the winged predator. I know now this was just adrenaline kicking in, the good old fight or flight, trying to assist me in my dire situation. Tearing off some of the fabric from the tents, I bound a thick branch in it and doused it in some oil from a lantern which had been left alongside all the other camping gear. Opting for the long and dangerous road into the veil of shadows around me, I began to walk, my only company the warm glow of my light. Every snap of a branch, every crunch of leaves beneath my feet, I imagined was that thing, coming back to finish what it... Yet despite my feet aching, I continued, refusing to acknowledge each blister that formed and burst within my shoes. Then, as if by chance, the illumination from my torch shone upon a tree and revealed a strange carved marking. It sort of looked like a pixie or a fairy, and though I was confused on what it might mean, maybe this was some sort of trail marker my ignorant younger mind conceived, I figured that it had to have been carved by human hands so as to guide lost wanderers to safety. Following the carvings, I worked my way through the redwoods, weaving in and out of their intimidating towering trunks. Eventually, after what felt like eternity, I found a clearing and rushed in. I expected to find my scout leader and the others, but this was not the case, for this was not the clearing in which my scout troop had set up camp. No, this was somewhere else. Anomalously, the clearing did not have a carpet of dry soil and dead leaves like the rest of the park. Instead, it was a circular expanse of green grass, littered with tents, backpacks, gasoline cans, and all manner of camping equipment. By torchlight, the secrets of the clearing were revealed, for all around me were old boots, trainers, caps, and sleeping bags, and sticking out of the discarded clothing were bones and skulls, all of which looked human and ranged in size and shape. At first I imagined this was a graveyard of sorts, a killing field maybe, but then I realized it wasn't a burial site. It was worse than that. It was a larder. My heart sank as it sank in that the markings I had followed of winged figures were clearly leading me here and not to safety. And it was obvious now that it wasn't human hands that had carved the markings. Abruptly, my inspection of the surroundings came to halt as a disturbing sound drew my attention to the center of the clearing. The noise was ghastly, a sort of chewing and grating sound that gargled and glugged with each bite. Accompanying the horrid noise was a feeble moaning, low and dim, the noise of a trapped or dying animal. With my orange flame, I approached the center of the clearing, wandering through the field of lost campers and corpses, until I made it to the middle, where a large and old oak tree stood, a solitary specimen of its kind. Edging round the corner of the tree, I followed the noise, with dread shivering up my spine and rattling my bones. Each step I took caused my instincts to scream at me to run in the opposite directions. Yet something else drew me on. I should have listened to my instinct, because horror tore through my body, soldering my feet to the ground as I glimpsed the sight ahead. Speechless and shocked, I opened my mouth to scream as the amber-colored light revealed all. Before me was Tyler, trapped in the mantis grip of a yellow-skinned humanoid. Her arms were locked around his crumpled body as she, crouching and hunched over him, gorged herself upon his flesh, splitting apart and segmenting. She, her face moved like the rasping mandibles of an insect, whilst her gray, translucent teeth raked sinew and meat from the nape of his neck. "Janen," Tyler whimpered, his broken form slouched over and limp. "Let him go!" I yelled, thrusting the torch towards her. She hissed as she fell out of her crouch position and fluttered up into the air, disappearing into the black for a moment. Desperate to help him, I reached over to Tyler, but as I looked down, I saw she had already hollowed out his back, exposing his spine. However, the most gruesome part was seeing that. There wasn't much else left of his interior, and yet his heart continued to heat, and his empty eyes begged for life. Holding back my vomit, I fell away from the sight and swerved around in all directions, looking out for the monstrous creature whose buzzing wings were the only sound I could hear. "Why are you doing this?" I cried out. "This place is ours, meat. Sacred to us. All that stepped within its boundaries are food," she chirped, her voice resembling the sound crickets make. Out of the shadows she emerged, her wicked beauty a visage of Titania. I stared at her, lacking the words or the courage to speak. Before my eyes I watched as her yellow plates and raking fangs retracted back into place, forming a face that resembled a human, complete with womanly black bow lips. "What are you?" I asked, but I needn't, for what she was clear. "Old. Older than the dirt beneath your toes, hungrier than any beast. I am the reason men feared the woods and the dark," she replied, her bald, hairless head twisting and tilting with each word, almost as if she were a curious animal inspecting her prey. "You killed my friends," I shouted. "I've killed thousands of meat, as have my sisters elsewhere," she hissed back immediately, as if aghast and offended by my disapproval. "Sisters?" I stuttered, my worried tongue stumbling over the question. "Fret not, they know that this wood is mine and all within it is mine. They would never step into my domain, just as I would not step into theirs," she chittered, her voice becoming ever more unsettling with each sentence she spoke. I stepped away, but she hovered closer, approaching with a slow and silent glide. Though she was human-like in shape, imitating a naked feminine form with breasts and an hourglass waist, this was a hollow, for her skin was covered in countless layers of yellow exoskeletal plating, sheathed in the carapace of a wasp. She bore black stripes as well as other stranger markings across her person, and her features were sculpted with a venomous cruelty. "You are the first living man to step into my sacred grove in centuries. Once men came here seeking help, seeking a truce and aid. They made a deal that they would leave me be in the promise of prosperity and conquest," she said as she caressed the oak tree with her spidery black and yellow claws. "A bargain was struck. This is my land. It shall remain so, and I shall remain undisturbed, secret and safe. No man shall enter, no man shall burn or log, and any man who steps within my borders is meat." She hissed as her Vespidae wings, black and transparent, carried her closer. Her eyes, those big black compound eyes, were the worst. They were fragmented like a fly's, but they were empty of any mercy or compassion. Instead, they were filled with an ageless, ancient hunger. "Does the meat like what it sees? Does it want me to lay my kiss upon it?" she asked, her strange voice scuttling through the air and infesting my ears. "No," I stammered, backing up slowly and avoiding the enchanting enthrallment of her voice. A paralyzing poison, her speech was like the black speech of Queen Mab or the mischievous, spellbinding calls of Puck. It seeped into my every thought. "Am I not beautiful? Am I not the lady of the wood? Come be with me. Let me embrace you. Let me lay my kiss upon you," she whispered, her words pulling and tugging at me. "I think I'm just going to leave now." I resisted. "Leave? No, no, no. I've not yet had my fill," she roared. Leaping through the air, those wasp-like wings of hers swept through the wind with razor-sharp speed, torpedoing her entire body towards me, her claws and hungry jaws ready to sink into my soft human skin. It was only by a miracle that I ducked and avoided her grasp at the last minute. However, in my panic, I failed to see what was around me and tripped over the faceless body of my friend Simon. I screamed and rolled away, scrambling towards the oak tree at the center of the clearing. Looking around in a panic, I could no longer see my flying assailant. "I can taste your fear. It salts the skin and makes the meat taste so sweet." Her voice dribbled and taunted. from all directions. A globule of drool splashed upon my shoulder and ran down my scout uniform. Breathless and terrified, I forced myself to edge my eyes upward to the sight I already knew awaited me. Above, crawling upside down on the bark of the tree, was the predatory female, her wings folded back and vibrating with excitement. "Come here, meat!" she screeched as her bow lips split wide and revealed her endless rows of gray fangs. In my panic, I swung my torch in front of myself, and though I missed her face, the flames caught the branches of the oak and set it alight. Unnaturally, the fire spread quickly, slithering across the skeletal leafless bark and branches of the tree, causing it to groan and cry out like no tree should. "What have you done, stupid meat?" the woman wailed as she swatted the torch from my hands, causing it to land into a collection of discarded tents and a propane tank. An explosion ripped through her campsite graveyard, and swiftly rivers of flame tore through the larder. "You wretch! You horrible little wretch! I will peel the face from your head! I will eat you slow, from the feet up!" she screamed as she flew above the walls of yellow and red haze. With a quaking stomp, she fell from the sky and landed in front of me. I was weaponless, unprotected, and without escape. Victoriously, she scrambled towards me, buzzing and rumbling across the burning expanse like a fly drenched in toxic bug spray. I, on the other hand, retreated, tripping and stumbling over decades of bones and discarded clothing as I tried to find the means to escape my predatory pursuer. As if by chance, my eyes caught sight of a red metal canister. Praying to whichever god would hear, I begged that the canister held some gasoline, but before I could check if it was full or not, she leaped through embers behind me. There was no time left. I had to defend myself. Picking up the gas can, I tossed it right at her and watched as the liquid spilled across her chitinous armor and ignited with a wild fury. In an instant, she caught flame, and the blaze entwined her female silhouette in a blistering heat. Screams and roars of anguish sounded out, and the whole forest shook with terror as curses and languages I had never heard bounded out from the female as she scuttled across the scorched grove. I didn't stay to watch her burn and make sure the job was done. I ran, falling into mires and tumbling down hills. On I fled, fearing that behind every trunk and tree there should be. Every thought in my head was worry for her and her sisters, so I sprinted, galloping for days, stopping only to slurp some water from the occasional creek or stream. Time passed, but still I continued to ignore my aching hunger, the exhaustion and the pain. Bleeding, bruised, and covered in mud, I stumbled on, and finally, when I could walk no further, I fell through a bush and into a campsite. Barely conscious, I watched as our scout leader rushed over, with the rest of the troop following behind. Then it all went black. Next thing I remember was waking up a day later in hospital. I tried to tell my scout leader that I had been lost for days. I spoke of how the others fell prey to the lady in the woods, but he didn't believe me, and what he said next left me beyond bewildered. "John, your story doesn't make sense. You weren't missing or lost for days, not even hours. It was only 30 minutes at most since we lost track of you guys, and then, just as we were about to inform the park rangers, you fell into the camp," my scout leader stated. "That's not possible. It was night, and then day, and night again. I ran for days. I'm not crazy," I screeched. But looking back, I suppose that didn't help my case. It is strange. The doctors were convinced you were of pretty much the same. They said you looked like someone who had spent a week out in the wilderness, malnourished, starving even. But you hadn't, he replied, almost leaning towards believing me. Then they appeared. A bunch of men dressed like park rangers, which they claimed to be, but once they started speaking, I wasn't so sure. "I'm sorry to tell you this, young man. Your friends, well, they fell victim to a bear attack, most likely a grizzly bear." "You're lucky to be alive," one of the men said in a cold, robotic tone. No, no, it was her, I yelled. That part is cordoned off for a reason. It's dangerous, full of bears, and you would do well to stick to the path in the future, the unflinching and inhuman ranger declared. What about the fire? I set fire to her and her lair. Surely you've seen that, or at least the smoke from it, I claimed. But this too did nothing to convince them of my sincerity. Son, there was no fire, no lady of the wood, just a bunch of boys who got lost and unfortunately crossed paths with a hungry bear, one of the men said, his words pressing and not so much a statement, but rather a threat. That was the last thing they said, and I never saw them again, though I suspected they were always watching or listening, just to check that I never revealed the truth. Not the truth that there is monsters. No, the truth that the Lady of the Wood revealed. She claimed this land of ours was won and given through a deal with her and her kind. A deal which was cemented on the promise of secrecy and protection of herself and her sisters. I imagined that those in charge, those in power, would do anything to ensure that secret never came to light and that the bargain remained intact, out of fear that what was given would be taken away. With that in mind, I chose to remain silent for most of my life. Until now, that is. Too many people have died because of my silence, so now I'm speaking out. If you are reading this and have any plans on visiting a national park in the future, then please, please remember, stick to the path. Do not stray from the trail. Do not dawdle. There is a reason why we were afraid of the dark and the forests. For the woods of the world are ancient and wild, and they conceal a wicked truth. There are ravenous things out there. Story. Maybe the national parks aren't just there to preserve nature. Big Bend. Big Bend National Park. The sign announced my arrival in the familiar font of all official Park Service communication. The ranger's booth beyond it grew large as I approached. I slowed to halt alongside the squat yellow hut and paused my podcast. "Afternoon, friend," the attending ranger greeted me with a bored smile that reached barely to the corners of her mouth. I nodded my head in response. "Entrance fee increased to $30 this year," she intoned. "We can take cash or charge." I fished my wallet from the backpack on the seat next to me and handed her 2 20s. She returned a 10, but kept a hold of the bill as she handed it through the window. "Be safe out there." We locked eyes, and she fixed me with a meaningful glare that seemed to say that she was more concerned with my behavior than my safety. "And don't talk to the animals." She relinquished the change. I shook my head, marveling and a strange warning, and drove on, hitting play on my phone. Indeed, listener, it's best if you don't acknowledge these creatures at all. The podcaster pronounced this final sentence of the program in a tone that he no doubt imagined to convey solemn gravitas. Cheesy music and a cheap howling wind sound effect signaled the end of the episode. I fiddled with my phone, tapping into a playlist I'd labeled Old News. The Eagles crooned back at me. 4 that want to own me, 2 that want to stone me. 1 says she's a friend of mine." The sound cut out. I wrestled with the auxiliary cord that connected my phone to my car speakers and glanced at the home screen. No service. I stared at the now useless brick for a moment before turning my attention back to the road in front of me. Without my primary source of entertainment, I scanned through the radio stations hoping to find something other than the breathless preaching that dominated the airwaves outside of the state's major population centers. I found only static. Admitting defeat, I turned my focus from dashboard to get a proper look at my surroundings. Tall yellow grass grew mysteriously from rocky soil that did not appear capable of supporting life. Crooked trees, all limbs bent at impossible angles from the terrain. The scrubland, dotted with cacti, gave way to jagged mountains that stretched far into the horizon, and foliage seemed to grow thicker with elevation. Across the alien landscape, tiny roadrunners bolted back and forth, chasing some elusive prey on their impossibly fast little legs. Or, I chuckled to myself, perhaps they were eluding a dim-witted coyote. My car jolted, as if I'd hit a pothole. The explosion of feathers across my windshield, however, indicated that the bump had not been the result of a shortfall in the park's maintenance budget. I cursed aloud. The view had distracted me. I resolved to focus on the road rather than the environment, figuring there'd be time enough to appreciate the majesty of nature during my hike. A nearby sign indicated the Lost Mines Trail, my destination, to be several miles further. After another eerily silent half an hour on the road, I reached the trailhead. A smiling older couple, each wielding 2 walking sticks, lumbered off the path as I pulled into a nearby parking space. I collected my phone from the dashboard and my backpack from the seat next to me, along with my boots from the floor. Stepping out of the car, I stretched my legs and popped the trunk. The older gentleman, presumably husband to his hiking partner, walked around behind my car and greeted me with a friendly wave as I sat to change my shoes. "Looks like you'll have the trail to yourself this afternoon, pal." He flourished his hand magnanimously at the empty parking spaces around us. "Didn't see anyone else up there?" I pulled on my dusty brown boots as he shook his head. "No, just that old boot over there," he gestured toward his wife. I laughed as if his joke had been funny and double-knotted my laces. "You have the most beautiful eyes," croaked the old woman, cued by his gesture. "You just don't see that color blue every day." I chuckled and thanked her. "You folks have a good evening now," I said. Shouldering on my backpack, I pulled my hat low over my eyes to keep what I now realized to be a blazing afternoon sun off of my face. The blue of the hat's brim now occupied nearly half of my visual field, and it obscured the old folks as I waved. "You too, young fella." I looked up to see the old man return the wave and stump back to his wife beside their Prius. Watching the hunched gentleman labor to cross the mere feet of the parking lot, I marveled that he'd been able to complete the trail's steep climb. Maybe the couple had kept their walk short. In any event, I set out toward the path. The first mile or so of Lost Mines proceeds mostly uphill. Bristly flora frame the entire trail, and the low bushes make it easy to forget that the path winds through the middle of the desert and not somewhere more hospitable. As the trail switchbacks carve their way up the mountain, every few hundred yards, a clearing in the foliage reveals a sweeping view of the surrounding landscape. I covered this first stretch in a little less than half an hour, hoping to capture the scenery for a new computer background. I paused in one of these gaps in the foliage and pulled out my phone. The vista proved hard to photograph, though, and my efforts resulted in only a single passable shot. I dropped my phone back into my pocket and unscrewed my water bottle from the strap of my backpack. I took in the scenery as I drank. A snuffling sound interrupted my commune with nature. My stomach dropped and I spun my head in search of the noise. I'm a big guy, but I'm hardly a match for the black bears that frequent this part of the park. I spotted it to the left, a coyote. I froze and watched the creature emerge from the bushes. It had its back to me, and its head in one of the prickly bushes off the trail. It continued snuffling around the foliage, but its rummaging was bringing it closer to me. I slowly screwed the top back onto my water bottle. Coyotes didn't usually attack people, but in an emergency, I could use the mostly full bottle to bludgeon the beast. The coyote raised its head and froze. It sniffed the air. Slowly, it turned to face me. I locked eyes with it. The creature looked wrong. I seemed almost to have 2 snouts, one on top of the other. The deformity looked like a video game rendering error of the sort that makes a virtual plant disappear into a wall and come out the other side. Like one snout had incorrectly rendered inside the other, and a tiny bit of the duplicate, just the nose, was poking through the coyote's face. I stared into the creature's wide, dark eyes for what felt like hours. Its noses twitched, both of them, as it sniffed the air. "Easy, boy." I muttered the words to the creature in what I hoped to be a slow, calming whisper. "Take it easy." The beast stared. I didn't move a muscle. Then the coyote cocked its odd head to the side, and quickly, so quickly that I still questioned whether it had happened at all, the coyote winked. Behind me a branch snapped and I spun. Finding nothing, I turned quickly back to the creature, but it was gone, scared away, no doubt, by the noise. I was breathing heavily, far more heavily than my brief hike up the trail merited. It took a moment to collect myself. I'd seen deformed animals before. Goats with extra legs, deer with stubby little antlers. This coyote was just an accident of birth, the product of a twisted genome that had made it adulthood. Surely hadn't actually winked at me, and even if it had, it was an animal, so it couldn't have been communicating anything with a minor twitch. I carried on up the trail, but the image of the coyote and its bizarre double snout stayed with me. Around mile 1.5, I reached another clearing. On the left-hand side of the path, this rest stop featured a bench carved from one of the sharp little trees. I paused briefly to tighten the laces on my boots and take a sip from my Nalgene. As I screwed the cap back on, movement from the corner of my eye caught my attention. I spun, half expecting to find the coyote staring back at me. Instead, I found another hiker passing me on the trail. He was descending, heading the opposite direction from me. The man wore brown hiking boots that rose to mid-calf. Gray socks extended from underneath just a bit further up his calves, ending below olive green work shorts, the same color as my own. Unlike mine, however, his shorts lacked the little loop from which someone using them for manual labor might hang a hammer. They also lacked the little yellow C that marked the brand on the back right pocket. His blue baseball cap was pulled low enough that I didn't get a good look at his face, but I noticed that his gray t-shirt seemed entirely free of sweat. The man raised a hand as I turned, though didn't say anything. "How's that last stretch?" I asked, as he passed to my right. "Easy!" He rumbled the word in a deep baritone, not much louder than a whisper, drawing it out into languid assurance. He continued down the trail. "How's the view?" I asked to his back. "Easy," I heard again in the same slow whisper, before the hiker disappeared around the next switchback. I shook my head, not sure I'd heard the guy correctly, as I gathered my belongings and finished lacing my boots. The sun was beginning to sink. I reached the trail's peak a little less than a mile later, and was greeted by a sweeping view of the surrounding desert. By then, a brilliant sunset painted the desert, and I marveled at the view for nearly 20 minutes. As I made my way back down the trail, the temperature dropped with the sun. A cloudy evening obscured the views I'd enjoyed on the way up, and by the time I'd reached halfway down the trail, I had to use the flashlight on my phone to light the path in front of me. Hiking at night is always unnerving. This wasn't the first time I'd been caught out on a trail after sundown, and the desert path was much less intimidating than some of the more heavily wooded trails in the other parks I visited. Still, the normal sounds of wildlife become much more sinister at night. As I descended, my thoughts turned back to the events of the day. I'd woken up at the crack of dawn to make the long drive. I didn't mind road trips, but the space between Austin and Big Bend was just empty. Not like one little town every couple of miles empty. Completely empty. Bring a spare can of gas and make sure you fill up every time you see a station empty. I'd really plumbed the depths of the podcast universe, and even my favorite programs had run stale by the time I'd reached the welcome sign. What was it the ranger had said to me? Don't talk to the animals? I suppose a person has to be a bit odd to become a park ranger anyway, especially one way out here in the middle of nowhere. Still, strange thing to say, the memory of the odd warning brought to mind the coyote with its warped system snout. I shuddered at the image. A branch snapped to my left. Wind whistled through the bushes. I sped up. A rock had found its way into one of my boots, and I bent to fish it out. The wind was whistling again. I held my phone in my mouth as I pulled one of my socks higher to make the boot a bit more accessible. The laces had loosened over the course of the day, and I could fit a finger down to the sole. I found the pebble and worked it out of the shoe with my index finger. I rolled it just past the top lace, near the middle of my calf. It was difficult to see the little gray stone. It matched the color of my socks nearly exactly, and the low light didn't help. I managed to grab it before it could fall back into my boots, though, and tossed it into the brush along the side of the path. It made a small click as it landed. I stood and continued. I didn't get more than a few steps before I felt a tiny impact on the side of my leg. Assuming I'd kicked up a stick as I'd been walking, I carried on. After another few steps, though, I felt another pebble in my boot. This one hadn't gotten deep, and I didn't need my light to fish it out. I held it between my index finger and thumb. This one, too, matched my socks. I tossed it, as I had the other, and carried on. A few steps later, I felt another impact, this time at my ear. A bug, surely. I paused briefly before speeding up. Crickets buzzed loudly, and their nighttime whine seemed to come from every direction at once. A branch snapped. I was nearly jogging by the time I heard it. Easy, slow, deep, quiet. So quiet I couldn't be sure I'd heard it at all. I broke into a run. All around me the trail seemed to come alive. Branches snapped and the wind whistled, and crickets whined so loudly it was nearly deafening. My phone's light bounced as I ran, and my backpack jostled uncomfortably on my back. A root caught my foot. I threw my hands out to break my fall. The trail's tiny sharp rocks dug painfully into my knees and my palms as I hit the ground. I scrambled to stand, but as I looked up I found myself eye level with a pair of brown hiking boots. Easy. On my hands and knees in dust of the trail, bleeding into the grit, I froze. Strong hands hoisted me from the ground, and I could do nothing but allow myself to be lifted. After an eternity, I raised my eyes and found myself face to face with the park ranger. Easy. She spoke in the same careful tone that she'd used when selling my admission ticket, not the hiker's creepy whisper. I caught my breath for a moment before I responded. Thanks. I dusted off my shorts and stepped back. Once I collected myself, I realized that I'd reached the end of the path, and the ranger stood at the trailhead. My car was just a few feet away, and a light over the parking lot illuminated us. The ranger was holding a shotgun. She wasn't pointing it at me precisely, but she certainly wasn't pointing it anywhere else either. If she fired it, she'd probably blow off a few of my toes. Behind her stood the old couple I'd seen on the way up the path. The old man stood straighter now than he had earlier in the afternoon, and he traded his walking sticks for a shotgun of his own. His wife, too, was armed, and the three of them stood, unmoving, between me and my aging forerunner. None of them looked directly at me. In fact, each seemed to be looking pointedly at a spot where I wasn't. "What did I tell you when you first came into the park this afternoon, friend?" The ranger asked the question carefully and without much inflection. She still didn't meet my eyes, staring instead at the path behind me. Given her monotone, I couldn't tell whether she was scolding me or testing me. "Don't talk to the..." ... I paused. "The coyote." "Don't talk to the animals," I finished. The ranger and her companions all visibly deflated, as if they'd been holding their breath. Each of the three of them finally turned their eyes to me, and the ranger shouldered her firearm. "Friend, you get back in that car and you head straight out of this park," the old man commanded me with a gravity that could not possibly have come from the doddering old fellow I'd met earlier in the day. "Don't stop, not for nothing," the old woman added. "Or nobody," she fixed me with a steely gaze that matched the gravity of her husband's. "Not until you're out of the park. I wouldn't worry too much about the speed limit either, friend," the ranger added. I opened my mouth to ask what in God's name the three of them were talking about, but the ranger fixed her jaw in such a way as to indicate that the conversation was over. The old couple wore similar expressions, and the three of them turned their full attention to the path. Guns aimed to the ground. I followed their instructions. I didn't change my boots. I didn't take off my shirt, even though a day's worth of sweat had turned its gray material nearly the same color black as my car's upholstery. The Forerunner came to life with its deep rumble, and I stomped the gas, peeling out of the parking lot with a squeal. My hands didn't stop shaking until I was nearly 3 miles from the trailhead. The road in and out of Big Bend is straight and covers several miles between the park entrance and the trails. I'd finally begun to relax, and I could see the ranger's booth in the distance when I heard it again. Easy. The same slow whisper, so quiet that my rumbling engine nearly drowned it out. I spun my head in every direction. The sun was all the way down by this point, and I couldn't see much outside the too dim glow of my headlights. I heard it again. Easy boy. The same tone, the same whisper. Take it easy, boy. Faster this time, but not like a person who talked fast, like a video played at double speed. I continued to look frantically around me, doing my best to keep some attention on the road. Motion at the corner of my eye caught my attention. I turned my head to the right. At the very edge of the half circle of road illuminated in my headlights ran an animal that looked like it had 2 snouts, one on top of the other. I stomped the gas. Easy, loud, deafening, but still soft somehow, like a recording of a whisper played at full volume through an expensive sound system. The ranger's hut grew larger in the distance. I kept my attention on the road in front of me, but from the corner of my eye I could see that the coyote, the whatever it was still right on the edge of my headlights. I chanced to look at it, only for a moment. The sight haunts me still. On the edge of the road, just outside the light of my headlights, ran the coyote on its hind legs. Its twin snouts foamed, and its mouth yawned open. As it panted, the creature's jaw opened wider than any natural being's ought to, and row upon row of human-looking teeth hung nearly to its chest. A chest that seemed to be wearing a gray t-shirt, but not wearing it precisely. Rather, the shirt seemed almost to grow from the creature's body, giving way seamlessly to the patchy fur of its arms and stomach. It turned its head and looked directly at me. Its eyes were no longer the wide brown eyes of an animal, but rather piercing, blue eyes, like a human's, like mine. The coyote winked. I tore my gaze from the abomination to spare a glance at my speedometer. I was going 87 miles an hour. I was going 87. I willed the aging SUV to go faster. Faster than it had any right to go. Faster than whatever was keeping pace with me out my window. I stole another glance at the creature. As I turned my head, I saw the beast stop. Not slow down. Stop completely, as if it had run into a wall. I whizzed past the ranger's hut, and then the welcome sign, and didn't ease up on the gas until both were firmly in my rear view. But I heard it again. Take it easy. Dot. I slammed on the brakes, and I could smell the rubber burning under my tires. Don't let the sound of your own wheels make you crazy. The eagles crooned from my car speakers. I had service again. The song had carried on right where it left off as my phone picked up a signal. I put the old SUV in park, right there, in the middle of the road. Tears ran freely down my cheeks, and my hands shook so violently I couldn't have driven the car if I'd tried. I don't know how long I sat there, parked in the middle of the West Texas highway. Minutes, half an hour, hours. Once I'd pulled myself together, I called the Marfa Hotel where I'd intended to spend the night and canceled my reservation. I drove straight home, through the night and into the morning. I stopped only for gas and hardly took a breath until I reached my Austin apartment. I double-locked the door, pulled the blinds closed, and collapsed exhausted into my bed. I'm still not sure just what the hell I saw out there in the desert, but the next morning I had the thought, for the first time, but certainly not for the last, that maybe the national parks aren't just there to preserve natural beauty. Military rescue. Why we leave survivors behind. They said it was nothing, a routine rescue op at a facility known as the Tantalus site, but that quickly proved untrue. Terribly, horrifically untrue. The report said we'd be flying into the Baghlan province of northern Afghanistan, where rugged mountains cut through a remote and arid wilderness. According to the dossier, we were responding to fragmented reports of a fallout of some biological toxin that made sarin and mustard gas look like helium. Its official name was Headshoe 211. The last contact was a month ago. Whirls of air whipped at my face as I looked down at the dossier. The report flapped in my hand as our chopper tilted over the craggy hills, which were rapidly turning into soaring, snow-touched mountains. The Hindu Kush had been the perfect place for our military to build the testing facility. Incredibly difficult terrain to navigate on land, a tiny population, thousands of valleys and cliffs and caves to conceal themselves in. It seemed ideal. I work with an aeromedical evacuation unit. We specialize in getting our wounded out of tight spots and treating life-threatening injuries under the worst conditions. Blood, bile, bullets, brains, bodies. It was fair to say I could hold my own in high-pressure scenarios. But something about this op unnerved me. The photos of the facility we were heading to were 10 years out of date, and they showed nothing more than a giant steel door cut into the overhang of a steep cliff. I could only wonder at the scale of the photos, the cost of building such a thing somewhere as isolated as this. The few photos showcasing the inside of the facility showed a cavern the size of a gymnasium, filled with tables, vehicles, and tents. Across from me, Connors yelled out over the roar of the rotors. His voice was further muffled by the plastic shield of his white hazmat suit. "You see the last picture?" I turned the report to the last page, bypassing photos of sterile labs, rows of tents and smiling scientists and soldiers at their various stations, and ended on a grainy black and white image of a perfectly square hole cut directly into the stone. It sat at the end of a narrow tunnel, and thick steel bars covered it. A sign on one side bore the familiar black and yellow warning signs of toxic chemical. No information accompanied the photo. I felt my unease grow. Connors yelled again. "You hear what sort of shit they were making in there?" I heard its effects were modeled after radiation poisoning. He shook his head. "Makes you wonder what they tested it on." I couldn't give him an answer. I thought about a man I'd rescued after a nuclear plant had been attacked. His entire body had been covered in layers of blistering reddened skin that came off in patches. His flesh was eaten away by lesions and boils, bone visible in the craters where his body degenerated on a cellular level. A slow, pointedly awful way to go. Our supervising officer finally ended him with a bullet to the head. Imagining our military developing something like that for warfare twisted my guts. What exactly were we walking into? Our chopper landed in front of the base an hour later. What few trees grew at this altitude whipped around in a frenzy as the pilot landed us. I hopped out and stared in awe at the steel door we'd seen in the photos. It measured 50 feet in height and was wide enough to drive 2 tanks through side by side. Years of exposure to the elements had turned its silver sheen to a ruddy brown. Our commanding officer, a serious-looking woman named Keys, clambered out of the chopper and addressed the 6 members of our squad. Intel says the last report from this base clocked in a month ago. All it said was, "We're done." Then they went silent. We aren't sure whether they mean they're done with their project or something else, but we've been tasked with going in to check. Given their silence, we're anticipating a potential hazardous fallout from somewhere in the mountain. Our orders are to observe, report, and treat any potential survivors. Got it? Everyone nodded. We were used to this by now. Sometimes our operations had us combing through towns and villages littered with bodies, many in conditions that defied nature. This should prove no different. Keys approached the doors and opened a rusted metal cabinet that contained a simple keypad. She input the complex code our superiors had given us, and the doors crept open for the first time in a month. The grinding of massive gears and hinges reminded me of a giant taking its first breath after eons of slumber. Little by little, Sunlight poured into the depths beyond, and we got our first glimpse of the Tantalus site. My eyes adjusted to the darkness beyond, and immediately my throat closed up. Connors took a step back, his hand going to the gun at his hip. Oh, what the fuck? Within the recesses of the mountain sat the central cavern and operating center of the Tantalus site. Rows of testing labs, comms sites, tables with equipment, tents, barracks, and vehicles filled the impressive space. But it looked like someone had bombarded it with a round of mortars. I could only imagine its original state from the pictures in the report. Now it all lay in heaps of shattered glass, twisted metal, and scorched wood. But what made Connors step back was the volume of blood and remains populating the decimated lab. Bodies hung limply from tables, limbs were strewn about like litter. The smell and taste were utterly horrendous. A miasma of rotting meat coupled with a strangely sweet chemical afterburn. Across the room, I spotted the torso of a man sitting keeled over one of the Humvees, its head smashed against the steering wheel, as though whoever it belonged to had been trying to escape and gotten ripped apart in the process. Along the inside of the giant metal door were gouges of blood where people had clawed to get out. Some of the bodies nearby bore fingers worn down to the bone. Keys led the way forward. My boots squelched in the leftover remains and stuck fast to the floor as congealed pools of blood sucked greedily at my boots. 20 feet or so to my right lay the body of a female scientist who looked strangely intact amidst all the carnage. Her face was contorted in a terrified scream, but her arms and legs were still attached. It was only when Connors accidentally bumped a rolling chair supporting her upper body that her lab coat folded open to reveal the cavity of her hollowed-out chest and stomach. Her face slid away from her skull, and a perfectly degloved human face landed with a wet splat at my toes, not a scratch on it. Who would take the time to do that? 100 feet in, and we came to the back of the main cavern. Here, the massive room narrowed abruptly into a tunnel, perhaps 10 feet high and 20 wide. It stretched deeper into the mountain, where I knew a natural system of caves resided. The smell of meat grew stronger, and I could taste the metallic sting of blood on my lips. Near the entrance of the tunnel sat a pile of limbs, organs, and bone. Beside them, several peeled skins were stretched between wall fixtures like animal hides. I shivered at the unsettling display of brutality and care, but by far the worst thing we encountered was the trail of blood staining the floor of the tunnel. Obviously, something had stockpiled the meat and skin near the entrance with some level of intelligence. Then this red, ragged trail showed where it systematically dragged its fodder deeper into the mountain. I looked at my companions, wondering if any of them might suggest we do the smart thing and get the fuck out of there. But no one did. Keys reminded us of our mission, and though she looked pale with fear, we had our orders. Search, secure, and stabilize. Remember, she added, if anyone finds survivors, we bring them back to the chopper at all costs. Our superiors need to know what happened here, whether it's salvageable or, she swallowed hard, whether it needs to be destroyed. I thought. Let them rain fire and brimstone down on this fucking place. But I nodded with everyone else. Now, Keys said, I need 2 of you to scout ahead. Go as far into the compound as you can. I want to get a comprehensive report on the rest of the facility while the rest of us search the main areas. And give a heads up for the rest of the team if we find whatever the fuck caused all this, I added silently. To my surprise, Connors stepped forward. I'll go, he said, his expression resolute. I didn't doubt his courage for a moment, but he'd looked pretty unsteady when we first came in. Without thinking, I stepped forward. Me too. Keys looked immensely relieved that she didn't have to pick. Thank you, gentlemen. You'll search for half an hour, then report back to me. Got it? We both nodded. Ahead of us, the tunnel marched on for what felt like an eternity. The blood made it resemble the throat of some giant monster. I looked at Connors. Ready? He lifted a severed hand and gave me a thumbs up. I shook my head. Gallows humor struck at strange times. Fuck you. Let's go. We continued into the darkness. The vast bulk of the Tantalus site consisted of a long tunnel winding its way into the depths of the Hindu Kush like a spine, and smaller tunnels would branch off at regular intervals like ribs. We encountered fewer remains down here. It looked as though the main bloodbath took place in the facility center. From time to time we spotted another body. Usually it had been slashed or bashed into a pulp, but they were all stripped of their vitals with the same brutish intelligence. Crusted trails of blood led out from these smaller intersections and joined the carpet of red-brown sludge winding through the main tunnel. Eventually, we reached the final offshoot. The tunnel had grown narrower back here, maybe half a mile from the main cavern. The remains also thickened once again, and that scent cloyed my nose, stronger than ever. Giving a nod to Connors, I rounded the corner. Rotting remains hung from every visible surface. Brown stains rusted the stone walls. Before me loomed a small opening in the concrete, perhaps 5 feet by 5 feet. The steel bars across it had been bashed inward. I approached cautiously. The light of my flashlight danced around that black opening. The darkness beyond ate every speck of light that touched it. I came up to its edge and slowly peered inside. My beam flickered weakly into a space that positively reeked with the overwhelming stench. It clung to me, burned me, and squirmed its way up my nose and down my throat like fumes of jet fuel. My heart hammered on and on. Something reflected the light of my beam. 2 eyes stared back at me through the darkness, blinked once, then disappeared. "Anyone down there?" Connors called to me from the main tunnel. "No," I said as I turned around to leave. "No survivors down here." I work with an aeromedical evac unit for the military. Our job is to treat and evacuate wounded soldiers in dangerous situations. Recently, my unit was assigned to a military facility known as the Tantalus site, where they developed a deadly biological toxin that wrought unimaginable havoc on their test subjects. A leak at the compound was reported before the entire place went dark. When we arrived, we encountered a mess of people torn apart by something monstrous, and the last thing I remember was seeing eyes in the dark. Connors knew the moment I turned back to face him that I was lying. He narrowed his eyes and took a step toward me. "Bullshit, man. What'd you say?" I held his gaze for a moment. "Eyes. Human ones." He grimaced. "Fuck." He was about to say something else, but we were interrupted by a scrabbling sound coming from inside the stone opening. It reminded me oddly of my dog's claws scrambling on our polished wooden floors back home. A dark shape flitted across the opening. "Fuck," Connors repeated, his hand going to his sidearm. "Fuck, we gotta go." The scrabbling grew louder and a chittering, clicking sound echoed out of the hole. A hand, slender jointed and covered in weeping sores, clutched the edge of the opening. "Run!" I whispered. Together we took off at a dead sprint. The chittering turned into a feral squeal, like a hog bellowing a threat at a predator. We heard the skittering grow louder, and then the bone-chilling sound of something weighty slapping the concrete floor in rapid succession. Neither of us dared to look back. Connors was 10 feet ahead of me, his boots kicking up flecks of bone and blood in my face. Whatever the fuck was chasing us didn't sound like something on 2 feet. I could hear its limbs hitting the ground in frenzied intervals, like a child running upstairs on all fours. Its chittering cut away for ragged breathing as it loped after us, and that awful smell of rotting meat, tainted with a chemical afterburn, assaulted my sinuses yet again. We bolted through the tunnel toward the main facility center and were intercepted by Keyes and another man named Sheaf 100 feet from the entrance. Sheaf held an M4A1 rifle to his cheek and had the barrel aimed in our direction. "In here, both of you," Keyes shouted. She ordered Sheaf to fire the moment we ducked out of the way. The big man pulled the trigger twice, and the shots briefly deafened me in close quarters. I heard a loud squeal further up the hall, followed by the sound of retreating footsteps. Hopefully whatever the fuck that thing was got the message. As Keys hustled us further down the hallway, a ringing subsided in my ears. For a ridiculous moment, I worried about potentially getting tinnitus. Then I shook my head. Of all the things to worry about, a ringing in my ear was nothing. It was certainly far better than whatever fate had been suffered by the poor bastard sitting a little further down the hallway. His skull had been shorn off at the mouth, and oddly his tongue and teeth were missing. I carefully stepped over him and followed Keys through a large metal door, which Sheaf quickly shut behind him. I spent a minute regaining control of my heartbeat. Connors did the same. As we slowly recovered, we debriefed Keys on what we'd seen. Connors did most of the talking, though he left out the part where I'd initially lied. After what we just went through, I think he understood on some level why one might feel compelled to deny the existence of that thing. Once I had my heart rate more or less back to normal, I looked around the room we'd been herded into. It was a lab, an unusually clean room for what we'd seen beyond that metal door. It was lined with white tiling and filled with shiny metal tables which held various canisters, tubes, and electronic equipment. While Sheaf sat on a low chair by the door to check his weapon, Keys went over to another table near the back of the room where the rest of our team stood. They were all crowded around something I couldn't make out. As I approached, I briefly nodded to Bronson and Sykes. Bronson was a slim, slightly older man with sandy blonde hair flecked in gray and stubble permanently shadowing his chin. Sykes was a slender woman who came up to my shoulder. Her dark hair was pulled back into a severe bun that accented a young, serious face. The two of them stood beside Larson, the final member of our team. He had a reedy build, fiery red hair, and thick-framed glasses. Long, slender hands that reminded me of the ones reaching through that grate carefully worked their way over something on the table. Something I instantly regretted looking at as soon as I joined them. They stood over another man dressed in a lab coat who was laid back on the table. I was surprised to see he was alive, albeit unconscious. Larison had rolled the man's right pant leg up to the thigh. The back of his calf, from his knee to his Achilles tendon, was nothing but gangrenous flesh eaten away to the bone. It looked like something had taken a large oval-shaped bite out of his leg and left the rest to fester into oblivion. I watched as Larison carefully sliced away the infected bits, cleaned the exposed muscle and tissue out with a nausea-inducing medicine, and then wrapped the entire thing up in a clean bandage. Out of all of us, he had the most experience with serious wounds in the field. He wrapped the man's leg up tight and ordered Bronson and Sykes to make a pair of crutches for the scientist. As they did that, Connors joined us, and Larson explained how they'd found him. We were doing a more detailed sweep of the tunnels, and we heard something clatter down the hallway. We saw this guy limping toward this lab like a bat out of hell. Made pretty good time for someone with only half his leg. He shook his head. I tried telling him we were friendly, but that didn't do much. He screamed and fought us before we were able to sedate him. Larson leaned back in his chair, right as Bronson and Sykes returned with makeshift crutches made from chair legs and links of wire. I want to amputate it, Larson continued, but these operating conditions aren't exactly ideal. Sykes eyed us carefully. What happened down at the other end of the tunnel? We heard you guys running and something chittering, then Sheaf's gun going off. I shook my head. I don't know what it is, but it was fast and nasty. What did it look like? She pressed. We didn't get a good look, but Sheaf shot at it. We all looked at the big man. His square jaw and crew cut would have made him at home in any combat unit. He simply shrugged. It was human, naked, real skinny, lots of wounds and cuts all over its body. Didn't see much more than that before I fired. How many of them were there? Bronson asked. Not sure, I said. We only saw the one, but there's no way only one of these things could kill an entire fucking base, Connors finished. We let that little revelation sink in. Suddenly, I wanted very badly to get the fuck out of there. But Keyes wanted more information out of our friend. What exactly happened here? Whether there might be more survivors deeper in the tunnels. I selfishly hoped there weren't. In the meantime, we remained locked behind that door. Apparently, it was sturdy enough to keep our new scientist friends safe. We waited for a little while for the sedative to wear off. It took maybe 20 minutes. When the scientist eventually stirred, Larson had Sheaf and Connors hold him down so he couldn't hurt himself. The scientist opened his eyes slowly, regarded us, and immediately began thrashing. "No, no," he howled, arching his back against the table and thrashing so hard Sheaf almost lost his grip. "You won't take any more of me, you fucking bastards! Let me go, or fucking kill me! Hey, hey, hey!" Keith shouted. She grabbed the man by his shoulders and looked him square in the eyes. "You're not in any danger, okay? We're part of a medical evac unit. We just found you and fix your leg up. We're gonna get you out of here, all right." The scientist seemed to calm down a little. He nodded slowly, and Sheath and Connors relaxed their grip. He tried sitting up and cried out when his leg clipped the table. Larson immediately reached around to support his shoulders, while Sykes caught his leg and helped him swing it into a sitting position. I instinctively offered him my canteen, which he accepted gratefully. He drained nearly half of it before taking another breath. Wiping his mouth with a stained sleeve, he handed it back to me. "Thanks." "Sure thing." Keyes leaned in again. "Sir, could you tell me your name?" "Ketterman." "Dr. Joseph Ketterman," Dr. Keyes said slowly. "Would you be willing to tell us what happened here? What happened to those people out there? What did all this?" Ketterman gazed back at her, his eyes pale as cold slate. For a moment, I swore I saw guilt cross his face, but it was quickly replaced by resignation. "Give me a moment," he sighed. "I feel as though I just returned from the dead." We nodded, and Bronson offered him a cigarette. Ketterman smoked it in 2 greedy puffs, downed some more water, massaged his thigh muscle, and finally took a deep breath. "We fucked up," he said with no preamble, monumentally. More specifically, we created something monstrous, a weapon, a biological toxin in a gaseous form designed to degenerate a subject's body on a cellular level. It would lead to massive organ failure, eat through skin and sinew, and break one's body down at its most basic levels. The skin reddens with irritation, then blackens, the immune system fails, and the subject would essentially rot from within like a pumpkin. We meant for it to be an instrument of war, something so ungodly, so horrific that it would induce obedience in 2 generations of whoever we were fighting at the time. He swallowed hard. Our test subjects started small. Rodents, felines, canines, that sort of thing. All of them succumbed to the effects in a matter of minutes. We cut their bodies open and they'd be filled with tumors. Their bones broke apart like glass and their veins slithered out of the incisions. We knew the gas was effective because our subjects never stopped squealing from the pain. And we administered painkillers, believe me. They had no effect. 6 months of trials showed complete success with our animal subjects, so our commanding officer flew in to review our progress. He was quite proud. When he left, Ketterman paused to gulp some more water. He ordered us to begin human trials. We asked where we might get those, and he mentioned that we had plenty of prisoners captured in the surrounding areas. We could use them. My insides squirmed at the way Ketterman recounted all of this. So, matter of fact, no emotion in his voice. We all watched him with rapt attention, hanging on to his every word. We discovered that using the gas on humans had an unintended side effect. The cellular degeneration eroded their brains and turned them into regressive versions of themselves. They quickly lost the ability to speak, control basic impulses, and recognize one another. But their instincts didn't devolve completely. They retained a primal intelligence similar to early hominids. They could understand their pain and what they were being used for, process their bodies slowly shutting down. The worst thing, though, was what they did to compensate for it. We had a pair of prisoners, a mother and son. The son was maybe 17 years old. I don't recall where they came from, but we tested the gas on the two of them together. Their bodies began to break down in minutes. The mother first, then the son. They degenerated quickly and struggled to recognize one another as their skin broke out into monstrous hives. The son was clawing at his abdomen. He managed to rip through his skin and pull his entrails out. They were blackened and calcified. We watched him disembowel himself while his mother tried to help him. She kept trying to cover up his wound with her hands, but it did nothing. Then the son turned on his mother. He attacked her and beat her to death. He started tearing at her body, removed her organs, and tried sliding them back into his own. Eventually he collapsed at the 15-minute mark. I swear we checked his vitals to make sure he was dead before we sent someone in to clean up the bodies. But when our man grabbed the son, he lunged at them and bit him in the neck, tore his throat clean out. Then he ran for the door, leaped on the guard coming in to help, and killed him too. No one was prepared for how ferociously he attacked. He downed the tunnel, looking for something. Eventually he came to one of the rooms where we stored the gas canisters. Ketterman shook his head. I hadn't realized he'd been smart enough to take the guard's key card before he killed them. He took some of the canisters out and threw them down the tunnel. More guards were there by this point, and they started shooting at him. Bullets met canisters, and Ketterman mimicked an explosion with his hands. The gas was dispersed through the main tunnel into the central room. Dozens of innocent men and women choked, convulsed, and collapsed where they stood. I only managed to avoid them because I was locked away in here. Gas couldn't penetrate my lab, but everyone else attacked one another, ripped each other apart limb from limb. The son was their ringleader. The scariest part was how smart they were. He stopped them from doing too much damage to the bodies. I believe he was trying to harvest their organs to supplement the effects of the gas. Ketterman rubbed his chin. The main door was locked down from within. Manual override in case a leak just like this one transpired. I messed my leg up trying to fix it, but one of those bastards caught hold of me before I could get back in. I've been waiting for your team to come for weeks, and now here we are. I regarded Ketterman in silence. He looked eager to get out of here, and I couldn't blame him. Keyes said, "Are you positive there were no other survivors?" "Just me," Ketterman said. "Good." Keyes drew her pistol, leveled it at Ketterman's head, and shot him. Everyone jumped back. A spray of blood erupted from the back of the scientist's skull as he flopped back on the table. "Jesus fuck!" Connors yelled, holding his hands over his ears. "What the fuck are you doing?" I rubbed my ears. The tinnitus clanged against my eardrums like a train whistle. Keyes calmly slid her pistol back into its holster. "You think I'm gonna let an evil motherfucker like that back into the world? I thought we were meant to be a passive rescue force," Larson muttered. He eyed his handiwork, which now meant nothing. "There's nothing passive about this, Larson." Keyes laid a hand on his shoulder. "Look, I'm not sure who's in charge of this place, but judging by what Mengele Jr. just told us, it created something worse than we could ever imagine. We're getting the fuck out of here and bringing this place down behind us. Got it?" Larson met her gaze for a moment, then nodded. She looked at the rest of us. Bronson, Sykes, Sheaf, Connors, me. We looked from her to the limp body of Ketterman. Then Connors nodded slowly. Whatever the fuck was in that tunnel wasn't human. If it's some emaciated demon spawn or something, it needs to die. He shouldered his gun. "So let's get the fuck out of here." I found myself nodding again. We could bring back some real firepower. Keep these things trapped here, then bring the mountain down on them. More than anything, I wanted to get out. Sheaf went to open the door, but stopped a moment before he unlocked it. "Do you guys hear that?" We froze and strained our ears. Beyond the metal door, we heard a skittering sound. Multiple skittering sounds. Chitters and chuffs like wild boars communicating with one another, filtered into the lab. We listened as the creatures scooted into the facility center and realized what they were doing a moment before it happened. My heart pulsed as the grinding of the doors closing rumbled the mountain. The creatures knew how to shut the door, most likely from observing one of the staff members trying to open it up during the initial outbreak, and Ketterman had just so very helpfully pointed out the way to open it from within was busted. We were trapped. I work with an air medical evac unit for the military. Our job is to treat and evacuate wounded soldiers in dangerous situations. Recently, my unit was assigned to a military facility known as the Tantalus site, where they developed a deadly biological toxin that wrought unimaginable havoc on their test subjects. A leak at the compound was reported before the entire place went dark. When we arrived, we encountered a mess of people torn apart by something monstrous. I was chased by emaciated humanoids, and we were told by the final survivor that the creatures were prisoners of war who'd been used as test subjects. Despite degenerating on a cellular level, they still retained some degree of intelligence, being smart enough to harvest the organs needed to sustain their ever-depleting bodies and to mimic ordinary human behavior, like closing the main doors and locking us in this infernal hellhole with them. Now we're locked in here, and we have no way of knowing how to get out. Horror settled over the group like a fog. I felt blood rush past my ears. Locked in an isolated location. Only a few people knew where we were. 3 feet of steel and rock shutting us off from the world. No other potential ways out. And a pack of intelligent, feral humanoids painfully aware of our presence here. "Well, what do we do now?" Bronson asked softly. Everyone started sharing their opinions all at once. Fight, call for help, bed down, the usual. Keys eventually got control of things. Her cropped blonde hair gleamed dirtily in the flickering light of the lab. The slow drip of Ketterman's brains oozing onto the floor punctuated the silence. "Let's go over what we know and take it from there," she said. Now, Ketterman told us he was injured trying to fix the controls that open the door, which means that not only is there a way to open the fucking things from inside, but they're close enough to this lab for an injured middle-aged man to stagger back to with those things on his heels. Beyond that, we know these creatures can be hurt. The one Chief shot at retreated immediately. We also know we can still get a comm signal out, weaken or not, because Dr. Fuckface was patching through requests for help to us. She pointed toward the door. I say we go out there quietly, weapons primed, and head for the control center. We'll find the door controls and have a team work on fixing that while another 2 work on comms. The rest will provide cover. Any questions? No one said a word. Good. Chief, Sykes, you 2 will work on the door. Larson and I will work on the comms. She nodded to Bronson, Connors, and myself. You 3 will stand guard. She had Chief hand his rifle over to me. Not everyone in our unit came armed to the gills. We had 3 rifles between us. The rest had pistols, and all of us carried standard army knives. This was the first time I ever regretted not having a heavier-duty gun. Chief's M4A1 felt heavy in my hands, but the weight was reassuring. I checked to ensure a round was already chambered and the safety on before doing the same with my pistol. I also loosened my knife in its scabbard. You could never be too careful. Also, no firing indiscriminately, Keys mentioned. 2 round taps only. Oh, and try to keep in mind that we're in a place where almost every surface is stone, metal, or concrete. So physics is not our friend. Be mindful of ricochets. Another obstacle to add to our growing list. Together we waited and listened. We could hear the creatures skittering around the compound, squealing and clicking at one another. I began to realize the sounds were less random than they seemed. A form of communication these things created to replace their voices. Did the gas rot their vocal cords away too? It seemed likely. For some reason that saddened me more than scared me. Unwilling human experiments, suffering a dark hell in the bowels of some remote mountain facility, their bodies shutting down on them like cancerous tumors. No one deserved that. I shook my head and returned to the present. Beyond the door, we heard the creatures recede into the darkness back to their lair. Keys made us wait for 15 minutes to pass in perfect silence before she cracked open the door and had Connors stalk forward a pace or two with his gun. I came right after him, then the others with their pistols drawn, and Bronson in the back to cover our tail. "Remember," Keys ordered softly, "as quiet as possible." As one, we crept out into the main tunnel, guns bristling in both directions, and made our way toward the center. Immediately I could feel a difference in the air, a staleness that came with a lack of airflow through the mountain. The smells of human remains and chemically tainted flesh were more prevalent. I squeezed the hand grip on Sheaf's weapon so tight it whitened my knuckles. "Double taps to preserve ammo," Keys had said. The cool metal of the rifle rubbed against my cheek as I imagined firing at one of those things. As we trekked toward the front, I gently nudged Sheaf. "How hard was it to hit that thing?" I asked softly. "Hard," the larger man replied. "It was fast and agile and ugly as a motherfucker, but it ain't invincible." I nodded. "Might sound silly," he added as we closed in on the facility center. "But just imagine, you're back home, plugging cans with a 0.22. Relax, aim, squeeze, fire. That's how I was when your ass came booking it back up here like your nuts were on fire." "Copy that," I said with a quiet laugh. After a moment, I did as he recommended and relaxed my stance and grip. My hands stopped shaking and my heart rate slowed. Behind me, Sykes called out quietly, "Found it." I didn't turn to see what she'd found. Connors and I kept our barrels trained on the graveyard of lab equipment and bodies in the main cavern, roving for the slightest movement. We let Sheaf tap us and tug us back into a glass-windowed room elevated 5 feet above the cave floor. Within, a bank of dusty controls, computers, and other equipment sat cracked and stained in blood. A hand severed at the elbow still clung to one of the monitors, the flesh blackened around the tips. Larson carefully removed it before Sheaf and Sykes set to work figuring out where the controls for the door were. Larson and Keys headed for a battered radio station 10 feet further down. I took point by the door with Connors beside me, and Bronson situated himself beside a shattered window between our two groups. At first, things went surprisingly well. Larson and Keys had the most success. They managed to open up the radio and patch things up enough to comb the waves for a signal. The low whine of static seemed deafening to me, but I suppose the risk was worth it. Sheaf and Sykes faced a more difficult situation. The controls for the entrance were simple enough, but the lever designed to open and close the massive door was jammed by a bloody shin bone. I wondered if it had been rammed in there on purpose. It looked as though someone, probably Ketterman, had hacked away at it. Splinters of meat and gristle glistened amid the gears, so Keys had Sykes carefully work the matter free with her knife. Sheaf oversaw the electronics. Despite the damage to the surrounding equipment, the controls had clearly been built to withstand the corrosive environment of a cave. Blood matted most surfaces, but underneath the damage was mostly superficial. What worried Keys the most was the potential of wrecking the lever's inner controls even further as the shin bone got removed. Sykes seemed painfully aware of this as she continued to slice away slivers of it in microscopic amount. Connors and I remained completely focused on our surroundings. He kept his sight on the tunnel and the stairs leading up to the control room. I swept the depths of the control center. I did my best to keep Sheaf's advice in mind. Bronson stood by the shattered window, equally alert, while Keys rotated the radio dial through different stations. A sudden crackle got everyone's attention as she broke through into the outside world. Base 74. This is Oral Lansing with Hear Me. It sounded so good to hear someone else's voice in here that I almost laughed. Keys maintained her composure as she spoke, though the relief on her face was evident. "We can hear you, Corporal Lansing. This is Captain Keys Jameson with the 112th Aeromedical Unit out of Camp Hartwell Marine Base. We were tasked with securing the Tantalus site. Coordinates are 33 point. She listed off the coordinates and then spent the next few minutes bouncing back and forth with the man on the other line. We weren't sure how much information went through, but just the idea that someone beyond our initial contacts knew about us sent a wave of relief through my body. I was still smiling when Bronson had his throat ripped out. The creature must have waited in the shadows of the ceiling above us. It attacked so quickly that Bronson didn't even have time to scream. He still had his gun leveled toward the broken window when a pair of greasy, gangly arms sliced out of the gloom, wrapped their claws around his neck and face and yanked him over the control bank with an incredible amount of force. Bronson's gun went off, firing bullets indiscriminately as 2 fingers sank into the flesh under his chin and exploded out of his mouth. Blood and teeth poured onto the equipment array, while the creature used his lower jaw to drag him forward into the cavern. I caught a fleeting, horrid glimpse of the thing's face. It reminded me of cadavers we'd operated on when we removed the skin from the muscle to study facial anatomy. Only this thing's face was covered in weeping yellow sores, blackened flesh, and pitted fissures. Strands of hair clung to its scalp and dangled in front of bugged-out eyes. It lacked lips and a nose, bearing a ragged hole in place of both, and its teeth were reed-thin, the color of rotted blood. Those teeth sank into Bronson's face as he was yanked onto the cavern floor below, his screams coming out in pitiful gargles. Without thinking, I ran and threw myself through the window after them and came crashing down on the humanoid's legs. It screamed and ripped its jaws away from Bronson's face, taking most of his cheek and ear with it. I tried squeezing off a shot from my rifle, but couldn't make enough room. Instead, I ripped my knife out of my belt and plunged it blindly into the thing's chest and stomach. The blade drove in like a nail through rotted wood. The creature screamed and scrabbled under me, cutting at my fatigues with its ragged claws. Flesh sloughed off its body. Shallow grooves sliced into my arms, chest, and abdomen. Blood saturated my hands as I shoved them into the creature's guts, letting fury propel me as I disemboweled its rotting insides. The creature let out a horrendous wail and bashed my head back against the concrete. I couldn't register the pain, too much adrenaline. My eyesight went fuzzy, tarry entrails squelched in my hands, blood seeped out of places it shouldn't, and the stench of death swirled out of the thing's awful mouth. A gunshot, then another. The creature's face caved in on itself as high-pounded bullets ripped its head apart. Blackened tissue and pieces of skull oozed down onto my face and into my mouth. The taste of expired meat seeped between my gums. I coughed and spat and shoved the fucking thing off me. Hands slid under my armpits and hauled me up. Connor supported me while Sheaf grabbed Bronson's limp body and slung him over one shoulder. Keyes grabbed my gun and ordered us to get back to the lab. We were about to head out before I yelled for them to stop. Lurched back around, raised by boot, and brought it down squarely on the creature's head, crushing it into a mass of black and red pulp. Rot in hell, you bloodthirsty fuck! I stomped again. I didn't want it coming back. This was insurance. Come on! Connors hauled me back the way we came. Keyes shouted some more. Bronson stained Sheaf's shoulders with dark blood. Larson and Sykes became our lookouts. From the bowels of the facility came a swelling wail, as if in answer to the one given by the creature I'd killed. The tunnel came alive with the sounds of chitters and squeals as we lugged ourselves back into the lab. Only when Sykes slammed the door did I finally feel the adrenaline abate. Sheaf dumped Bronson on one of the lab tables and Connors lowered me into a chair. Larson tried to inspect me, but I waved him to Bronson. Him first, man. A strange look crossed over Larson's face, a mixture of sadness and guilt. Bronson's dead, he said it matter-of-factly. I shook my head, my vision sloshing in my skull, like, fuck he is, check his pulse, staunch his wounds, fucking do something. Larson lowered himself to my eye level and slowly tilted my head to where Bronson lay. Even in my frenzied state, I could see he was gone. Most of his throat and lower face were gone. A gaping hole was all that was left, stained with slimy remains. My eyes tracked over him to the next table, and something chilled me to my bones. "Where the fuck's Ketterman? Where the fuck is he?" I repeated. The table where his lifeless corpse had laid was now empty save for a circle of blood at one end. Everyone went back on high alert as the lab was searched, but no trace of his body was found. Then she pointed to a thin, almost invisible trail of blood leading from the table to the door of the lab. "Those things took him." It wasn't a question. "They took him while we were figuring out the controls," Connors muttered. "Jesus." "Fuck," I grunted, then hissed when Larson peeled away my fatigues to reveal a long laceration down my right bicep. "Fuck you too. Hey now." He leveled his spectacles at me like a disappointed father. "No cursing out your doctor." I watched as his nimble fingers began probing my flesh around the various cuts I'd received from the creature. 2 on my right arm, 1 down my jaw along the neck and collarbone, and 2 more over my sternum. None were too deep, but they did burn like a motherfucker. Larson had to pour a stinging chemical over all of them, which led to another round of curses. Then he closed them with a binding agent that would allow the wounds to stretch and flex without too much risk of splitting open. As he worked on me, Keyes, Sykes, and Sheaf all stood vigil over Bronson. They cleaned the blood from his neck and face, cut away any residual filth from his clothes, and closed his eyes. Keyes looked guilty when she ordered his non-personals to be rationed out. His tags and personal effects were zipped away to be returned to his family when we got out of here. After what felt like an appropriate amount of time, Keyes had Connors drape a large sheet over his body. "I know how hard this is for all of you," she said slowly. "We're not a combat unit. We're a rescue team. But sometimes shit goes sideways and we have to adapt. Bronson was an excellent member of our team. We're going to get the fuck out of here no matter what happens, okay?" The rest of us nodded, even as the bigger question lingers above our heads like a mounting storm. Did our message make it out? In the meantime, Keyes assumed the role of the delegator. She had us strip ourselves of our MREs, weapons, tools, and medical supplies. "The point of this," she said, "was to get an idea of how long we might last down here if rescue took a while to come. Judging by our rations and water, we could stretch things for 3 days, perhaps 4. Weapons-wise, we still had most of our ammo, save for the magazine Bronson sprayed when he got grabbed. Larson kept himself busy by tending to my wounds more often than necessary. But I let him do whatever he needed because I think taking care of someone kept his mind off Bronson and, to some extent, Ketterman. Evil as the man was, Larson had still taken a vow to care for everyone to the best of his ability. Personally, I felt for him, but also knew killing the scientist had been the right thing. I felt similarly about crushing the skull of that creature. In the heat of the moment, it felt so incredibly vindicating to slaughter Bronson's killer. But now, I could only imagine the mother and son from that experiment. They didn't ask for any of this. The gas corrupted them beyond all human recognition, destabilizing their minds until they were only driven by the most primal urge. They were forced to skitter through the facility as cannibalistic byproducts of our newest weapon, to either subside on the gutted flesh of those they'd once been, or to suffer death by devolving into a living husk of their former selves. Not much of a choice. I watched as Larson's hands swept over the angry ridges in my flesh. "It's a fucked situation," I said quietly. He grunted. In the harsh light, his coppery hair looked like blood. "Thank you for fixing me up. I wish I'd been quicker to get to Bronson. I could have done more." A hollow cord caught in my throat. Larson stopped massaging my wounds and looked me square in the eye. Then he pinched one of my cuts. I gasped from the pain. "The fuck are you doing, asshole?" He smiled and released, "Just making sure you aren't turning into a self-pitying twat. Bronson was not your fault, and you did more than anyone else to try and save him. So every time you say something stupid, I'm going to pinch one of your cuts." I was trying to be heartfelt. You were trying to wallow in your grief. Cut it out. I glared at him. You are one miserable fucking bastard, you know that? Larson straightened himself up proudly. I do, as a matter of fact. Fine. Despite my best efforts, I couldn't help smiling. I hope we get out of here. If you keep moaning on, probably not. You know what? I think the creature nicked one of the arteries high up on my thigh. Why don't I pull down my pants so you can get on your knees and kiss my hairy, white... Everyone? Key's voice cut through the lab. Could you gather around? She got us all circled around the table that held our weapons, food, and other supplies. From here on out, we're going to be going on half rations. Obviously, it's not ideal, but what we have will only be good for 3 to 4 days. In the interim, we'll keep an ear out for that door and for the creatures. There's really not much else to do. Keep yourselves fit, play card games, talk, sleep, everything you've been taught to do to avoid letting your mind wander. Any questions? No one said anything for a moment. Then Sykes raised her hand. What happens if we hit that 3 to 4 day mark and no one's come? Keyes lifted one of the pistols lying on the table. Then we armor up and raid the canteen. The next several days proved difficult, to put it mildly. With no natural light to mark the passage of time, we depended mostly on our watches and internal clocks. But adrenaline, fear, and the admittedly unpleasant aroma of Bronson's corpse beginning to rot made it hard. We employed every trick in the book to alleviate our boredom, slept, played cards, tried mind games, discussed our pasts and plans for the future, taught one another knife tricks, and exchanged advice about working in the field. My wounds closed nicely, the flesh beginning to bind into neat lines. There would always be scars, but Larson said there were no signs of infection. But in the end, no one could ignore the edge of anxiety creeping into the lab, weaving its way into every conversation, game, and thought we attempted to distract ourselves with. We were trapped somewhere cold, dangerous, and remote. Creatures stronger than us prowled the darkness, waiting us out. The days ticked by on my watch, slow as molasses and far too quickly at the same time. Our rations dwindled and thinned. We lost valuable weight, and Keyes finally called it on the morning of the 4th day. We haven't heard anything, she said. I'm not going to draw this out with some grandiose speech. This is survival, and those things out there can get fucked. We need food and water. She pointed at Larson and me to come with her. Sheaf, Connors, and Sykes would stay back to watch over Bronson's body and to also ensure none of the creatures snuck in for another ambush. No one argued. This time I armed myself with my pistol and knife and left the rifles to Larson and Keyes. I figured they'd serve me better in close quarters given how fast those bastards were. We took a moment to gear up. Then, after giving the others a brief nod, we slid back out into the sprawling tunnels of the Tantalus site. I kept my ears pricked and my pistol in front of me. Keyes and Larson took point and rear. I came up the middle. Crusted blood and dried entrails crunched softly underfoot as we entered the murky gloom of the devastated center. I tried not to look at the blood staining the window of the comm station. Keyes led the way to the canteen, which sat 30 feet from the tunnel entrance. She ducked into a long tent lined with low wooden benches. A metal table near the front marked where food would be served, and she immediately swept around it toward the kitchen in the back. Within the confines of the tent, Keyes risked a little light to illuminate the tiny area. Jackpot, she whispered as her beam fell upon shelf after shelf of non-perishable goods. Cans, dried meats, sacks of sugar and flour, powdered milk. She grinned at us. We'll fill our packs with as much as we can carry, then hightail it back. Got it? We all nodded. Keyes was reaching up to grab a can when she looked over my shoulder and went pale. Down! The word was a rushed whisper as she grabbed me and Larson and yanked us to the ground. We all went prone in the shadows of the serving tables. The scent of putrid, rotting meat invaded my nose, and all the hairs stiffened along my neck. One of the humanoids appeared at the entrance of the canteen. Its withered body glistened wetly in the dim light. The thing was swiveling its head around from side to side, teeth chattering as it searched. Flecks of mucus bubbled from the pits around its nose as it tested the air. I realized then that these things were blind. What tactical advantages that afforded me at the moment, I didn't know. I could only focus on the way the thing crawled and swayed around like a giant spider, sensing its surroundings and clutching the table beneath it with impossibly long fingers. It remained crouched where it was for a minute. My gaze drifted down to Larson, who stared back at me, full of dread. He held my gaze for a long moment, then looked down at something beneath us. I looked down, and my heart skipped. One of the cans we'd stuffed in our packs teetered precariously, threatening to drop onto the ground. I slowly reached down, moving as carefully as I could manage. The can trembled, and the creature leaped from the table to the ground, mere feet from us. Its feet dug into the stone floor. Gooey, tar-like saliva slipped from its mouth and landed inches from Larson's face. He flinched, and the can tumbled onto the floor with a clang. The creature squealed with rage and lunged at him. I raised my pistol and fired. My first bullet caught it square in the jaw, splintering its teeth like rotted planks. The second came a moment later and struck it in the neck, where a fountain of thick blood oozed out. But the monster still managed to land a powerful swipe that dug deep into Larson's shoulders and sliced down his spine. The man screamed, while Keys scrambled to her feet and fired more shots at the creature until it went down in a jerking heap. Larson bucked and gargled blood, but we had no time to help him as 3 more humanoids crashed their way through the roof of the canteen tent and launched themselves at us. 1 went for Keys, 2 at me and Larson. Just my fucking luck. I fired indiscriminately at the closest one, cutting through its slimy organs with satisfying "Cythox!" One shattered its shoulder blade, and it spun off balance, but it still landed a brutal swipe to my side. Fortunately, it only caught me with its forearm rather than its claws, or else my guts would have been splashing over a still bucking Larson. The other creature came at me full force and rammed its spindly shoulder square into my sternum, launching me across the kitchen into the wall of food. I groaned and slid to the floor as cans rained down around me. Keith screamed bloody murder as she tore at her attacker with her knife. She raked her blade over its skull, throat, and back like a deranged leopard, opening up deep, seeping gashes everywhere. I almost felt sorry for the creature until I saw it hiss and sink its claws into her shoulder, puncturing her upper arm. She called it a cave-dwelling rock fucker and stuck her knife into its ear, all the way up to the hilt. The humanoid released her just in time for me to refocus on the one who'd rammed me into the pantry. It approached slowly and sniffed around. I realized the clanging of the cans had obscured my specific whereabouts. It took another step forward and found Larson. In a flash, it had its claws in his back, peeling his uniform and flesh away to reveal the stark nakedness of his muscles and ribs. Larson screamed again, and the creature bared its teeth, giving me time to palm a can of Chef Boyardee's and hurl it with as much force as I could muster. Clang! Metal on bone rang through the tent. A large gouge opened in the creature's face, its nose and teeth pulping into a mash of slimy tissue. The creature wailed and stumbled back, clutching its face. I rose and hurled another can at it. Then another and another, each one punched into its emaciated body like meteors stabbing into a new planet. They tore craters in its guts, face, and chest. I took one final bloodied can and brought it crashing down on the thing's head, parting its brains with a sickening squelch. The thing flopped on the ground and lay silent. Wheeling around, I caught a quick glimpse of the one Keys had stabbed through the ear, making swipes at her. She grabbed its ear and the hilt of her knife and rammed her knee into the point of its chin. Its face exploded like a rotting pumpkin. We stared panting at each other, caught in the overwhelming fervor of the brief but bloody battle. A dark shape moved in the corner of my eye, and I whirled around to see the one I'd shot lunging toward me, injured but still very much alive. Hook! Larson's knife punched into his neck in a perfectly timed throw. He swooned from his position on his knees. The creature collapsed wailing on the ground, where it thrashed until Key's boot found its head. As she ensured the others were all well and truly dead, I knelt over Larson to look at his wounds. It was painfully evident he wouldn't be making it, but he didn't need to know. Instead, I simply held him and muttered thank you for everything he'd done until he drifted away. Eventually, Keys put her hand on my shoulder and began to say something, but a scream ripped through the cavern from the direction of the lab. A heartbeat later, we were sprinting down the tunnel. We heard footsteps coming toward us from the direction of the creature's lair and raised our guns, but it was only Connor's. He looked wild. Part of his scalp hung bleeding against the side of his face, and his fatigues were stained in blood and slime. I was relieved that he wasn't seriously injured, but the expression on his face stopped me cold. Sykes, he panted. They dragged Sykes into that fucking hole. Fuck, where's Sheaf? Keys demanded, trying to get things in order as best she could. The question might have seemed callous, but it was the only way we could figure things out without wasting time. Connors managed to grow even paler. I don't know, man. He's in a bad way. Without another word, he led us to the lab where Sheaf sat at one of the tables. At first I thought he was dead. His barrel-shaped chest had been bisected diagonally by a creature, and his guts spilled out into his lap. A giant purpling bruise colored the flesh around his temple, and his body was lacerated with deep, agonizing lacerations. Around his feet lay the pulverized remains of at least 3 more creatures. Then he sucked a breath in through his nose and lifted his head toward us. I could see his lungs expand and contract through his ragged fatigues. Keys! His voice was nothing more than a whisper. Keys knelt beside him. She didn't bother with bandages or reassurances. He was gone, and she saved his last moments for his final words. As he passed her his personal things, Connors told me what had happened in brief, shaky breaths. A couple of minutes after we were ambushed out in the canteen, someone started pounding on the door to the lab. There were cries to be let in, and Sykes thought it had to be one of us, since the creatures couldn't talk. But when she opened the door, she found Ketterman. Was this thing, man? Naked like the others, but not as rotten. His face was peeled off, and he was laughing. Things were wriggling in his skin. He had this awful smirk when Sykes opened the door and smacked her aside. Another one of those fuckers knocked the shit out of me, and I was out for like a minute. When I woke back up, 3 of these things were dead. Sykes wrestling with the other one, and Sheaf was fighting with that Ketterman thing. He shook his head. Then Ketterman swiped his hand across Sheaf's chest and opened him up from hip to shoulder like it was nothing. He grabbed Sykes by the hair and dragged her out of here. I tried to run after them, but one of those fucks tackled me and gave him enough time to take her back in that fucking place. Connors was close to hyperventilating at this point. I pulled him into a bear hug. Larson's gone too. Oh, yeah. We let go of each other just as Sheaf released a sigh. He tilted to one side and slumped across the bench. Keys added his possessions to Larson's. Her jaw was set in a hard line, and the muscles along her neck flexed with fury. Lifting Sheaf's rifle in her hands, she looked back at us. I'm going after Sykes. We both nodded without hesitation. We didn't know if rescue would come or not. Just that we might be able to rescue our friend and grind Ketterman into a bloody pulp. That was enough. When we arrived at the hole at the end of the tunnel, I no longer found it terrifying. The rusted bars bent inward like jagged teeth, exhaling a rotting stench that I didn't even register anymore. Flicking on our flashlights and headlamps, Keys stepped into the darkness first, then Connors, then me. Darkness consumed us as we slid into the den of monsters. I work with an ERA medical evac unit for the military. Our job is to treat and evacuate wounded soldiers in dangerous situations. Recently, my unit was assigned to a military facility known as the Tantalus site, where they developed a deadly biological toxin that wrought unimaginable havoc on their test subjects. A leak at the compound was reported before the entire place went dark. When we arrived, we encountered a mess of people torn apart by something monstrous. I was chased by emaciated humanoids, and we were told by the final survivor that the creatures were in fact prisoners of war who'd been used as test subjects. Despite their deteriorated state, they were still intelligent and unimaginably vicious. After locking us in with them, we tried to access the radio and door controls. We were able to get our location out, but have no idea if help is coming. We weren't able to get the door working as a shin bone had been jammed into the lever controls, and Bronson was attacked before Sykes could get all of it out. Bronson was killed in the attack, and I managed to kill the creature as a result. When we got back to the lab, we discovered Ketterman had also disappeared. With no other options, we hunkered down for a few days until our food ran out. Keyes, Larson, and I headed into the canteen to get food where we were ambushed by more creatures. They were able to kill Larson. As soon as we killed the last one, we heard screams from the lab, where we discovered Sheaf was dead. Connors, battered but alive, and Sykes had been taken by a deranged and mutated Ketterman. We've decided to go after Sykes and hunt the other bastards down, or die trying. Stepping into the nest was like stepping into the throat of a giant, dormant monster. The air was hot with meat-tainted breath. I turned my light through the engulfing gloom of the cavern. I couldn't see anything move, but skittering sounds echoed off the walls. We kept ourselves tightly packed near the center of the cave. Behind us, the grate glowed like a doorway to another dimension. It shrank with each step we took. "Sykes," Connors whispered over the metal of his rifle. Keyes nudged him and shook her head. I understood what she was thinking. We needed to find her silently. Moving as one, we crept toward the rear of a cavern, easily the size of the one at the front of the facility. My light revealed strange structures tucked up against the walls. We drew closer, and my throat filled with bile. They were small lean-tos, simple shelters normally made from stretched canvas and wooden supports. But these huts had been bound with bone gut for the supports and flayed human skin for the canvas. All different shades, crusted with blood, sliced and broken in some places. I was almost grateful when I heard Sykes moan from somewhere deeper in the cavern. Beside me I could feel Connors tensing, ready to run for her, but I caught him this time. "Ketterman," I mouthed silently. We already knew he could vocalize human sounds. What was to stop him from mimicking Sykes' groaning to bait us into a trap? "Forward, together," Keyes whispered. It was a good plan. We covered our angles well, and our lights gave us at least 20 feet of visibility. Then Ketterman started taunting us. "You let me take her, Koo-Nenewers," he sang. Well, sang wasn't exactly the right word. It was more of a hiss, punctuated by wet giggles, like someone fighting for air. She begged and screamed. Maybe I should just slice her open. No, wow! Sykes gave a choking gasp of pain. I gripped Connor's arm iron tight. We couldn't lose him right now. "I'm gonna kill him," Connors growled through his teeth. Ketterman's voice pierced my ears again. "So many dead. Sykes will be soon. You failed." Like Connors, Keyes stiffened but held strong. We could hear Sykes' labored breathing from somewhere beyond our lights. The cavern grew narrower toward the rear. For a flicker of a moment, I thought I detected something moving in the shadows. My name rasped out of Ketterman's throat. "Larson fixed you," he sang. "He healed you, and you let him die in the dark, cut open like a piggy egg." It was my turn to tremble. Ketterman's words cut me to the bone. Something about his voice dredged up my worst memories, my guiltiest fears. I wanted to rush at him through the darkness and bash his brains in. A hand slithered under my arm and squeezed my bicep. Connors held my gaze and nodded toward the darkest part of the cavern. I squinted. Someone was there. A tall, gangly figure standing over another kneeling one. Connors rushed at him. Keyes and I followed, not even bothering to shout. We came upon a horrific scene. Kitterman stood in front of another skin hut with Sykes' skull clasped in his inhumanly long claws. His fingertips burrowed into her temple, and lines of blood leaked down the side of her face like melting candle wax. His tallowed flesh looked almost transparent, rotting organs pressed against the sides of his abdomen, oozing blackened blood as they struggled to function. Sores the size of my hand crusted his face, neck, chest, and torso. Malice burned in his lidless eyes, which were pointed straight at Keyes. His lips peeled back in a cruel smile as he sank his claws deeper into Sykes' skull. She cried out again. Connors lifted his gun, but Keyes stopped him. On either side of Ketterman lurked more creatures. They tilted their heads as they tried to pinpoint where we stood. "Ah, Keyes," Ketterman rasped. "The one responsible for my personal hell. Do you know what these things did to me when they took me from the lab?" He slid his long fingers around the neat bullet hole in his forehead. Then he pushed inside it, withdrew a sliver of brain matter pulped with maggots, and ate it. Sykes looked glassy-eyed as she hung from his grasping hand. "They cut me open," he hissed, "packed my innards with the organs of my colleagues." He trailed a finger down the side of his face. "Then they sprayed me with that infernal fucking gas. I cannot tell you how incredible the pain was. My body felt like it was liquefying in acid, slowly eating away but never dissolving, burning for eternity." He spat tar-colored bile on the ground. Keyes tilted her head ever so slightly. "It's no more than you deserve," she said. "You fucking monster." Ketterman bared his disgusting teeth. "Very well." He lifted his hand up to slice Sykes open, but Connors charged at him. One of the creatures leaped on him, sinking its teeth into the nape of his neck and tearing out a bloody chunk of flesh. Connors collapsed. Keyes and I yelled, and Ketterman laughed up to the moment Sykes rammed a sharpened femur into his ragged groin. Hell unleashed itself. Sheath's words came back to me as two creatures launched themselves my way. "Relax, breathe, squeeze, fire." I did so, but I kept squeezing, and the bullets exploded out at an incredible rate, ripping through both monsters. They screamed and collapsed on the ground next to a gaping Connors, whose neck gurgled blood down his shoulder and face. He still didn't hesitate in taking out his knife and stabbing the creature closest to him over and over. Keyes was half a moment slower than me getting her weapon up. She dumped half her magazine into the third monster, but got taken out by the fourth. The two of them rolled away with her knife flashing as it drove into the thing's scabby back and its teeth gnashing at her chest and shoulders. Sykes had managed to roll away from Ketterman, whose seething, strangled outline collapsed against the wall, fingers scrambling at the bone shard between his legs. I took a step towards him when fire lanced my calf. The creature Connors hadn't stabbed sank its teeth into my leg, opening up flesh and muscle. Roaring in pain, I tried crushing its head with a well-aimed stomp, but it lashed out and knocked me off balance, pulling me to the floor and wrapping its hands around my hips to drag itself toward my neck. I thrashed for all I was worth. The grip these creatures possessed was otherworldly. It crushed my thighs between its arms as I scrambled for my knife, but found it had gone flying toward Sykes in the melee. The creature dragged itself closer, those claws digging like molten pincers into my ribs. Saliva flecked its jagged teeth, and a wave of nauseatingly hot breath washed over me. Out of sheer desperation, I made a fist and rammed it down the creature's throat. Decaying flesh engulfed my knuckles and wrist up to the elbow, and the creature choked. Squeezing my eyes closed, I twisted my arm and wrenched upwards, ripping the monster's head away from its neck in a gout of blackened blood. Free once more, I rolled to my knees and immediately vomited. Nearby, Keys continued wrestling with her humanoid, though it was now bleeding from multiple mortal wounds. Across from me, Ketterman finally wrenched the bone free and turned toward Sykes, who was crawling toward my knife. He stalked after her, the bone shard gripped in his long claws. He raised it above his head when something slammed into him from the side. Connors had somehow lumbered to his feet and tackled the ex-scientist into the skin hut. The structure collapsed under them as my best friend started bashing Ketterman's face in with his bare fists. "Fuck you," he yelled. "Fuck you and this whole goddamn fucking nightmare." Ketterman didn't stand a chance. His body, weakened from everything it had gone through, collapsed like papier-mâché under Connor's fists. His face caved in, his teeth disintegrated, and his eyes burst when the bleeding man atop him gouged his sockets. Crunch! Connors tore the doctor's head in two, and he went still. The bloodied man swayed atop the creature before collapsing on his back. Behind me, Keys yelled as she drove her knife deep into the point of the final humanoid's chin. A moment later, it was silent. I staggered to my feet and limped over to help Sykes up. She looked battered, but not broken. The same could not be said for Connors. His breathing came in ragged, watery gasps. Each one flecked the deep wound in his neck with bubbles of blood. He grinned up at me and we clasped gore-soaked hands one final time. Sykes knelt beside him and smiled shakily. "Safe?" he whispered. She nodded. Connors smiled, finally content. I watched as his eyes settled on the darkness above where they became unfocused. He was gone. Keys watched respectfully. She cradled her injured arm and winced when she helped Sykes to her feet. Both of them pulled me up and the three of us surveyed the carnage. We were alive. Wounded to various degrees, but alive. We spent the next hour constructing a litter for Connors to drag his body out of that place. If there was one thing we could do for him, it was that. I almost cried when we dragged ourselves back to the hole. The light shining through it felt almost blinding, and the fresh air never tasted sweeter. It took a long time to get Connors back up to the main center. Our wounds slowed us down considerably. The bite in my leg had bled quite a bit before Keys wrapped it up in a tight bandage. I was worried about potential infection, but that would have to wait. Presently, we made sure to bring everyone out into the cavern where they could be laid to rest side by side. We owed them that much. As we worked, another worry ate at us. Would help be coming? Keys checked the radio again, but found it smashed to bits. Most likely Ketterman's work while we were holed up in the lab. She shrugged and looked at Sykes and me. It's out of our hands now. So we waited. We treated one another's wounds as best we could. Keys had to cut away a considerable amount of loose flesh from my calf and clean it out. The ligaments in her right shoulder were permanently injured, and we had to set it after discovering it had been dislocated. Sykes experienced trouble with blurry vision in her right eye from where Ketterman cut her with a claw. She also had nerve damage in her right hand from where the bone shard cut into some tendons. We also displayed plenty of minor cuts and bruises that we fixed up with our dwindling supply. All in all, we were a sorry bunch of bastards. Bloodied, broken, fear shifting around in our guts like broken glass. But there was nothing left to do now. I ate cans of cold soup, slept on a stained cot, and made small talk with Keys and Sykes when they were in the mood. The bodies of our comrades lay cold under sheets in a neat row near the doors. If rescue did come, we wanted them to be the first ones to enjoy it. Time became shapeless in that cavern. Then, one day, or night for all I knew, I awoke to a faint rumbling. I staggered out of my cot, finding Sykes and Keys already on their feet, looking equally confused. We stared at the doors as they began to vibrate and grind inward. We eyed one another breathlessly. Rust shivered off the cold metal doors, lab equipment trembled around us, and rays of winter light spilled over my face. It happened fast and without warning, and his disappearance never made national news. It tried. A few hopeful publications, mostly local, blew it over their front-page spreads in hopes that it might gain feet. But it never caught fire. It simply fizzled out, withered, died, which might have been a tragedy had the 6-year-old boy not been found, or rather, returned. He wandered out of the wood nearly 2 months after vanishing from thin air, his clothes torn, his hair scraggy, his ribs distending through his pale belly, but he was alive, and by all accounts, his story ends there. It doesn't. And if you're familiar with the disappearance of Jeremy Kent, I suggest you stop reading now. Take the wholesale happy ending and covet it. Hold it dear. Protect it like a flame on the brink. Happy endings are rare enough, and if you continue reading, I can't promise you won't lose hope altogether. But the truth is rarely a warm pat on the back. The truth oftentimes rips apart the soft, safe notion that the world is a decent place, shreds it to ribbons, which, I fear, is the case with this story. Then again, what the hell do I know? I guess nothing more than the story as it was told to me. September 29th, 1989. You've never seen anything like Yellowstone in autumn. A world captured in amber, a vast theater alive with the changing of seasons. The trees, burnt orange, released their leaves in great trickles that blanketed the ground, crunching underfoot like the spines of dead insects. Halloween was just around the corner, and you could taste it on the wind. It rode the air like birdsong, sweet but imperceptibly ripe, like a candy apple gone to corruption. It was a good taste, though, even if an undercurrent of rot hid beneath the first sweet bite. Jeremy was sure of that. It was a good taste. It meant everything was going to be all right. Nothing could be perfect all the time, and he was proud he knew that. It was a very mature notion for a 7-year-old, according to Ms. Calhoun, who, despite his very mature notions, still gave him a C+ on that pop quiz last year. He sighed, and his eyes roved, capturing the environment, peering into the shadows, the tangles of undergrowth that lined both sides of the trail. It was thin and winding, slicing around bends where the trees had been felled by the first men. To his left, a stream burbled, cutting over rocks as pink streaks of salmon fought the current. Wildlife shot through the brush, always just out of view. He tried to see a bird, or a deer, or a Sasquatch. All he saw was big fat nothing. He could hear the birds, protesting silence with their sharp cries. In the trees, no doubt, in the air. And Jeremy wondered what they had to worry about. Couldn't they just fly away? He trudged along behind Mom and Dad, plunging his hiking stick, which was really just a branch he had collected up along the way, into the hard earth. Driving himself forward, step, 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 he slashed at the air. He was night. It was lovely, he thought. He wanted to say it aloud. He liked that word, lovely. He'd heard Cagney say it once on an old gangster film, and it had stuck to his brain like nice words did. Lovely, he said, voice hoarse with the cold. Why's that? That was Dad, glancing back. Nothing, Jeremy said, suddenly embarrassed. He looked up at the sky, gunmetal gray, choked with clouds, pregnant with snow. Just ahead, a great mountain rose above the canopy, its high peaks snow-capped, like the horn of some primitive creature that had fallen with the dinosaurs. Or could it be from before? Jeremy's mind raced with the archaeological implications of his discovery. He imagined a time long ago, a time of knights and kings and queens and princesses, and the epic clash of steel on steel, the ogres beneath bridges and dragons belching flame, the great plated creature that now loomed before him, a rhinoceros of sorts, a Jeremias Osiris. He smiled. That sounded very good. A creature named after him. Imagine that. Kyle would ship bricks when he saw Jeremy on the 6 o'clock. And it was with this thought, a smile tugging at his lips, that the world stopped. It seemed to flicker, jarring off its axis for a hair of a second. 1,000 miles away, a woman in a supermarket forgot what she was looking for on aisle 9. 50 miles away, a baby who had been wailing nonstop all morning fell quiet, and 5 feet away, Mr. Kent realized his watch had stopped. He smacked it, and the world was returned. The birdsong came, louder than before. The rustling of wildlife disturbed the brush, and Mr. Kent, seeing that his watch had frozen at 3:13 precisely, turned back to ask his son if he wanted to wind it. It had always been their thing. Jeremy enjoyed the responsibility of controlling his father's time, and Mr. Kent was more than happy to oblige him. Truth was, winding his watch was a pain in the keister. The crown stuck, and you really had to. That was when the world stopped a second time, but just for him. The trail behind him and his wife was totally empty. Jeremy had vanished. No one saw the man in the suit, and if they had, they wouldn't have considered it strange. A man in a suit standing in the woods, that was a strange thing. But when you saw him, and he saw you, your eyes had a way of skipping over him, assimilating him to the environment, a trick of the eyes of light and shadow. He was watching Jeremy. He was listening to him. He saw it all unfold. He heard the father's cry. His parents spent the next hour screaming his name, and the next 8 after that with a search party combing the tree line in a grid, a helicopter chopping overhead as a spotlight blasted through the darkness of night. A dragnet fell and came up empty, again and again, day after day, week after week, as the birds flew north and the deer charted a path toward the mountain. And all the while his parents lost hope, trying to hold on, unable. The weather had turned. The nights were harsh, the land raw, the animals hungry, for winter was nearly here. It was November 14th, 1989, when Jeremy Kent trudged out of the woods, eyes glazed, skin pale, his walking stick leading the way as he marched onward into the campsite like a little toy soldier. A camper screamed when she saw him, trucking along with nowhere to go. The scream snapped him out of it. He froze like a deer in headlights and looked wildly around. Then his eyes swam, his legs wavered, and he collapsed, folded like an old pair of pants with no one inside. Poof! Over and out. He was airlifted to a hospital, severely dehydrated, malnourished, on the brink of death. When he awoke, they asked him what happened, asked him again, and I told them, I tried to tell them, but they didn't believe me. I didn't remember. It was all empty, a void. And they thought I was lying, because how was such a thing possible? And Mom and Dad tried to coax it out of me, asking if I'd been abused, and I didn't know what that meant, and I just can't remember. That much was true. I didn't remember, but I lied about one part, because there was something I did remember. And I've carried it with me since the day I returned. The hypnotist was staring at me. She was lovely, maybe 30, with a good firm face and eyes that could cut, twin blues staring out from beneath a tumble of auburn curls. I didn't blame her. It was a crazy thing, all of it. Not that she seemed to be judging. She was considering, chewing through it in her head. The silence was making my teeth scream. Can I smoke? Before she could object, I lit one. My eyes stopped tingling. My legs settled. She slid a bowl across the coffee table for my ash. It an antique thing that had no right being soiled by cigarettes, but what the hell? She knew I needed it. So she began, then stopped, shook her head, and sat back to further ruminate on my request. Claire Hoskins didn't dress like a hypnotist, more like a lawyer who kills your wallet, a velvet switchblade, a boardroom shogunate, suit, skirt, serious expression resting on her face. She was the best, and her by-the-hour rate reflected that, as did her office. Tall, well-lit, done up in inoffensive creams and soft lived-in furniture. The bookshelves betrayed her. Instead of leather-bound tomes on the virtues of psychotherapy, her shelves were crowded by a vast collection on the unorthodox. Astrology, horology, again with the time, and the only sign that she had fancy ideas about the world was the crystal ball on her desk. So you want to forget, she said finally. You think I can hypnotize and make you forget. I drew. Blue smoke, ashed. You can make people quit drinking, quit these. Drew blew smoke, ashed. Right, she said. But habituation is different. I can take away the desire, but not the urge. That's a paradox, a trace of a smile. The human mind is a paradox. It's a puzzle without answer. You think I'm crazy. She blinked. No, Jeremy. James. No, James. I don't think you're crazy. I looked you up. After I got your email, I knew she would. I rolled my shoulders. And? You went through a terrible thing. How do you know? For that matter, how do I know? I can't remember. Did you miss that part? The part where it's a great big fucking pit of static? All of it. Poof. Here's me. I pull a vanishing act and come back 2 months later with fuck all for brains. How does that happen? Abracadabra? It tumbled out of me. I shut my mouth, corking it off. But I saw it was too late. I was losing her. She thought I was a nut. A hypnotist thinking I was a nut. The hell is that? Okay, look, I'm sorry. Claire, listen to me. Can I call you Claire? What do you call a hypnotist? Claire is fine. But she was eager to get me out of her office a beat. I lied, okay? That's why I came here. Not because I lied, but because what I lied about. She looked at me, her eyes reading mine. I have trouble sleeping. That's why Look, I've tried it all. Pills, weed, booze, white noise. But it's all the same. It's the same thing every night. And I swear to God, if I don't get fixed, I'm going to blow up. I swear. I'm going to pop like a goddamn zit. Probably on the underside of some bridge. But I've tried. I fucking tried. And I took a trembling breath. My lungs were getting tight. The crisp tick of a grandfather clock cut the silence. Pain hit my eyes. A face in the darkness, smooth, smiling, hair drawn back in a black streak. The man in the suit. I lied to all of them, because there was one thing I did remember. This was hard. I hesitated, looking at the curling stem of ash. Hesitation gluing my tongue to the roof of my mouth. I swallowed. I remember dying out there, and I want you to help me forget it. I almost wish I'd stopped there, given up on the whole operation, and just bottled the dreams, maybe sent for a prescription, whatever. Drowned myself in whoever, any fucking thing but what came next. But I didn't leave. I sat there as she processed what she'd been told. I listened as she explained the only way it might work, and I bought it all. Yes, please, medium well. No, I don't need that with salt. There was still time to get out, but I didn't because I needed it to work. More than anything ever. She was going to hypnotize me. She was going to make me remember so that I could forget. Story 2. I found a pit in Pine Ridge National Park. Now my friends are gone. Hey everyone, I know I'm probably going to sound crazy posting this, but I don't know what else to do. I need to get this out before I lose my nerve. You see, I went camping in Pine Ridge National Park with 2 friends, Mark and Aaron. It was supposed to be a fun weekend trip, just 3 friends getting away from everything for a couple of days. We made camp on a Friday evening, set up near a secluded hiking trail. The first day was perfect. We were laughing, roasting marshmallows, just relaxing. It was all easygoing and fun. By the time we crawled into our tents, we were already planning the next day's hike. Tomorrow, we're finding that secret lake, Mark said, already with the map out. He always had this thing for tracking down hidden spots. He swore my dad had mentioned it once when we were younger. And yeah, I've known them for that long. Well, Mark at least. Aaron was newer. Right, Aaron said, pulling her hood over her head. And if we get lost, you're totally on your own. I'm not going to listen to your directions when we end up on some random cliff. We all laughed, and I felt that perfect sense of escape you get when you're surrounded by nothing but nature and good company. Pure, complete peace. The next morning, after a breakfast of instant oatmeal and coffee, we set off with high spirits. The sun was shining, the birds were singing, and everything felt perfect. That was the only way to describe it. We were talking, joking, making fun of Mark's awful sense of direction, but as we ventured deeper into the woods, the trail became harder to follow. The map didn't match up with what we were seeing on the ground. Maybe we should head back, I suggested, the growing unease in my stomach making me second-guess everything. None of this looks familiar. Nah, we're close, Mark insisted. It's just up ahead. I've never seen this place before, Mark. You only think that because the memory is so old and foggy. Plus, it's got kidwap. You know, when you remember something completely different just because you were a kid when it happened. I was positive that's not what was going on, but we followed him anyway, and then we stumbled upon it. It happened around midday. We came across a clearing in the woods where the trees grew unnaturally far apart, like they'd been deliberately spaced. It was a perfect circle, almost too perfect. Does that make sense? The amount of work someone would have had to put into making them that evenly spaced would have been insane. Whoa. I was still looking at the trees. Whoa is right. Mark, however, was not. In the middle of the circle, there was a black pit, maybe 4 or 5 feet wide, but the thing that got to me wasn't how big it was how wrong it looked. The earth around it was slick and damp. The pit itself oozed a thick black sludge. It looked like tar, but it carried with it an almost coppery smell. This sharp penny tang that made my mouth water unpleasantly. "What the hell?" Mark said, walking up to it without hesitation. "That's freaky!" "I don't like this," I said, my voice shaking as I stared at it. The pit was a perfect circle too, just like the trees. Thick globules of black tar dripped molasses slow deeper into its cavernous maw. Small bubbles formed and burst at the edges. The grass directly around it was crisp, yellowed, dead. "Come on, Chelsea." "Don't be such a buzzkill," Erin said, already pulling out her phone to take pictures. She crouched down, snapping shot after shot. "This is amazing. It's like something out of a horror movie." "Exactly." I threw my arm to the side. "This is straight out a horror movie, which is why we should go, right now. We have that lake to look for anyway, right?" "Mark, aren't you dying to go find the lake?" My voice took on a pleading tone near the end, but Mark, of course, didn't listen. "I'll just take a look," he said, grinning like a kid who just found the best secret. "It'll take 5 minutes top. The place doesn't even look that deep." "No, Mark, please." I started, but he was already climbing into the pit. Erin followed him, laughing. "I'll be right behind you," she called out, her voice light. I stood at the edge, watching them disappear into the darkness of the pit. My heart was pounding and my stomach twisted into a knot. I shouted at them to come back, but they didn't answer. Slowly I stepped over to the pit, peeking inside, expecting to at least see them making their way down the tunnel. Nothing. Just that viscous black, dripping steadily into the shadows. A sense of unease settled over me. My body was screaming at me to run, to get the hell out of there. But I couldn't leave. Not yet. I told myself they were just having some fun. They'd come out any second, laughing about how stupid it was. The only reason I couldn't see them was because it was so dark. Minutes turned into hours. I sat down. I stared at the pit. I waited. The sun started to set. "Mark?" I called, my voice cracking. It was the first time I had spoken in hours. Nothing. The forest was quiet. Too quiet. When was the last time I heard a bird? I couldn't remember. When I got up, my body protested, joints stiff from sitting so long. I walked closer to the pit, peering down into the darkness once again, trying to see any sign of them. But it was empty. There was no movement. I called out. No answer. It was going to be dark soon. Unease turned into panic, and I decided to call them and make them come back up. Don't ask me why I waited so long. I don't know. I just did. Maybe it was because I was afraid to admit they were gone. Maybe because I knew deep in my heart it wouldn't matter. Either way, I fumbled for my phone, but the signal was dead. The screen showed nothing. I tried again, tapping frantically, but there was nothing. Not even a single bar. "Mark! Erin!" I shouted, my voice growing hoarse. I waited a few more minutes, but nothing. No sound, no movement. I backed away slowly, my feet moving on their own, retreating from the pit. A chill crawled up my spine. It felt like the pit itself was watching me. The scent of copper became almost overwhelming. Several larger bubbles formed in a cluster and popped softly, letting out the unmistakable scent of bile. I couldn't stay there any longer. I turned and ran back to camp, hoping maybe they would show up there overnight. No, I wasn't hoping. I was praying that would happen. The camp was exactly how we'd left it. It was almost fully night now. I flung myself into the tent, then burrowed into my sleeping bag, pulling it tight around me. Sleep came surprisingly quickly, and in the morning there was still no sign of them. I grabbed my backpack. My legs felt like jelly, but I forced myself to move. I needed help. I needed answers. I practically ran all the way back to the ranger station, my breath coming in sharp gasps. The ranger, Paul, was sitting behind the counter, flipping through some paperwork. His eyes flicked up when he saw me. "Something's happened," I gasped, nearly collapsing in front of him. "Mark and Aaron. They're gone. They disappeared." I quickly told him about the pit, the terror returning just at the mention of it. "They must have fallen in and, I don't know, hurt themselves, gotten stuck, something." Paul just stared at me for a long moment. He didn't seem surprised. He didn't look concerned. He looked sad, like he had seen this before. "All right," he said quietly. "I'll put in a call." He went to the phone, dialing something. "I'll send someone out to look. But you should know right now. It won't do any good. They're gone." I didn't know what he meant, but his tone made it clear he wasn't just talking about my friends. It was like he already knew. He didn't need to search. He knew exactly what happened. Search and rescue came that afternoon. They looked for hours, combing the woods, scanning the area. They looked for the pit. They looked for my friends. They found nothing. No footprints, no signs of struggle, no trace of Mark or Aaron, nothing. After 2 days, it was announced that they were gone. That was it. There was no pit, no strange sludge. It was as if none of it had ever happened. The park closed the case, and the local authorities chalked it up to a missing persons report. Just another number in the hundreds of disappearances that happen in national parks every year. They called it a 411 case. That's it. I was the only one who wasn't content with that answer. I started looking, and I found stories, the type people don't talk about, of hikers who just vanish in Pine Ridge, of places that don't exist, even though they're right in front of you. There are a lot of 411 cases in the world. There are a lot of them at Pine Ridge. But I know the truth. I know what I saw. I've been back to Pine Ridge a few times, looking for that pit. I don't even know why. I guess I keep hoping it'll be there, but it's gone. There's no sign of it. There's no sign of Mark or Aaron either. Sometimes late at night, when the wind picks up, and I'm safe inside of my tent, I swear I can hear their voices calling to me from the woods. It's like they're trying to tell me something, but the words always fade before I can make them out. And every time I think I've found that trail again, it slips away. I don't think anyone will ever find them. But as I'm typing this, safe in my tent, late at night, once more in Pine Ridge, all I can smell is that coppery tang. I might not find my friends, but tomorrow, I think I'll be able to find the pit. And I think I'm going to go in. Story 3. I know why so many people go missing from national parks. I don't know why I went to Mount Rainier.a. I mean, I know what I went to Mount Rainier for, but to this day, I don't really know why I felt so compelled to go. I've always been obsessively curious. I think that's probably the best way to describe it. I get these fascinations for things out of seemingly nowhere. And once that fascination lodges itself in my head, it quickly starts to take over every waking aspect of my life, it seems. Thinking about it turns into reading about it. Reading about it turns into researching it as thoroughly as possible. Research leads to investigation, and the rabbit hole of my obsessions just goes and goes. And then, as suddenly as this obsession starts, it's gone. Complete and total disinterest just like that. Ever since I was a kid, it's been this way. I kind of compare it to an itch. And ultimately, the only way to really stop an itch is to scratch it, right? I remember laying on my couch on a rainy off day from work and scrolling through YouTube while I waited for the Domino's guy to drop off some buffalo wings, when a strange title I'd never heard of came up and caught my eye. Missing 411 strange and unexplained disappearances in America's national parks. As soon as I clicked on that video, I knew I'd found my newest obsession. The Dyatlov Pass incident I had been researching for months now was gone and out the window. Hindsight's always 20/20, as the saying goes. I had no idea that I was about to set an unchangeable course that led me to the horrifying reality I was soon to discover. 3 weeks, and probably 100 videos, a handful of ordered books, and an endless scrolling through every forum and internet thread I could get my hands on, and I was still just as enamored with these missing 411s as I'd been when I first clicked on that initial YouTube video. I'd be genuinely surprised if there were a lot of people reading this who didn't know about David Paulides, the missing 411S, and all of confounding mysteriousness that surrounded these matters. But for those who might be out of the loop, I'll do my best to sum it up in few little bullet points for you, cliff notes or whatever. There have been a disturbingly large number of unexplained disappearances in America's national parks. And by large number, I mean 2,000. That's more than everyone in the North Tower on 9/11. 2,000 people just vanishing in the woods with no explanation whatsoever. A lot of these people are never seen/heard from again. That in its own right is insane given the technologies that we have and the massive searches that are sometimes carried out for these people. But what's even weirder is that the people that are eventually found leave us more questions than answers. Kids go missing and are found miles and miles away from the initial search zone, way further than even top survival experts are able to walk. People's bodies turn up in super obvious areas that have been searched multiple times by search and rescue teams. Search dogs will have a good, obvious trail on the missing person and then just lose it. Sometimes all they find are the person's shoes. Sometimes they find the person with no shoes at all. Sometimes the bodies look like they've fallen from a great height, despite there being no high ground to fall off of, etc., etc. The number of times military units have been deployed to go and search for missing people is eyebrow-raising, to say the least. The military is very effective, but they're not search and rescue. They're trained to seek and destroy, not really search and save. The National Park Service gets very, very sketchy when it comes to any kind of further inquiry. This has led a lot of people to believe that they're covering something up. Now, me being the obsessive person that I am, immediately started trying to sleuth around for some kind of conclusion. What was the overall theory? What did people think was going on here? I guess because the speculation can go on forever. The theories go on forever too. Everything from rich megalomaniacs on hunting trips, aliens, wendigos and skinwalkers, Bigfoot abductions, parallel universes. The list is truly endless. So many different theories, and as wild as some of them might sound at first, it's beyond eerie how quickly they begin to sound more than rational and even possible with just a little bit of explanation. But as I poured through the seemingly endless accounts and rumors, there was one theory that hit a stronger chord with me than the rest. feralpeople.org. In a nutshell, the theory is that during the Great Depression, maybe even earlier, People took off with their families deep into these wilderness regions to live off the land and get away from the crippling poverty of the cities and towns during that time. Generations of incest and isolation resulted in their ancestors being what we would consider feral, completely hostile, incapable of reasoning that we can comprehend, with a multi-generational knowledge of the land they lived in and how to survive it, paired with a relatively untouched, government-protected after all, access to a virtually endless number of resources. Other humans, if the opportunity presented itself, could not only be a decent food opportunity, but they were also food opportunity with extremely valuable tools just ripe for taking. Like cereal with a fucking prize in the box. Can you imagine how valuable a water bottle would be to a caveman? How wildly priceless a fishing pole would look? The National Park Service knows about these feral people, but they also know it'd be a huge risk to go traipsing in the wilderness looking for bloodthirsty cannibals that are more competent and dangerous than even the most apex predators they live with. They also provide an extremely valuable insight for scientists to study all sorts of things about human nature. But from time to time, they get a little too close, or they get too bold and give their locations away. The military gets called in to dispose of these tribes in a discreet and efficient manner before more people disappear, and as a result, more people take to the woods to find their missing people. For whatever reason, this theory made perfect sense to me. Well, almost perfect sense. It checked almost all the boxes. Children and elderly people go missing because they're the easiest to overpower. Hikers who are by themselves go missing because they're by themselves and can be ambushed quicker than a group of hikers could. Hunters go missing because they're far off the beaten path and they have weapons that are worth the risk. It even explains why bow hunters tend to go missing more than gun hunters. Bows are easier to figure out and lower maintenance. We already know people go missing without a trace and are never found again. Would it be so wild to say in the same breath that people are never found in the first place for the same reasons? Even most of your Bigfoot sightings in these national parks could be explained with the feral people theory. Imagine what you would look like if you had never had a haircut, if you'd never taken a shower, or clipped your nails, or combed your hair, or shaved your beard. Throw a Habsburg jaw or a heavy brow in the mix from years of intrafamilial breeding, and you're pretty much the perfect definition of a Sasquatch at that point. But for all the information and cross-examinations that I would read about to seemingly prove this theory, there were admittedly a few glaring loopholes that with a bit more thought would very quickly start to pull the whole idea apart. Humans are truly a scourge on this planet. Anywhere we go, we leave a mess. We make smoke from fires. We burn things down accidentally. We cut down trees and leave bones lying all over the place. The very steps we take kill the forest floor, leaving huge patches of dirt wherever we stay for more than a few days. We are hands down the easiest animal to find. Every human that's ever walked the earth inherently believes that the earth is theirs. I guess that manifests even in the most unconscious of ways. Not to mention the scientific probabilities, infertility that comes with incest, crippling genetic mutations, etc. For all the positive evidence, I'll be the first to admit there were some serious holes in the theory. So around and around I went with this concept for months, ruling it in and ruling it out, until one day I was given what I can only describe as a divine revelation. Like the conspiracy gods took pity on my slow decay into insanity and threw me a nice big bone to chew on. And this one actually had some meat on it. I had fallen asleep on the couch amidst another bout of determined research. YouTube was once again in the background. When I woke up from my nap, I went for the remote when the narrator of the video caught my attention. Missing 411 SASs had rabbit-holed into unexplained mysteries in general, and unexplained mysteries had rabbit-holed into crazy discoveries made by scientists and historians. The narrator was talking about this skull that had been found. The picture of it was posted up for the viewer to see while he talked about it. It was an old weathered-looking skull that had puncture holes in the cranium part. Because of these holes, scientists thought for a long time that this child had been the victim of a human sacrifice. But through a series of discoveries, it was made apparent that this child, in actuality, had been picked clean off the ground by a crowned eagle. Suddenly it hit me. I sprang out of my seat like a madman as all the pieces began to fall together like a Rubik's Cube that was all but solving itself. Giant fucking eagles. I know, it sounds ridiculous. On the surface, more ridiculous than any other theory brought forward. But like my dad always said, the difference between batshit and guano is the stuff that's inside it. And this was no different. What? I'm not going to get into every painful detail here, but I do have to point out a few just to show you where I'm coming from here. Eagles eat takeout. They swoop in, snatch and kill their food, fly it back, and eat in the nest. This explains why people go missing and are never found again. They're being looked for somewhere on the forest floor when they've actually been carried up a mountain and dropped in a nest somewhere. This also explains why the people who are found are way further out than they by all rights should be, and why so many seem to have fallen from a great height. The eagle takes someone who's a little too heavy, takes someone who doesn't die right away and squirms a bit too much, gets spooked or startled and needs to fly faster, and they drop their meal. Eagles are ambush predators. They hang out on a perch, and as soon as they see a tasty snack, they swoop in, pin it down, kill it, then swoop back with their newly acquired meal to wherever it is they nest at. This explains why so many lone hikers go missing off a trail. Just like a hunter would babysit a game trail for deer, an eagle babysits a footpath for humans. And speaking of deer, an eagle large enough to swoop up with a human would more than likely have a reliable food source of deer. And there are a crap ton of deer. In Yellowstone alone, there are over 2,000 mule deer running around, and that's just mule deer. And this is the very reason why hunters go missing. If you're out hunting a deer, then chances are you're wearing scents and making deer calls. In other words, you are actively trying to convince deer that you are in fact also a deer. But the same artificial smells and bleats that would attract a nice big 10-point would just as easily be a free food sign for a large bird of prey. This also explains why so many times only aspects of the missing person have been found. Shoes, backpacks, cameras, hiking sticks, bows, etc. Eagles are smart creatures. They probably learned pretty quickly that there's a lot of stuff on these humans that aren't edible. Clothing can be torn through easily enough, but the thicker, more durable stuff gets ripped off and discarded. Like a deer's antlers, the feet are torn off by the ankles, and smaller animals eat whatever is left inside. Now I know, if you're reading this, you're probably thinking one glaring thing. Come on, Saint_Circa. You'd think someone would notice giant eagles flying around, but they have. That's why the National Park Service gets so shady when people try to investigate further. They are well aware that there are giant eagles living in the hundreds of miles these national parks reach out to sometimes. And considering eagles only hunt in a roughly 15-20 mile perimeter around their nests, they know exactly where to find them as well. America's national bird is the bald eagle. It's been that way since 1782. By 1963, there were only 400 nesting pairs of bald eagles in the entire country. Why? Because people shot them out of the sky in droves. Not for their meat, not for their valuable talons or beaks. Researchers say that these eagles were killed mainly to see them up close. That's it. Do you think for half a second there wouldn't be 1,000 hillbillies with birdshot scouring the entire countryside the second it was discovered that there were giant eagles flying around. My best guess is that the National Park Service works in tandem with wildlife conservationist groups to keep these endangered animals as secret as possible. But you can't just let giant man-eating eagles fuck each other willy-nilly and fly around eating whatever they want whenever they feel like. No one's gonna go spend money to hang out at a natural park. They'll be killed and eaten at. That'd be horrible for business. In comes the military, you see. It's not just the military that's sent out to find these missing people. It's one particularly small but highly effective section of the military, and that section is the Green Berets. Green Berets have a large set of skills, but two of their main purposes are special reconnaissance and unconventional warfare, and almost all their operations fall under the category of classified. In layman's terms, they specialize in finding things and reporting information on it, and killing things in very unique and creative ways. And then, of course, they're not allowed to talk about any of it. Total secrecy. You think these guys get called out because Tiny Tim got turned around in the woods? Bullshit! The government can't even send a real hazmat team to Palestine, Ohio when a chemical fire radiates the entire town. No, they go out there when park rangers suspect Tiny Tim got turned into a giant eagle's lunch, and they need the best of the best to identify if that is indeed the case and take it down / dispose of it properly if it is, and keep their mouth shut about it afterwards. They get sent out when scientists speculate that the giant eagle population has grown too high and is risking compromise. The Green Berets go out and depopulate a bit, keep the population under control, and keep their mouths shut about it afterwards. They get sent out when one dies so they can collect the body for research and keep their mouths shut about it afterwards. I was absolutely sure of it, but even after this certainty cemented itself into everything else I knew to be true, a new dangerous itch began to invade the back of my mind. You can't just know that a house is haunted. You have to actually see the fucking ghost, don't you? I fought it for longer than I thought possible, but within 7 months of watching that first video, I found myself driving to Mount Rainier. I had to complete the experiment. I had to be sure that I was sure that I was sure. How's that song go? The old 80s one? Blinded with science. Took forever to plan the trip. I'd already been spending weeks studying things about eagles, but now I had to reorient and study how to spot eagles, when they hunted, how to watch them without spooking them, etc. But after 4 deep diving months, I had my plan and everything I needed to carry it out. I chose Mount Rainier for 2 reasons. The first being it was close, the second being that there have been an unusual number of disappearances, not only on the mountain itself, but in the entirety of the national park that surrounded it. Even by national park standards. In the small hours of the morning, as the sun was just beginning to rise, I took off down the trail and began looking for the perfect spot to set up my blind. See, normal eagles hang out in big trees or on the sides of cliffs, but my hypothesis was that a giant eagle would probably be hanging out in crevices against cliffs. When something it could eat walked into its radar, it would swoop out and ambush it. About 4 hours into my trip, I found a spot I thought was ideal. A small hilltop with trees, but not too many trees. At the bottom of the hill, to my left, a large cliff wall could be seen. To the right was relatively flat land with enough space in between for a large bird to fly through unhindered. And so I waited and waited and waited. For 3 days I sat in that fucking blind, watching the deer, eating cold Imres and trying my hardest not to doze off. At the beginning of day 4, however, it would all change. I was just considering leaving when you're alone in a ramshackle tent. It doesn't take long for your mind to convince you of what an idiot you are. Giant eagles? Come on, Saint_Circa. Look at all the time you've wasted. Why can't you get hooked on something productive?" As a big 10-point stepped out of the brush into the area just in front of me. I watched it with a sort of boredom. Deer are cool the first time you see one, but this had to have been the 100th deer in 3 days that I'd seen, and at the end of the day, they're just horses with antlers. They mosey, they eat, they poop and leave. I guess in my boredom, I didn't really notice how quiet the forest had gotten. The deer did, though. It stopped mid-bite and perked its head up, locked rigidly into place with a big mess of grass hanging out of its mouth. And that's when it happened. It was so fast my mind hardly had time to process it. One moment the deer was standing there, and the next it was pinned to the ground. I sat there wide-eyed and in shock from the hidden barrier of my blind. Standing over this thing was the largest animal I had ever seen. Its huge wingspan seemed to stretch endlessly. It had to have been 40 feet from end to end. The forest floor was shaded almost completely as its outstretched wings blotted the sun from the sky. Even without the wings, it was almost too large to comprehend. At least 8 feet off the ground on its 2 taloned legs, its dinosaur-like eyes gazing emptily into its prey like huge orbs of golden fire. The poor animal let out one bleated scream before the eagle's large beak tore into its neck, sending streams of blood and tissue across the forest floor like something out of a slasher movie. I could hear bones crunching violently even from the distance I was at. Suddenly I realized I had to take a photo. No one would believe it if I didn't show them firsthand. Even then, they'd have probably thought it was just a hoax. Green screens and CGI and Photoshop, all that shit. I raised the lens of my camera towards the creature with shaking hands and snapped a shot. Huge! Huge! Mistake. As soon as the camera made that stupid little fluttering sound, the eagle's head snapped instantly in my direction, its lifeless eyes staring with pure instinct straight through the camouflage of my structure. It saw me. Before I could react, there was a sharp blast of wind. In less than a moment, the entire blind was ripped off of its stakes and thrown into the woods around me. As I recovered and looked around, panic-stricken, I could see the horrible thing tearing into the remnants of the plastic structure some 15 or 20 feet in front of me, trying to find me inside of it. With everything I could muster, I took off in the direction of my car. I've never ran so fast in my life. It took a long time to get back to my car, and the few times I stopped to try and catch my breath or dry heave, I was all but sure would result in me being another missing 411 on Mount Rainier. After what felt like days of almost endless running, I made it back to my car, exhausted and frightened for my life, as I sat in the driver's seat hyperventilating from exhaustion and weeping from fear. I couldn't wrap my mind around what I just witnessed or how I was still here to think about it. The only thing I could think about was getting the hell as far away from Mount Rainier as possible. As I made the long drive home, and my thoughts began to somewhat return to me, I concluded that the eagle must have gotten itself trapped in the blind just long enough for me to get away. It was either that, or the deer it had killed had way more meat than I did, and it was already dead. I guess it'd be pointless to chase a smaller prey. Eagles are wicked smart after all. I tried to contact several authorities afterwards, but, surprise, surprise, no one believed it. You know, sir, eagles are a lot bigger than people initially think they are. Are you sure you weren't using any illegal substances? Okay, well, we'll send someone out to look at it and tell you what we find. Uh-huh. We'll let you know if we find anything. We'll let you know. That camera is still out there in the woods with the rest of my stuff. I don't know if I'll ever be brave enough to try and go back for it. Maybe someone will find it, and the truth will be that much harder to dismiss. For now, I only have you guys to tell. The National Park Service is hiding something big in the mountains and forests of the United States, and if you ever go hiking in one of these remote places, make sure you are never alone. Story 4. My boyfriend went missing in Glacier National Park. I think I know what happened to him. Stan and I met shortly after I moved to Seattle in the spring of 2017. We used to joke that we should make up some sort of meet-cute to explain the origins of our relationship, because the truth was far less romantic and far more mundane. That is, we met on Tinder, as everyone seems to these days. To say we hit it off would be an understatement. He seemed like the perfect man for me. He loved dogs, just like I did, and music and art. Of course, there were some things we didn't agree on. He liked horror movies way more than me, for instance. And snakes! He tried to convince multiple times that we should get a snake. That was one I knew from the beginning I was never budging on. They just give me the creeps, you know? Things like that felt like they just added depth to our relationship, though. We moved quickly. Not overwhelmingly fast, but a bit quicker than I normally moved in relationships. It just really felt like he got me. I found myself spilling far more details about my ex than I had intended on ever sharing on our third date. I was half expecting him to run for the hills then. My ex wasn't a very kind guy, if you get my drift, and crying on a third date is never sexy. He just reached out, took my hand, and told me we all go through dark stuff. I felt heard. "And who hasn't had a fucked up ex?" he asked, offering me a wry smile. A few months later, we were moving in together. Things were perfect, at first anyways. Even then, it was just small things, really. It wasn't long before Stan sat me down to talk to me about how I kept forgetting to do my dishes, for example. I couldn't help but feel a little defensive. That particular week, I'd worked double shifts 2 days in a row. I'd barely even had time to sleep, much less address the dishes. Still, I conceded. He wasn't wrong, after all. After that, I realized that my clothes were a bit too revealing. Following Stan pointing it out, I still felt a little defensive, but he assured me he was just trying to look out for me. Since this was my first time out on my own, he had several years of experience on me on that matter, so I pushed down my pride and agreed. He was just trying to help, you know. Just like he was when he pointed out that my friends weren't that great of an influence and that going out on the weekends wasn't really fair to him. Besides things like that, our relationship was great, really. We had countless happy photos together. He was never shy about posting me. The long romantic captions he'd post alone quelled any doubts I had about how much he cared about me. Silly, I know, but it felt nice that someone was proud to show me off. For our 1-year anniversary, Stan suggested we go on a trip. He said I could pick, so I suggested a national park I'd always wanted to see. Joshua Tree, to be specific. We both enjoyed camping and the outdoors, so it seemed like a safe choice. When I suggested it, though, I saw his gaze darken. That was Emma's favorite park, he said. Emma was his ex. The fucked up one he'd alluded to on our third date. He didn't talk about her much. I always got the impression that he didn't want to think about that part of his life much, so I didn't ask. As such, I didn't know much beyond how she was some sort of biologist and apparently 50 shades of insane. They'd dated for a few years right after she'd graduated college, and then she'd went entirely off the rails. Never mind, I amended quickly. What about Glacier National Park then? It's supposed to be really pretty too, and it's closer. His face relaxed, and he smiled. That's much better, he agreed. Glacier it is. I was really excited about our trip. I was taking a whole week off work. I poured God knows how many hours into planning. I wanted it to be perfect, to really show Stan how grateful I was that he'd managed to put up with me for a year. The trip grew steadily closer, and before I knew it, we were climbing into his car, the trunk full of camping gear, and his dog, Penelope. We lived about 10 hours away from Glacier. Not horribly far, but definitely far enough to warrant the planning I'd put in. The road trip there was nice for the most part, aside from how I forgot to remind Stan to fill up the gas tank. That was a close call. We left early in the morning, early enough that I thought it counted more as late at night, to be honest. By the time we were arriving at Glacier, the shadows were growing long, surrounded by gold. We'd have just enough time to set up our camp, I thought. We went to check in at the ranger station. Stan did the talking while I pet Penelope behind him. I listened in on the conversation. It was mostly park guidelines, typical stuff like that. Stan, of course, was also chatting with the ranger like they were old friends. He was always charismatic like that. We figured we'd head out here to celebrate. Isn't that right, dear? Stan asked, turning to me. I nodded quickly. Yep, can't believe it's been a year already, I said. The ranger, a youngish man with dark blonde hair tied back in a ponytail, looked past Stan to meet my gaze. That's wonderful. Congratulations, he said. You wouldn't happen to have any recommendations for things to do, would you? Stan asked, shifting his weight so he stood in front of me. I almost opened my mouth to say I already had things we could do planned out. I had for nearly 2 months. I decided against it. Stan had told me recently that I tended to come across as bossy and condescending, and I was trying to work on that. Instead, I turned my attention back to Penelope as the ranger went over some trails and interpretive programs. Eventually, Stan shook his hand and we headed to our campsite. I was reading about some trails we could try, I offered as we set up. Oh, don't worry about that, Stan said. I'm sure he just gave us more in-depth info than whatever research you read, right? I mumbled. The first night there was peaceful. We built a campfire. At one point, Stan dropped Penelope's leash. She ran over to the nearest campsite. Luckily, the couple there thought she was just as adorable as we did. Stan invited them over to join us around the campfire. I was a little disappointed. I had pictured getting up early to head out on the hikes he'd suggested I plan a few months ago, and it had already been a long day of travel. Still, plans change. The couple was incredibly friendly. On the bright side, the girl was named Marie and the guy Michael. They had been traveling in their van for the past 6 months. You know, I always thought van life sounded like it would be amazing. Of course we have her holding us down, Stan said, laughing towards me. It was hard enough to get away from work this week, I agreed, playing along. Well, a week out here is better than nothing, Marie offered. The next day we headed out on one of the hikes Stan had chosen, getting up a bit later as I had guessed would happen. It was pretty, I'll admit, and I was beginning to feel silly for being so controlling over what we did. When we returned to camp that night, we had dinner at the nearby restaurant, and things felt like they were going nicely. This was the longest we'd gone in weeks without some sort of argument, or me messing something up. After dinner, we stopped by the visitor center to buy some more firewood. When we returned, Marie and Michael came over again. Not to chat, though. This time they had a question for us, or more for Stan. Michael tried to keep his voice down as he asked Stan if he had heard anything strange last night, as Marie had been spooked by something. I surmised they were trying to not scare me as well, though I thought that was rather silly. We were in the woods, after all. It seemed like weird noises were to be expected. Stan and I climbed into our tent that night, and sleep took us both quickly. It didn't keep its grasp, though, at least not on me. I was awoken at some point in the night by something outside our tent. My first thought was that it was another camper on the way to the bathroom and wandering off the path in the darkness. As I continued to listen, though, slow, steady noise suggested otherwise. It almost sounded like whoever, or whatever was out there was circling the tent. I say whatever because it didn't fully sound like footsteps. Instead, it almost sounded like something sliding, scraping along the forest floor. I felt a chill run down my spine. I looked over to Stan. He was still fast asleep. I swallowed. The last thing I wanted to do was wake him up, especially if it turned out to be something as silly as a deer. Trying to steady my racing breath, I decided to instead turn my attention back to the noise outside. I attempted to reason with myself as I strained to listen. We were in a well-populated, official campground. Surely whatever was out there couldn't be that dangerous. Animals came into the campgrounds, I knew that. But it seemed like the odds of being attacked by some wild animal less than 50 feet from a ranger station had to be close to zero. Whatever was out there continued to circle the tent. I was sure that was what it was doing now. I heard Penelope begin to whine. She'd evidently been awoken as well. I looked over at her, trying to make out her small shape in the darkness. I wanted to call her over to me, away from the entrance of the tent. I knew that if whatever was out there was dangerous, a few extra feet between her and it wouldn't do much good. I didn't dare call out anyways, too scared of alerting whatever was out there to our presence. As I continued to listen, I heard the strange sliding noise stop. It sounded like it was right behind the tent, right above Stan and I. I almost screamed as a low hiss reached my ears. That was enough for Penelope, evidently, as she collapsed into a fit of panic barks. It seemed like a spell had been broken with her first bark. Stan shot up and immediately demanded to know what was going on. As Penelope tried to claw her way out of the tent, there was a loud crash outside, then silence. "What the fuck is going on?" Stan demanded, anger overriding any remaining sleepiness. I tried to recount what had just happened to him. The scraping noise, the circling, the hiss. I was barely halfway through explaining when he rolled his eyes. "It was probably just a deer," he said. "A deer? It hissed," I said, forgetting myself in fear of whatever had been out there. Deer make weird noises. God, I get the dog freaking out, but you? Stan asked. "I'm not freaking out," I said. "There was something out there," Michael said. "Marie heard something too. Marie probably also heard a deer." Jesus Christ! "I didn't know I was going on a camping trip with a 12-year-old, Stan said. I felt tears pricking my eyes. Things had just been going so well. Finally. "I'm sorry," I murmured. "I just got freaked out. You're right, it was silly." We woke up later than planned the next day. Unsurprising, after last night's events, I thought. My previous panic slowly came back to me. In the daylight, I could see Stan's side more easily. It was rather silly of me to be panicking over what was probably just a curious deer. It had sounded like it was sliding or slithering or whatever, sure, but how much did I really know about wildlife? I pushed the thoughts out of my mind, deciding instead to focus on the day ahead of us. Stan and I headed out for the second hike he had chosen. A longer one, nearly 12 miles, round trip. I glanced at the time when he said that, trying to keep the frown off my face. It seemed like it was a little late to start such a long hike. Stan was quick to assure me it would be fine, though. We stopped at the ranger station near the campground to use to the bathrooms and fill up our water bottles before we set off. The ranger we'd met a few days before was there again, and once again greeted us with a friendly smile. Penelope had apparently picked this particular night to be shy, so I ended up holding her leash off to the side while Stan chatted with the ranger and bought firewood. "What type of dog is that, by the way?" the ranger asked as Stan turned to leave. I saw his face light up instantly. Penelope was a rare breed, one he'd spent several $1,000s and a trip to another country on to acquire. He loved getting to tell people that. "A Confronting," Stan replied. "They're a sort of rare German breed. There's not many in America." "She's very cute," the ranger said. I could tell Stan wanted to continue the conversation, but another man had walked up, grabbing the ranger's attention. We had to head out of the park to a nearby town to drop Penelope off at a kennel Stan had booked for the day, since dogs weren't allowed on most trails. Stan ranted about the stupidity of that rule as we drove back to the trail. The hike was gorgeous. Stan had mentioned that it trailed along a lake for a bit before veering upwards to the ridge, but it seemed a bit was far longer than I'd thought. Not that I had any complaints. Said lake was a stunning sapphire blue. It was hard to really focus on the beautiful scenery with the position of the sun nagging at me, however. It seemed to be moving far faster than usual. It was probably my imagination. I felt a distinct chill of anxiety creep down my spine at the thought of being out here at night. Around about 2 hours into our trek, we sat down to have lunch. We had only been stopped for a few minutes when a man emerged from the brush. Not trail, he literally pushed his way through the thick bushes up ahead. I jumped at the sudden intrusion, a gasp escaping my lips. The man stared at us for a moment. His face was unreadable. Then he straightened up. "Afternoon," he said. There was something off about his voice. It was raspy, as though he didn't use it much, or chain smoked on the daily, or both. "Afternoon?" Stan returned, narrowing his eyes. "You two headed past the lake?" the man asked. That was the only place this trail went, so that seemed obvious. Of course, he had just come from off-trail, so maybe it wasn't to him. "We are," Stan said, dismissively. I could tell he didn't want to keep interacting with this man any more than I did. "Pretty day out for a hike," the man said. "I'd keep an eye on the sun, though." He stared at us. We stared back, unsure what else to say. I looked over at Stan. He was still looking at the newcomer. "Well, I'll let you two get on with your lunch," the man said. Then he walked past us, heading back down the mountain without another word. Once he was out of sight, I broke the silence. "What the hell was that?" I asked, my voice a whisper. Stan shrugged. "I dunno. Crazy mountain man? Lost crackhead?" "He's gone now anyways." I frowned, my gaze trailing back to where the man had disappeared around the bend of the trail. "Seriously, that didn't creep you out?" I asked. "I mean, he was weird, but you're bound to run into weird people sometimes," Stan said with another shrug. My mind wasn't fully put at ease, but I nodded. He was right, I told myself, looking back at my sandwich. Once we finished lunch, we continued hiking. I couldn't help but notice how few people were on the trail that day. That, combined with the strange man from earlier, and of course the ever-present knowledge we were in grizzly country, kept my anxiety constantly at the edge of boiling over. God, we just had to pick the one hike that no one is on, I thought, as we rounded a series of large boulders. By now, the shadows were beginning to grow long. We still hadn't reached the ridge. We hadn't even cleared the lake. I felt like we must have been well past the 6 miles it took to reach the ridge at this point. I debated whether or not to say something. I decided against it. Stan would just tell me he knew what he was doing, that he was the hiking expert with several years of experience on me and all of that. So we continued on. When the sun was beginning to dip behind the mountains, though, and we were still nowhere near any sort of ridge, I finally stopped. "Maybe we should start heading back," I suggested, gesturing toward the sun. Stan turned to face me. His face was red and shiny with sweat, both emphasized by the orange glow of the sun. "It should be right up here," Stan said. "Well, do you have the map? I could take a look at it," I offered. Stan rolled his eyes. "I know how to read a map, Michelle," he said. He set his bag down, presumably to pull the map out. After a few moments of rustling around, he looked up at me. "Did you take the map?" he asked, an icy edge to his voice. "No, I haven't touched it," I said quickly. "It's not there? Why the fuck would I be asking you if you took it if it was here?" "God, Michelle, you can really be dumb sometimes." Stan gave the backpack a kick in frustration. "Sorry," I said, swallowing. I took a steadying breath. "Maybe it fell out?" "It was right here," Stan said, shaking his head. "I know I packed it." "I know, I saw you pack it. Did you take it out during lunch?" Maybe we can check Google Maps," I suggested. I pulled my phone out, only to be greeted with no reception and a dying battery. So much for that idea. I took another breath, trying to stay calm. We weren't lost, at least, I reasoned. We were still on the trail, even if it wasn't the trail that led to the ridge. We could still backtrack. I told Stan as much. The dying sunset was growing even more golden, adding urgency to my words. If we hurried, we might be able to get at least part way off the mountain before dark. Maybe to a more populated area of whatever trail this was. "All right," Stan agreed. "Come on, let's get going." Our descent was tense, to say the least. I could practically feel the anger coming off of Stan, and I didn't dare say anything for fear of making it worse. Despite our best efforts, we weren't even back at our lunch spot when dusk began to turn to dark, and it became nearly impossible to see. I pulled my phone out, Its flashlight barely cut a few feet ahead through the inky blackness, but it was better than nothing. Stan did the same. I frowned, wishing I'd checked with him that he'd brought a flashlight. I'd assumed that was a given, with all of his hiking experience. Oh well. I could hardly judge someone for forgetting something. Our progress was massively hindered by the dim lighting. That, along with the rocky trail, made every step feel like a potential fall. Potential turned into actual when I misjudged a loose rock. It gave way beneath my boot. I yelped as I fell to the ground, the cold stones cutting into my flesh. My phone hit the ground, the light disappearing. I saw the remaining light spin around. "Jesus Christ, I told you to watch your step," Stan said. I winced. "Sorry," I said. "I just don't want you to get hurt," Stan replied. "Are you all right?" He crouched down in front of me, the light shining in my face. I gave a soft nod. "I think so," I said. I raised my hands to examine the damage. A couple of scrapes, but nothing worse. That was a relief. It definitely hurt worse than that. I looked back to the ground, scanning for my phone. Thankfully, it had only fallen face down. It seemed to still be working fine. Otherwise, Stan helped me to my feet, and we continued on. We hadn't taken more than 3 steps each when we heard it. A sharp crack in the woods to our right. Both of our heads snapped toward the source of the sound at the same time. I felt my blood run cold. "Please don't be a bear. Please don't be a bear," I prayed silently. "It's probably just a deer," Stan said. I heard a rare hint of doubt in his usually confident voice. If I get out of this alive, I am never going hiking again, I thought. There was another crack, this time from further up the trail. "We should keep moving," I said, swallowing. I tried to remember what you were supposed to do if you encountered a predator. Not be wandering around the woods after dark was probably high up on that list. My mind offered. Look big. Don't run. Make noise. I forced myself to keep my pace steady as I started to walk again, thinking about the other two. I wasn't sure how I was supposed to do either of those. I was 5'3" on a good day. Stan cut a pretty imposing figure at least. Did make noise mean like sing, yell, bang rocks together? I didn't have time to keep fretting over the vaguely recalled instructions, because something crashed through the bushes in front of us. It was, well, I wasn't sure what it was. It was definitely big. Big enough to take up the entire trail. It didn't look like a bear, but in the dim lighting, I couldn't see much more detail. From what I could make out, it almost looked like a fallen log, except it was definitely moving. "Run! Run!" Stan shouted. I stared, frozen in shock for a moment, as Stan darted off into the woods. He didn't wait for me to respond after yelling to run before he took off into the thick trees. I wondered if he had gotten a better look at whatever that thing in front of was, if that was what had caused him to dash off so quickly. I didn't have much time to think about it, as my senses came back to me and I raced after him. Any concern over what we should be doing had flown from my mind, along with any fears of falling. All I was focused on was catching up with Stan and figuring out what the hell had just happened. My tender ankle, combined with a shorter stride, meant that I couldn't run nearly as fast as Stan, though. Within a few moments, I found myself alone in the dark trees. I forced myself to continue onward, realizing I was screaming Stan's name at some point. It hit me all at once how incredibly stupid this was. We'd just run from the trail, the one source of some protection and safety we had. We didn't have a map. We didn't have actual flashlights. We didn't even have jackets. And now, of course, there wasn't even a we, I realized, slowing to a stop and gasping for breath. "Stan!" I shouted between gasps, my hands on my knees. The silence of the forest answered me. Had it always been this quiet? I wondered. I could have sworn the woods were alive with crickets and other nocturnal creatures earlier. Now, the darkness surrounding me felt almost alive, like it was some sentient force muffling any sound that tried to reach my ears. Taking another breath, I straightened up, shining my flashlight around for any sign of Stan. There wasn't any. He probably hadn't even realized I'd fallen behind. I was at a loss for what to do next. I realized I was no longer sure which direction we'd come from. The trees looked the same no matter where I looked. "Fuck!" I whispered. I looked around again, hoping for something that would help. I wasn't even sure what. And then I heard the scream. It sliced through the silence like a knife. I knew who it belonged to immediately. Stan! "Stan!" I shrieked, taking off in the direction it seemed like the scream had come from. A second scream sounded. It was filled with terror. I didn't think I'd ever heard Stan sound afraid like that. "Stan, where are you?" I shouted. "Stay back!" His cry was cut off, instead turning into a strangled, choking sound. I had to be close. I swung my light around, trying to catch any sign of movement or color in the darkness. A flash of beige caught my attention. It didn't seem to match the surrounding trees. It had a scaly, almost shiny appearance, and then it was gone. I ran in the direction of it anyways, only to find a space between two trees where it had been. Everything after that was a blur. They say trauma does that, makes you forget details, sometimes whole events. I wasn't sure how long I stumbled around out there, still shouting for Stan. From time to time, I would hear something rustling in the bushes. Every time, my blood would run cold. I'd change direction, trying to silently move away from the noise, and hoping, against all hope, that whatever was out there didn't find me. It started to rain at some point. It plastered my hair to my face and soaked the thin long-sleeved t-shirt I was wearing. After what felt like both hours and mere minutes, I saw a light appear in the trees in front of me. Then the voices reached my ears. Faint at first, and then loud enough to make out the words, "Well, I hope you're feeling better." "I'm fine. I think I just ate something that didn't agree with me." A few moments later, I stumbled out of the trees, practically into the gravel parking lot. There were two people standing in the parking lot, in the headlights of a truck with a Park Service logo. I shielded my eyes. I heard surprised, then relieved murmurs as they noticed me. After that, I remember someone catching me as I collapsed, repeating that there was something out there. I'm fairly sure I wasn't making much sense at that point. One of the rangers, the blonde one we'd met before, ironically enough, hurriedly gave me a blanket, ushering me into the warmth of the truck, while the other radioed the situation in. Apparently they'd gotten a report of an abandoned car in the parking lot and had come out to investigate, I'd learn later. I'd gotten lucky and stumbled out of the tree line just before they left. Sitting in the warm truck, feeling began to return to both my body and mind. "Stan is still out there," I said, my voice weak from a mixture of exhaustion and fear. "You have to go find him." "This Stan was hiking with you?" the other ranger asked. I nodded. "We got separated," I heard him screaming. "I think there's something out there. It got him." I collapsed into sobs at that point. "All right, it's going to be all right. You're safe now," the darker-haired ranger said. "I'm Ranger Tom Thornton. This is Ranger Alex Lindorm. What was your name?" "Michelle," I said, trying to take a steadying breath. "Michelle Harrington. And you were hiking with someone named Stan?" Tom asked. "My boyfriend," I said. Stanley Daniels. We headed out late, and it got dark so fast, and I should have told him we needed to go back, and then there was something out there." Alex gave me a sympathetic smile, nodding as if to encourage me to keep going. "We heard it first, and then this thing landed in front of the trail. It was too dark to see what it was, and Stan started running, and I tried to follow him, but he was just gone, until I heard him screaming. Oh, God, the screams. They were awful. You guys have to go find him. You have to find whatever that thing was. It was following me. Oh my God." I collapsed into sobs. The rangers exchanged glances, and I realized how insane I must sound, rambling about a vague something in the forest that had stalked me and attacked my boyfriend. To their credit, neither of them outwardly expressed their doubt of my story. When I finished speaking, Tom nodded. "Okay, we're going to get a search party together for your boyfriend. How about you come back to the station with us? EMTs can check you out, and we can figure out what we're going to do next, Tom said. I gave a small nod through the tears that were still flowing. I just wanted to be away from that forest as soon as I could be. The drive back to the ranger station felt surreal, the trees spilling past the car window in a haze. I winced as my arm bumped into the truck's door while climbing out upon arriving. "You okay?" Alex asked. I nodded quickly. "Did you hurt your arm out there?" "No, it's from something else," I said quietly. I shifted, pulling my sleeve further over the dark bruise on my upper arm. "Okay," he said, for a moment looking like he wanted to question me further on that. I prayed he wouldn't. For the first time that day, it seemed like my prayers were answered. We headed inside, and by the time I was done answering a further barrage of questions and being checked out by the EMTs, the sun was beginning to peek over the horizon. The Rangers had coordinated a search party in surprisingly little time. By the time the sun was fully up, they had already headed out there. A ranger named Crystal Everts was kind enough to keep me company for most of the sleepless morning that ensued. I found myself endlessly grateful for that company. I had never really thought about the after in these sort of situations before. It seemed like stories always ended with being rescued, the aftermath left to the footnotes. Now that I was experiencing it, I was glad it at least included a mug of coffee, even if it was instant coffee. "Do you think they'll find him?" I asked between sips. Crystal gave me a soft smile, but I saw doubt flickering in her eyes. "They'll do everything they can. We have some of the best search and rescue rangers in the country," she said. I was silent for a moment. When I spoke again, it took me a moment to even realize I was doing so. It got him. "What you thought you saw out there?" Crystal asked. I didn't think I saw it. I don't even know what I saw. But I know there was something out there, I said. "I sound crazy, don't I?" I said after a minute. Crystal shook her head. "You sound like you went through something very difficult." "Sometimes, in those situations, our mind can play tricks on us," she said. "That just seems like a polite way of saying I sound crazy," I said. I glanced past her to a photo on her desk. It contained a group of smiling people. I recognized 3 of them. The other 3 were unfamiliar. A tall man with a cowboy hat, a blonde woman wearing a bright orange tank top, and a redhead with a Medusa tattoo snaking around her upper arm. "Those are the 2 rangers who found me. Are you friends?" I attempted to change the subject, nodding to the figures I recognized in the photo. Thankfully, it seemed to work. Crystal glanced back at it. "Alex and Tom?" "Yeah, they're good guys," she said. "Who are the others?" Truthfully, I didn't really care who the other people in the photo were, but talking about something random felt preferable to thinking about the present. Crystal seemed to pick up on that. "Well, the blonde woman, that's Lauren. She's a tour guide. The bearded guy, he's a ranger too. His name's John. And the redhead, she worked here as a biologist. Before she could finish, a man I didn't recognize appeared in the doorway. "We found something," he said. "Stan?" I asked. He shook his head. "A phone and a backpack. We think there's human blood on it in the area you were found. We think it might be his. Do you think you'd be able to confirm?" Yeah, I can do that," I said. He glanced over at Crystal. There was something unreadable in his eyes. I couldn't even begin to decipher what it was. They took me to see the cell phone. It sat neatly in an evidence bag, a sight that seemed in stark contrast to the rusty brown that covered the now cracked screen. I felt my blood run cold. The bag was in much the same condition. I recognized it as Stan's immediately. It was the one he'd taken with us hiking that day. Now, one of the straps was torn, and the same red that covered the phone speckled the backpack. I felt my breath catch in my throat as I looked at it, somehow knowing that was all they would find of Stan. "I told you it got him," I said, my voice cracking in fear and barely above a whisper. Crystal looked at me sympathetically. "Well, it does seem like something happened," she said. "But for all we know, he could have just fallen and hurt himself. We might still find him." I glanced back at the bag, doubt filling my mind, and gave an unsteady nod. I didn't have enough energy left to try to convince anyone of a story that sounded crazy even to me. After I confirmed that the phone and backpack was indeed his, Alex and Crystal took me back over to my campsite. I had called my parents. I hadn't spoken to them in ages, so I can only imagine how it felt to receive a call like this out of the blue. Despite that, they were relieved, both to hear from me and to hear that I was okay. They'd insisted on flying out the next day to bring me back to our home. Home. That was a word that hadn't had a meaning to me for a while. Stan and I's apartment had never really felt like a home, if I was being honest. They weren't the only ones feeling relieved, though guilt coursed through me as soon as I realized this. Stan was most likely dead, and I was feeling relieved? How fucked up of a person are you? God, he was right. I am a psycho, I thought bitterly as we drove back to the campground. The 2 rangers had volunteered, on their day off at that, to help me pack up the camp and drive me to a nearby hotel that my parents had booked. They insisted it was nothing, but as I stepped out of the truck and looked at the empty tent, that nothing felt like it meant the world. It didn't take long to pack things up, not with 3 people, and 2 with enough experience for at least a dozen. I wondered what I was supposed to do with Stan's things. Crystal left towards the end to use the restroom. "Are you okay?" Alex asked quietly as she walked away. "Yeah, I'll be fine. Stan is the one." "No, are you okay?" Alex glanced towards my shoulder, the one with the bruise. "Fuck. It wasn't what you think," I said, looking down and pulling my cardigan tighter around myself. "I don't want to put you on the spot, but someone close to me was in a not-so-great relationship once, and they used to say the same thing. So, if it was what you think, I just wanted to say, you're not alone. And things get better." I felt tears pricking my eyes, the little composure I had left breaking down. "Thanks," I said quietly. Once Crystal returned, we finished loading my bag into the truck and headed to the hotel. It was a weird feeling leaving the park in such a different way than I had entered. When we got to the hotel, I checked in, and Crystal and Alex were nice enough to help me unload my things. Once I had brought the last bag in, I took a deep breath. There were countless things to do tomorrow. Talk to the police about Stan's disappearance. Figure out what I was supposed to do with Penelope. I figured I had always wanted a dog of my own. Meet my parents. Say thank you to the old man that had mentioned he'd seen 2 people headed up on the trail late. It had turned out the guy I'd thought was a creep had been the reason the rangers were at the parking lot when I finally found my way from the tree line. Despite that, I guessed I would have trouble sleeping that night. My mind was alive with racing thoughts, pieces and snippets of the past 24 hours slowly forming into some sort of picture. It wasn't until Crystal and Alex were headed out that I was handed, literally, the piece of that picture that made it come together. "Thank you both. I really appreciate it," I said, standing at the door of the hotel room. "Of course, we're sorry about your boyfriend. We still haven't given up hope of finding him," Crystal said. I didn't correct her to say that I had. I wasn't sure how I felt so certain, but I knew whatever was out there had made sure he wouldn't be coming back. "We'll do everything we can," Alex said. He paused. "Oh, I almost forgot. I picked this up at the campsite earlier. Thought it might be yours." He pulled a map from his jacket pocket, handing it to me. I froze upon seeing it. It wasn't just any map. It was the map, the one Stan had sworn he'd put in his backpack, the one I'd seen him put in his backpack, the one we'd been unable to find that evening. "You found this at the campsite?" I asked, slowly taking the map from him. He nodded. "Where exactly?" He gave me a quizzical look, as if he wasn't sure why it mattered. "In the tent, by Stan's stuff." I had packed up Stan's stuff. And not only was I sure the map was in his backpack when we left for the hike, I was sure I would have seen it with his stuff. That wasn't possible, but what it implied seemed even less possible. I hesitated. I thought back to Stan and I's first in-person date. It had been during the height of the pandemic, so it was hard to meet up at first. When we finally did, we went to the zoo. He was so charming, so kind that day. I wished he had stayed that way. I thought of the countless arguments, the way I watched myself turn into someone I didn't recognize, the way he had hurt me, the nights I had spent crying. I took a deep breath. You know, I think you were right. What you said about trauma making people see things, I said to Crystal. I'm not sure what happened after Stan and I were separated. I'm not sure I actually even heard him yelling. I looked over at Alex. I hope your friend is doing better, by the way. She is now, and I think you will be eventually too. I gave a small nod. Maybe. Well, thank you again. For everything, I said after a moment. Have a good night, he said. I closed the door, feeling like I was also opening one to another chance at life, to healing, to freedom. I wouldn't have thought it started with an empty hotel room, but I guess life always has a way of twisting around itself, like a winding serpent. It's been years since Stan went missing now. As I guessed, he was never found, and eventually the search died down, relegating his disappearance to an occasional footnote in stories about tragic things that happened in the park. There's some speculation it might have been a bear attack. Nothing else was ever found to confirm one way or another, though. Penelope is sitting on my lap as I write this. We both have an apartment in my home city now. I haven't been back to the park. Not out of fear, though. It just feels like a chapter that's closed, you know? Maybe snakes aren't so bad. Story 1. Shades of the Frozen Wilds. A Caretaker's Haunting Tales from Alaska. I'm a seasonal caretaker at a national park in Alaska. I won't say which one, because I still value my job, and I've been warned by my employers to keep my mouth shut about anything unusual I've seen during my time here. That being said, there are some very strange things that I've seen over the last 3 years I've held this position, and I figured I'd share some with you. You may not even be aware of what a seasonal caretaker is, and that's completely understandable. Generally, it's not that exciting, if I'm being honest. I start my season when the park has closed for the winter, and it's my responsibility to make sure that the various cabins and public buildings are maintained and the snow is kept cleared from their roofs to prevent any damage, that sort of thing. It's a lonely job, and if you're a people person, it's probably not for you. It takes a bit of an odd duck to willingly put themselves into exile for 3 months at a time, knowing that there's no way out until the snow begins to melt and the plows can start clearing some of the access roads that lead out to my cabin. I do have a snowmobile that I can use to take the 3-hour trip to the nearest ranger station if I need to, but it's not like a quick trip to the corner store. It's just fine for me, though. I've always been a bit of a loner, and I have Max, my Jack Russell Terrier, to keep me company. The job isn't very demanding. I typically only spend a few days each week tending to my responsibilities, and the rest of the time is mine to do with as I please. A few years ago, I took up nature photography as a hobby to pass the time, and have even had a few of my pictures published by an organization you'd recognize by name. I have framed copies of those magazines hanging on the wall behind me right now, as a matter of fact. A lot of people come through this park during the more temperate months. It's probably one of the most popular places for outdoorsy folks to come explore in this region of Alaska. In the winter months, however, it's completely deserted except for a few lonely ranger stations and the like. I'll go for weeks at a time without seeing a soul, and the only person I speak with any regularity is my ranger buddy. We'll call him Rick, who I check in with a few times a week on the radio. Aside from that, it's just me and Max. I'm not sure how best to go about telling you about some of the things I've seen up here in the dark, frozen days of winter, so I'll just dive right in and tell you about the shades. At least, that's what I call them when I'm talking to myself. I have no idea what they really are, but when the winter storms are blowing strong against my shuttered cabin windows and the visibility in the snow and dim light are next to nothing, you'll see 'em. It's almost like looking at someone moving behind a pane of frosted glass, all indistinct and shadowy. At first, I just thought my mind was playing tricks on me, finding patterns in the chaotic static of all that falling snow. But then I started hearing them as well. Like murmurings, just loud enough to hear over the howl of the wind, but too quiet to recognize them as any sort of intelligent speech. It's enough to set you on edge, I can tell you that much. They tend to only show up during a heavy snowstorm, and the fiercer the storm, the closer they'll come to the cabin. It's gotten to the point where I'll make sure I've locked my doors and windows long before nightfall if I know there is a storm coming. One time, during an especially nasty blizzard, I could actually hear them moving all around my cabin like some sort of nightmare parade. That night was bad. At one point, I actually saw and heard the doorknob on my front door turning, all slow and deliberate, accompanied by what sounded like soft scratching at the wooden surface. The worst of it, and I'll swear on a stack of Bibles that it's the truth, was the faint whispering voice that kept calling my name just on the other side of the door. That went on for an hour or more, and even now, if I close my eyes, I can still hear that cold, hollow voice. It's what I would imagine a person would sound like if their soul were ripped from their body. I suppose I'm being a little overly dramatic, but it's the only way I can describe it. Alive, but also lifeless. I don't know a better way to explain it. No reason to dwell on it, I guess. I will say that I'm not sure what would have happened if I hadn't remembered to throw the deadbolt that night, but I'm not interested in finding out. Just thinking about it makes me anxious. I mentioned it to Rick the next day after the storm had quieted, when I could get a radio signal out. I expected him to laugh at me for letting myself get all spooked by the dark, but he didn't. He very calmly and firmly told me that it was better not to talk about them at all, and to just make sure I kept myself locked up nice and tight when the heavy snowstorms came. I tried to prod him for more information, but he just refused to elaborate any further. The only thing he would add was that not everything sleeps when winter comes on up here. I have to admit, he creeped me out more than a little with that singer. He definitely knows something about them, and I'm going to try to pin him down one day and get more information. The next thing on the list is the car graveyard. I shit you not, if you explore far enough off the beaten trail out here, chances are pretty good you'll find one, a car or truck just inexplicably deposited in the middle of backwater Alaska. Like that makes any sense at all. The first one I ever saw was an early 2000s S BMW coupe, looking like it was just off the showroom floor, except for the fact that half of it was embedded in an old spruce that had probably stood there since before cars even existed. It almost looked like the tree had grown around the car, or maybe the car had been interposed into the tree. I don't know how it's possible. I just know that it was there. I've seen a few of them during my time here, sometimes trapped in the trees like that BMW, and sometimes just sitting in the middle of an open space of ground. Every one of them looked like they were fresh off the road, and none of them had any logical way they could have gotten out there, even without the whole stuck in the trees part. The most unnerving thing about the cars, though, is the clothing. I stopped looking and just tend to avoid going anywhere near one if I see it, but the first time I saw one, my curiosity led me to check it out. I tried to open the doors, but they were all locked. When I looked in through the windows, though, I saw the damnedest thing. In the front seats, it looked like someone had laid out clothes, pants, shirts, socks, shoes, the whole deal, and strapped the seatbelts around them. It was like the people in the car had just vanished in mid-drive, leaving their clothes behind just the way they'd been wearing them. Eerie is one word for it, but if I'm being honest, it scared the shit out of me. The other thing about the cars is that you won't find the same one twice. When I saw that first BMW, I came back out the next day with my camera to take a picture of it, but it wasn't there anymore. I thought I'd simply forgotten where it was or that I'd gotten turned around, but when I saw my boot prints in the snow from the day before, I knew I was in the right spot. I tried to report this to the rangers as well, but Rick told me they wouldn't even send anyone out to investigate them anymore. By the time anyone got there, they'd be gone. Apparently, reports of this sort of thing have been coming in periodically over the last 20 or 30 years, and nobody knows anything about them. He did tell me that one of the rangers had found one once, a school bus from Texas, if you can believe that. In each of the rows of seats were piles of empty clothes, with the exception of the driver. The ranger that found it said that the driver was sort of there, but not really. Almost like a blurry hologram, frozen in time. He said that the driver, an elderly man, looked like he was frozen in some terrified scream, all wide-eyed and gaping mouth. The ranger tried to get into the bus using the rear emergency door, but when he got the door open, a loud buzzing sound filled his ears and a high-frequency vibration ran through his body like an electric shock. He said the closer he got, the more intense the sound and sensation became. Before he could even take a step inside the bus, it grew so strong that he thought he was going to pass out. The best he could describe it was like when you have two strong opposing magnets that you're trying to push together. The more you push, the stronger the resistance becomes. He said it was almost like the universe was somehow keeping him out of that bus, like he didn't belong in it. He stumbled away from it and spent the next day in bed, sicker than a dog. When he came back out a few days later with some other rangers, the bus was gone. I can't really speak for the buzzing and vibrating personally. I just know that I avoid them whenever I see them. They're just not right. The last thing I'll tell you about today is the bridge. About a mile or so away from my cabin, along a maintained footpath, there's a rope bridge that crosses a deep ravine. To the side of it, there's a bit of rock jutting out that's used as a kind of observation point. You know what I mean? Where hikers will stop and take selfies along their trek to post to Facebook or Twitter or whatever. The Parks Department even went through the trouble of installing handrails along the edge of it to prevent anyone from falling to their death. Of course, there aren't any hikers here during the winter season. The park is technically closed, and all roads leading into the area are blocked by chains to prevent anyone from driving in and getting into trouble with no possibility of rescue. I hike down that path probably once a week, looking for new photo opportunities to occupy my time. It's a beautiful walk, and the whole landscape seems so crisp and fresh without people tromping all around it. I've gotten some incredible shots of the bridge, but I don't dare step out onto it when it's this cold though. The boards are constantly frozen and slick with ice. I'm pretty sure it wouldn't take much of a misstep to fall on my ass and slide out from under the waist-high rope handholds. I'd be falling 200 feet to the rocks below before I even realized what was happening. Here's the weird part, though. Invariably, when I reach that bridge, I'll find multiple sets of footprints leading up to the rocky outcropping, but none of them leading away from it. They'll come from all different directions, some from the path and others straight out of the trees, but they all seem to stop at the edge of the ravine. They're various sizes and stride lengths, some of which are very small, and others are so large they have to have been made by some massive hulk of a person. The first time I saw them, I was afraid that some trespassers had gotten too close to the edge and fallen over. But when I spent the better part of a day making my way carefully to the floor of the ravine, I couldn't find any sign that anyone had been there besides me. I'll be the first to admit that I'm no tracker, but even I can tell when footprints in fresh snow lead up to a place and don't return. I've walked out onto that outcropping myself once to see if I could figure out where all these people had gone. Maybe there was a hidden path that I wasn't seeing, but the moment my foot touched that stone, my head began to throb, like I was suffering from the worst hangover I'd ever had. When I staggered back from it, the pain disappeared like it had never been there, and I was left with a pretty insistent nosebleed for the rest of the afternoon as my only souvenir. I didn't try again. Max won't even go anywhere near it. He'll start whining as soon as we start approaching that part of the trail. Mind you, this is a dog that I've had to, on multiple occasions, wrestle inside the cabin because he was so incensed that a pack of wolves dared wander too close to his territory. For all of his small stature, he doesn't seem to have the self-preservation gene that tells him when he should be afraid of something. But not the overlook, though that's a different story altogether. Even Max has his limits, I guess. I have more stories, but I'm getting a little tired, and it's about time for me to get some sleep. Tomorrow I need to head out to the cabins by the frozen lake and make sure their roofs are clear. I'll write more later. Next time I'll tell you about the dead bears. That's a strange one. Story 2, The Silent Predators of the North. Hey all, it's me again. First of all, wow, I didn't expect this sort of response. Thanks for all the great feedback on my previous post. Honestly, I wasn't sure how interested anyone would be in some of the things going on out here. And I was more than a little surprised when I got back to my cabin yesterday and saw all the responses. Before I get rolling with some more experiences I've had out here, I just wanted to address a few questions or comments that folks have made on my last update. Someone suggested that I should try to capture the shades with my camera. That's a good suggestion, and I've already tried that on a couple of occasions. The issue I've run into is that because of the darkness and the snow, I only really have two options. Either use a flash or some other light source, or else use a long shutter speed on my cameras. Even though I was pretty sure neither one would work, I have actually tried both methods. Unfortunately, as anyone who has driven in a snowstorm can attest, snow is great at reflecting light, which is why you can't use your high beams when driving in it. The light just reflects off the snow and back into your eyes, effectively blinding you. My results using this method were about what you'd expect. Nothing but a complete whiteout of the captured images. Using a slow shutter speed didn't yield any better results. All I got were images of completely incomprehensible motion blurs. I suppose there are probably better camera rigs out there that may be able to overcome these challenges, but I don't know of them. Even if they do exist, they're probably well outside of my budget. The National Park Service doesn't exactly pay seasonal caretakers in gold bullion. There was also a concern that, even though I'm trying to remain anonymous, I've given away enough details about myself that my employers could easily identify me. Don't worry about that. Firstly, there are more than 20 national parks in Alaska, covering over 50 million acres of land. Believe it or not, it actually contains the majority of the national park land in the entire United States, something like 65% of it. As you can imagine, there are a lot of folks spread across the state doing similar jobs to mine. It's hard to envision exactly how expansive Alaska is and how much of it is covered with stark wilderness unless you've been here and seen it for yourself. I know that I didn't have the faintest clue before I got here from the lower 48. I guess the bottom line is that it's pretty unlikely that anyone from the NPS will be able to identify me from what I've told you about myself. If they do, I guess we'll cross that bridge then. Finally, someone asked about the license plates on some of the vehicles that mysteriously appear out here in the wilderness, and whether they were all from one area or from all over. I've previously mentioned that I tend to avoid them if I come across them anymore, but I can tell you that the first car I ran across, the BMW, had a European-style license plate on the front. I assumed at the time that it was just one of those trendy plates that folks in the US sometimes put on the front of their European cars for decoration, but it's possible that it was legitimately from somewhere in Europe. I'm not sure. I recall that it was white and blue, but beyond that, I don't remember much about it. Of course, the bus that the ranger found had Texas plates on it, but I don't know about any others. Sorry. Okay, so now that I've cleared those points up, let's dive into some of the other things going on out here. Since I mentioned it in my previous post, I'll start off with the bears. So, you probably already know this, but Alaska has some of the largest and most dangerous bears in the entire world. Fortunately, the Kodiak and the polar bear aren't generally found inland up here, but we still have more than our fair share of grizzlies and large black bears, both of which are apex predators and will make quick work of the unwary or unprepared. Now, since my contract covers the colder winter months, most of these bears are hibernating during my time here. That being said, not all bears hibernate, especially if they're in an area of plentiful food supply. Also, even when they are hibernating, they'll still become active from time to time, so you definitely can't let your guard down if you want to stay on this side of the grave. It's a pretty safe bet that anyone who works up here, especially alone, tends to carry a rifle as well as a large caliber handgun whenever they're outside of their cabin. I'm no exception to that. I carry a .45 Magnum revolver in a chest holster. At first glance, it may seem like overkill. That is a tremendous amount of firepower, after all. However, the first time you catch a glimpse of a mama grizzly with her cubs and realize that you're looking at an 800-pound predator that can run you down in a heartbeat, you'll start wondering why I don't carry even more. The reason I mention all this isn't to give you the impression that there's some sort of mythical monsters hiding behind every tree just waiting to pounce. Only that they represent the top of the food chain up here, period. Nothing, and I mean nothing, short of a pack of starving wolves will even threaten one, and even that's only been documented on a handful of occasions. They're massive, powerful, and aggressive, and if you live out in their territory and don't keep your head on a swivel, you're an idiot, and probably soon to be converted into bear shit. So, all that being the case, I'm sure you'll understand what it means when I tell you that something is killing big grizzlies out here. I'm not talking about poachers or indigenous hunters or anything like that. I'm talking about something as in not humans and definitely not hungry wolves. But let me back up a step. My first season up here as a winter caretaker was a hell of a learning experience. Just trying to figure out the necessary maintenance routines and learning to navigate around my area of responsibility was a little overwhelming. One day, I was returning from making my rounds out to one of the ranger stations that was shut down for the winter and ended up taking a wrong turn on the trail. By the time I realized my mistake, I was already a fair distance along the new path and wandering into unfamiliar territory. Just as I was getting ready to turn around and retrace my steps, I topped a rise and was suddenly faced with the unmistakable form of a grizzly, not 30 feet along the path ahead and facing away from me. I've got to tell you, I almost pissed myself as I fumbled to unsling the rifle from my shoulder. It's a damn good thing I didn't actually need it at that moment, because I discovered to my dismay that I had stupidly slung my shoulder pack over top of the rifle sling, effectively trapping it against my body. Stupidity and complacency are what gets you killed out here, folks, and I could have been a perfect example of both at that moment. As it turns out, the bear wasn't moving. It was just standing there perfectly still, its hindquarters facing me, and I knew instinctively that something was wrong with it. Giving up on my rifle, I grabbed my handgun from its holster and cautiously approached the grizzly, my eyes intent on the bear, and prepared for the slightest hint of movement. The closer I got to it, though, the more certain I became that it wasn't going to suddenly lunge at me and give me a lesson on exactly where on the food chain I placed. Here's where it gets surreal. Before I got close to it, I had already recognized that it was dead. What I couldn't explain was why it was still standing. It had clearly been there a while, as there were no paw prints leading up to it in the snow, and as I rounded to the front of it, I could see the flesh around its muzzle was already starting to decompose and pull back from its skull. When I got a good look at it, I could also see that it was missing tufts of fur here and there. Despite all that, it was still standing, like it had died and just forgotten to fall down. I looked it over pretty closely, which was still an unnerving exercise, dead or not. But I couldn't find any sort of wounds or blood that might indicate why it had died. It was then that I realized a couple of things. Firstly, that there were grizzlies in the area that were active, and secondly, nothing had scavenged the carcass. To say this is unusual is an understatement. Most of the top carnivores in this area, including wolves, wolverines, and foxes, supplement their diets by scavenging on carrion. The fact that this bear had died and remained completely intact wasn't just perplexing, it was unnatural. I reported the find to the ranger station and heard back later from Rick that there had been nearly a dozen other similar discoveries within that general area in the last 2 months. The NPS had even brought in some fancy zoological pathologists from Anchorage to figure out what had killed the bears. They spent 2 weeks in the field with the rangers, examining the carcasses, and then one morning they were just gone. They had apparently been abruptly recalled without so much as a by your leave. Immediately after that, the carcasses were destroyed and the investigation shut down. A week later, a rushed and astonishingly brief report came back indicating death by natural predation. No further investigation indicated natural predation. I'm not sure how a predator could have killed the bear I found without leaving a single mark on it or trace of blood, let alone somehow keep it standing upright after death, and then deciding it wasn't even going to feed on the kill. I call bullshit, and so did the rangers. Rick told me his boss had tried to contact the pathologist for more information, but was told that they had all been reassigned and were no longer working with the park's service. Not one to easily give up, Rick's boss tried calling a private cell number he had gotten from one of the pathologists during their visit. It went to a disconnected message indicating the phone was no longer in service. This was strange because he had just spoken to the investigator using that very number only a couple weeks prior, so he knew it was a good number. But late that night, he received a call from an unknown caller. When he answered it, he recognized the hushed voice of the pathologist he had befriended, sounding like they were whispering into their phone. "Leave it alone. Forget about it," was all they said before the line went dead. He tried calling the number back several times, but it just went to dead air each time. That was the last time he heard anything about it. He tried following up within the NPS, but somehow nobody was able to find records that such an investigation had ever existed, or even that any reports of the dead bears had been filed in the first place. Rick told me that, for a while, it was all his boss wanted to talk about. It had become like a splinter in his hand that he couldn't ignore. He called anyone he could think of in the chain of command at the NPS and any other agencies he thought might be able to provide some clue about what was going on, but couldn't make an inch of headway. Then one day, he just stopped talking about it, like a switch had been thrown. One evening, Rick and his boss were having beers at a local bar after their shift and talking about how strange the whole thing was. And then the next morning, his boss walked in looking a little shaky and out of sorts, went into his office and closed the door and didn't say 2 words to Rick that day. He never mentioned the incident again. A few times, Rick had brought it up in conversation with him later on, and his boss just brushed the whole thing off and changed subjects, looking very uncomfortable about the whole thing. I don't know what happened, but if I had to guess, I'm thinking that his boss was probably digging into something that wasn't meant to be dug into, and someone had convinced him it was better if he just forgot about it. Look, I'm not some conspiracy theorist nut job, okay? I just know that the whole thing stinks to high hell, and I'll just leave it at that. The other thing I'll tell you about today is what we call the Witch's Lodge. I'm not sure what it was originally. It's really not much more than a single-room log cabin built out in the deep bush. I've seen it a couple of times and been inside once. It's a bit of a hike from my post and not somewhere easily traveled, even by snowmobile. So I don't get out that way very often. Old abandoned cabins aren't really that unusual up here. You'll trip across them from time to time, although most aren't much more than a few walls and a collapsed roof after the years and harsh Alaskan winters get through with them. The Witch's Lodge is a little different, though. As far as I'm aware, nobody's lived there for a long time, but whoever built it must have known what they were doing, 'cause it looks every bit as solid and maintained as my own cabin. I'm not even sure how it got its name, honestly. I just know that's how it was introduced to me the first time, so that's how I'm introducing it to you a couple of years ago. My ranger buddy Rick radioed me up, asking if I wouldn't mind joining him in a search for a couple of missing hikers, a father and his 12-year-old son. I'm just a caretaker. I don't normally participate in ranger or search and rescue related activities, but apparently there wasn't anyone else available to accompany him on that day, and he had gotten a lead that the hikers may have heading out into my section of the park in S&R efforts, especially during the dark Alaska winters. Finding someone quickly is critical if you want to find them alive, so he wanted to follow up on it sooner than later. Of course, I couldn't exactly refuse to help him, especially not when one of them was just a kid. So, a couple hours later, I found myself trailing behind him through the knee-deep snow. We moved along a semi-familiar path for a while before he turned left at a fork, and we started making our way along another that I wasn't familiar with. He seemed like he knew where he was headed, like he had a particular destination in mind, though, and we really didn't talk much during the hike. We stopped a couple times to rest and sip some hot coffee from our thermoses. But even then we were both quiet. I think there was some sort of dark cloud hanging over his mood. I could see it in his narrowed eyes and drawn brow. It was infectious, and soon started manifesting itself in the back of my own mind. An hour later, we came upon the place. I was surprised to see this perfectly preserved little cedar log cabin just sitting out here among the trees and looking for all the world like someone would come walking out of the front door at any moment. Something about the place seemed off, though. Somehow I knew that nobody lived there, that nobody had lived there in a long time. I can't explain it, but at that moment I had this strange feeling that we weren't welcome here, like something was telling me to turn around and head back, while I still could. Before I had the chance to open my mouth about it, Rick turned to me and pointed towards the closed front door, where I could clearly see the boot prints at its threshold. "Come on," he said over the wind that had just blown up, and I could see the grim set to his expression before he turned away from me and started making his way towards the door. I noticed that he had drawn his handgun, so I did the same, though I had no idea why. We reached the entryway to the cabin, and he put his hand on the latch. Before he lifted it, he paused and looked back at me with that same dark expression. "We're going to have to look inside," he said. "If there's nothing to be found in there, fine. We'll just turn around and head back to your cabin for a couple glasses of whiskey by the fire. Maybe the other groups will find them then." His eyes fixed hard on mine, like he wanted to make sure I was paying damn good attention to him. "But if we find anyone other than the idiot hiker and his kid inside, we're not going to look at them, and we're not going to say a single word to them. Understand? Even if they talk to us first." I nodded at him, more confused than anything else, but that wasn't good enough. "I need you to say it, John, to make sure you understand what I'm telling you," he said, and the set of his eyes was so serious and determined that I repeated his instructions back to him without a second thought. When I did, he gave a brief nod and lifted the latch, pushing the door inward. We stepped through the doorway into the darkened room beyond. As soon as we did, I was overwhelmed by the stench of decay, mixed with the strong sense of herbs and something else. something sickly riding just under the surface of all that. My eyes had just started to adjust to the dim light of the interior, and I was able to make out the sparse furnishings of the room. An old rickety table with a solitary low-backed chair in front of a cold stone fireplace. Along the far wall, I thought I could just make out a cot, but I couldn't be sure. "Damn it! It's happened again," Rick said, almost under his breath, and the tone of warning in his voice drew my attention immediately. I turned to find him kneeling next to the desiccated husk of a man's body, dressed in gray snow pants and a red down jacket, slumped back against the wall. It looked like it had been there for years, and I stumbled backwards in shock without realizing it. "What the shit?" I exclaimed, not really knowing what else to say. Rick picked up something that was resting on the floor near the man's skeletal hand, looked around briefly at the room, and then nodded to the door. "Time to go." "I'll let the S&R team know that we found the hikers," he said. I was more than a little confused. The body we were looking at was almost mummified. It had clearly been there a long time, and I told him as much. Not to mention the fact that there was only one of them. If it was possible that this was the father, that still meant that the son was somewhere out here. "It's too late, John," was all he said, pressing something into my hands as he passed me and stepped out the door. I looked down and realized I was holding a small notebook, like the kind a person might keep in their pocket, just in case they needed to write something down. Numbly, I flipped it open. It was mostly empty, except for the first 2 pages, which were scrawled in a sloppy cursive in pencil. I don't have it anymore, so this is going to be as well as I remember it, but it should be close enough that you get the gist of it. "We found her cab. God, I wish we hadn't. Nathan's gone. She took him. I've been wandering around in here for days, but I can't find my way out. I haven't seen Nathan or her since that first day. My boy is gone. How can I not find my way out? What's happening? I can hear her whispers taunting me, but it's always just a little farther forward, around the next corner. I don't understand any of this. I'm so sorry." As it turns out, we did end up heading back to my cabin. Rick radioed the S&R team that he'd found the hikers in the lodge, and the person on the other end paused a long moment before replying with a simple acknowledgement. No questions, nothing else, just acknowledged, Rick. We didn't say much to each other that night. We just sat in front of my fire and drank the rest of my Jameson until we both passed out. When I returned to consciousness the next morning, Rick had already gotten up and left. We haven't spoken about it since that day. The notebook was gone when I awoke, so I assume he took that with him. Clearly, he knows something about what happened about that cabin, but I've never asked him about it. I'm not too sure I really want to know. It's hard enough to sleep at night out here sometimes. Speaking of which, I suppose it's time for me to sign off and get some shut-eye. It's already almost 2 a.m., and I've got a long day's work ahead of me tomorrow. It snowed pretty good today, and I was already behind in clearing the roof of the storage sheds over near the old fire watch tower. I'd rather not have to deal with the damage if the roof collapses, so I'd better get over there as soon as it lets up some outside. I'll write some more soon. Good night, all. Story 3. The Last Transmission from the Frozen Wilds. I'm back again, but I think this may be my last post. It sounds like I may have attracted the attention of someone I didn't intend to, and after this update, I'm going to lay low and try to disappear. Let me bring you up to speed. First thing this morning, as I was getting suited up and ready to head down to the storage sheds near the old fire watch tower, I heard a knocking on the door to my cabin. Being in the middle of a closed national park in the heart of an Alaskan winter, you can imagine I don't get very many visitors. About the only people I even see out here is my ranger buddy, Rick, and the guy who brings me fresh supplies every few weeks. Rick has never just shown up at my door without calling on the radio first, and I know he's had his hands full recently with a few separate incidents of missing hikers and one self-professed cryptozoologist, so I was surprised to hear his muffled voice calling my name through the locked door. When I opened it and ushered him inside, I saw immediately the concern set to his expression. Without a word, he stepped over to the fireplace and warmed his hands in front of the freshly smoldering log I had just added. "Hell, Rick, you gave me a bit of a start," I told him with a small chuckle, trying to lighten the air a little. Something was up, and I had a sinking feeling that it might have something to do with me. He turned away from the fire and looked at me a long moment in silence before speaking. "I got a call last night, John," he said. His face was creased with a frown. I couldn't tell whether it was one of worry or muted anger, or maybe a combination of both. "Oh yeah?" I replied, trying to keep the tone as casual as I could. He pulled the wool cap off his head and ran a hand over it, smoothing out his short, neatly trimmed hair. "Yeah, and so did a few other rangers, apparently." I nodded and took a sip from my coffee, feeling more uncomfortable by the moment. "What about? What do you think?" "It was about you," he said, pointing at me with his cap. "You've attracted someone's attention with your little stories that you've been posting online." "My stories? What stories?" I said evenly, feigning innocence. I hadn't discussed these posts with Rick since I started updating them. Sure, we'd chatted about the possibility of me doing some in the past, but I haven't told him that I'd actually written them. As far as he knew, I was just blowing smoke. My palms began to sweat, despite the fact that my cabin's internal temperature was probably in the low 50s, even with the fire in the hearth. I'd been so sure that there was no way the NPS or the agency or anyone else could figure out who's been writing these posts. I didn't stop to consider that they didn't need to figure it out themselves. All they needed to do was to start poking around at the rangers in various areas. See, there's no way that anyone who wasn't intimately familiar with this area could have identified it just by the details I've given. I've even made sure to change the names of the places and alter the descriptions of some of the events a little, just to try to make it that much more impossible for anyone to figure out exactly who or where I was. In retrospect, my mistake was obvious. If I was trying to identify the source of these posts, I'd probably go directly to the rangers, who knew the territory even better than I do. I made the mistake of thinking that my friendship with Rick was strong enough for him to look the other way, to cover my ass. See, the Witch's Lodge isn't really known by that particular name around here. I just made that up as an alias for its real one, but I'm sure Rick would be able to identify it immediately by reading what I've written about it. The same goes for the other stories, too. And I'm also pretty sure that other rangers would be able to recognize them for what they really were as well. Now that I'm really thinking about it. Shit. I fucked up good this time. Okay, so here's the deal. There are things that happen out here. More than I've told anyone about. More than I was ever planning on alluding to in these posts. Things that they do out here. And things they definitely do not want anyone to know about. I thought I was being so clever by sharing this with you all and disguising the details enough that they couldn't be deciphered and traced back to me. Fuck! Rick tilted his head at me and gave me one of those looks that told me he wasn't in the mood for any games right now. "You know the stories I'm talking about, John," he said in a flat tone. "The ones that I've told you time and again were a bad idea. The ones that I told you were going to get you into trouble." I tried to shrug it off, downplay it. Hell, they were just a few stories on the internet, Rick. I was just having a little fun. It gets lonely out here. We go stir crazy sometimes, you know that. "Yeah, well, these little stories have stirred up trouble for us both," he said, setting his hat on the chair and turning away from me, back towards the fireplace. "They know who wrote them. They know who you are." I just stood there in shocked silence, mouth hanging open as I stared at my friend's back, sudden comprehension flooding my thoughts. My eyes grew wide. "You told them?" I asked, stunned. How could I have been so naive? Rick had a job to do. We all had jobs to do out here. We all had people we answered to. We all knew the score. He didn't turn to face me, but I could see his head fall a little in resignation. His face was probably twisted up in frustration at my recklessness, at the position I'd put him in, if I had to guess. I hope there was a little regret there, too. I'd like to think that our friendship had been real enough. What did you expect? That they'd just look the other way again? This isn't the first time you've pulled this shit, John, he said, glancing over his shoulder at me. I could see the darkness in his eyes in that brief moment, the resolve that had turned his features to stone, and I knew what was coming. The crackling of the flames from the fireplace almost covered the quiet sound of a fastener being unsnapped. But not quite. He was quick, but I had the advantage. Before he even had the chance to spin around to face me, my magnum was out of its holster and thundering with unimaginable violence in the small confines of my cabin. The air filled with acrid smoke, and the afterimage of the muzzle flash glowed in my eyes, superimposed over the dim firelight. Rick staggered to his left, his own handgun falling to the floor as he reached up to clinch at the blackened hole in the chest of his jacket, which was now already growing red from the terrible wound beneath. He looked up at me, and I could see the realization in his eyes of what had just happened. He reached out to steady himself against the mantel, gasping for breaths that now had a horrible wet rattle to them. "I'm sorry, Rick," I said, grabbing my pack from beside the door and slinging my rifle over my shoulder with trembling hands. "I screwed it all up. I'm sorry about all this." He didn't hear me, though. He had slumped to the floor and now stared vacantly at nothing, his blood pooling and spreading from beneath him across the wooden planks. He was gone. That was this morning. I took off out of my cabin as quickly as I could and strapped my pack onto the snowmobile. Within a couple minutes, I was speeding along the northern trail, away from my cabin and in the direction of the decommissioned ranger station. I had killed my friend. He would have killed me if I hadn't acted first, I know, but that doesn't change anything. I've never used my gun to kill anything, man or beast. There was always something that was there if I needed it, like a security blanket, but I never really thought I'd have to pull the trigger on anything. Fuck, I've made a mess of this whole thing. I thought it was all over for me when I skirted a little too close to the edge back in Montana. But fortune had smiled on me, and the powers that be decided to give me another chance then. There wouldn't be another pardon for me this time. I'm sitting here in the back room of the old ranger station. I've concealed my snowmobile around back, covered by a tarp, and whatever snow I could throw over top. It's starting to snow again outside, so I'm hoping that my tracks will be obscured before too long. Maybe it will buy me some time, just enough time to get some of this out there, to allow me to post some of the truth. I have no delusions about my capabilities. I'm just a caretaker. My training was cursory at best. I'm certainly no match for their teams. My real name is John Wright. I do actually work for the U.S. government, but not for the National Park Service. At least, not really. I'm not going to name the organization that I work for. Not because I'm afraid that they'll find out it's too late for that now, but because their Raptor AI protocols will identify and censor this entire post before it has the chance to proliferate if I do. Once the post gets out and starts bouncing around to various servers, it's much more difficult for them to make it go away. My job here is mostly what I've told you, that part's true. But that's mostly just busy work. My cover, if you will. Primarily, I'm responsible for keeping an eye out for trespassers who wander a little too close to their facilities, or things that have escaped from them, or unintended byproducts of whatever the fuck they're doing in there. I don't really know what goes on under the mountain, and I'm sure I wouldn't understand it even if I did. What I do know is that I'm pretty sure those cars that just appear out of nowhere, hundreds of miles from anywhere they have any business being, are from one of those byproducts. The shades? Hell, I don't know. Escapees, maybe? I don't even know what I hope to accomplish by writing all this right now. Maybe it's my way of trying to make it right. Maybe I just want to make sure there's something left of me for anyone to remember. When I was posted here 3 years ago, I saw the entrance to the facility. It's about 10 miles from my cabin. bored directly into the base of a mountain. I have no idea how big it is inside or how many people are in there, but I know that there are a lot of big military helicopters flying in and out at the beginning and end of my seasons here. I assume they're transporting researchers or equipment or whatever. It just hit me that if Rick had shown up at my door a half hour earlier, I would have been just finishing my breakfast instead of fully geared up and ready to head out the door for the day. I wouldn't have had my holster strapped to my chest, and I'm certain I'd be the one laying in a pool of my own blood right now. Fuck! Concentrate, damn it! I don't have time for this. I don't know what the communication protocol was that Rick was supposed to follow after he took care of me, but I assume someone was waiting for his report to confirm that I'd been silenced. I have to believe that by now they know something has gone wrong. There's probably a team at my cabin right now. It hasn't been snowing long enough to cover my tracks, unfortunately, which means they'll probably have no trouble figuring out which direction I took. It's only a matter of time before they show up here. Then it's all over. Right now, I'm typing this on my notebook computer and relaying it through the ranger station's communication network. I'm surprised they haven't locked down the firewalls yet. I fully expected to be completely cut off from the world when I got here. Small blessings, I guess. At least I can get this out there still. You've probably gathered by now that most of the rangers around here aren't what they seem either. Some are, I think, but most are ex-military, special forces types, recruited by the agency to provide security and make sure that the caretakers don't go off the reservation like I did. Rick was that way. His real name is Mike, by the way. I won't tell you his last name. I don't want him remembered as anything other than a hero. I'm the one that fucked this whole thing up. He was just doing his job, fulfilling his sworn commitment. He was an honorable man, and that's how I want him remembered. My nerves are starting to get the better of me. I just took a look outside because I thought I heard something. I don't think they can get here this quickly. So I'm thinking it was just my imagination. Look, this isn't something isolated to Alaska. They have research facilities all over the U.S. The last one I was at was in Montana, but I know there are others spread across the states. Wyoming, Texas, Kentucky, South Dakota. Hell, they're everywhere. They like to build them in national parks, especially those with huge areas of wilderness. It ensures a reasonable amount of privacy without drawing the sort of attention to it that places like Groom Lake and Cheyenne Mountain have done. Those two places are basically tourist attractions at this point. But man, once they tried out Alaska, it was like they hit the jackpot. The whole area is so remote and uninhabited that they are virtually guaranteed isolation and secrecy to do whatever it is they're doing in there. Did I tell you about the man I found once half integrated into a boulder? I don't think so. He was wearing a lab coat, but the only parts of him that were accessible were his right arm and shoulder and the back of his head. The rest of him was somehow inside of it, which was probably for the best. I'm sure he died pretty quickly. I called that one in, and they had a team out there within an hour. I left once they arrived, but when I came back a couple days later, the whole boulder was gone, and the landscape had been made to look like it had never been there. I'm talking about a rock the size of a small house, just gone. The bear story is true, by the way. The only difference is that it was us who covered the whole thing up. That one scares the shit out of me, because that thing is still roaming out here somewhere. They never were able to find it. Hell, they lost a dozen men just trying. Same story as the bears, by the way. We found the teams down near the runoff gully, just standing there. Dead. You've never seen a nightmare until you've seen a dozen armed corpses just frozen in place. By the time we found them, they weren't much more than gray skin stretched tight over skeletons, but there they stood, looking like some goddamn zombie army out of a horror movie. I saw it once, I think. The thing that did it. It was about the size of a tall, thin man, but the shape was all wrong. The joints bent in strange ways, and the head was something that reminded me of a praying mantis. It was covered in black and gray mottled skin that looked sort of like scales, but not quite. I don't know. I'm just a caretaker. I came across it while out making my rounds one day. It was clamped onto the back of one of those big grizzlies, arms and legs wrapped around it like it was some sort of monstrous insect or something. The bear was just standing there making the most god-awful screams you've ever heard, like it was being burned alive or something. But it wasn't moving, it was just standing there perfectly still while this thing did whatever it was doing, feeding on the bear, somehow, I guess. I hid behind a tree and nearly pissed myself. I thought for sure it was going to hear my panicked breathing and come for me next. But it didn't. Eventually the bear stopped making that terrible crying sound and went quiet. A few minutes later, this thing unwraps itself from around the grizzly, takes a few steps towards a big pine tree, and just vanishes. Only it didn't really vanish. I nearly stepped out from behind the tree to take a closer look at the bear when I realized that I was still looking at that thing. Only its skin had camouflaged itself perfectly into its background, taking on the exact coloring and pattern of the snow-covered pine. I mean, perfectly. The only reason I was able to see it was because a part of it, one of its appendages, I think, was slightly protruding away from the tree. It was this break in the shape of the tree that caught my attention, and probably saved my life. I must have stood there for another hour before it finally took a step away from that tree, its surface returning to the black and gray splashes of color. When it moved, it was like a stalking spider, slow and deliberate, graceful and ungainly all at the same time. It was a fucking nightmare is what it was. It took a few steps closer to the bear, like it was trying to figure out whether this was some new prey or whether it was already used up, like it had forgotten about it and was just looking for its next meal. After that, it glided on down the trail without a sound, thankfully in the opposite direction of my hiding spot. I waited another hour before daring to move an inch, and when I did, I hauled ass back to my cabin, locked the door, and radioed the whole thing in to Mike. They sent a team out, but never found anything other than the bear, which they very quickly made disappear. While I'm sharing my sins, by the way, the real rangers, the ones that originally found the dead bears and reported it to the NPS, well, you won't find them anymore. There were 3 of them that worked with the researchers, just like I said in my story. But a week after the researchers left, all 3 of those rangers somehow wandered off trail during a snowstorm and died of hypothermia. Yeah, right. Hypothermia. You'd think that the agency could at least use a little imagination when they came up with these stories. I know this whole thing took a sudden sharp right turn on you guys, and I'm sorry about that. I'm out of time though. No more time for pretext or lies. The bottom line is, you're better off staying out of the parks. Go see a movie, go for a drive, play video games, whatever. I suppose even state parks are probably safe enough, but I wouldn't chance it. The shit I've seen, what they've done. Okay, I'm pretty sure that wasn't my imagination that time. Time to upload the post. If I'm mistaken, and if I have more time, I'll just send an update, but I want to make sure this gets out there before they stop it. Story. When I was 6 years old, my sister disappeared during a hike on a family camping trip in Yosemite. Yesterday, she was found alive. It's been 15 years since the day she disappeared. It was a forest ranger that had called it in. She had been found at the edge of an isolated campsite in the well-known national forest. The campers, horrified, called 911 when they saw my sister emerge from the forest on all fours, caked in dirt and blood. She was so starved and deformed that the campers told 911 that an emaciated bear was tearing apart their cooler and fisting handfuls of raw meat. The forest ranger who found her was from the same small town as us of Grovefield, California, about 26 miles outside of Yosemite National Park. He recognized under all that dirt and grime the orange Guess shirt from the story of the girl who went missing in his graduating class. That's when he called my parents. I wasn't with them when they got the call from the local hospital that the forest ranger had immediately transported my sister to. I was nearby at Community Business College. It'd been my 21st birthday last night, and I'd woken up with a monstrous hangover. My bed was strewn with bottles of Everclear and Malibu, and a thin layer of a fine powder of something covered my nightstand. I immediately downed a Xanax, chasing it with a black cherry White Claw. The only time I'd left my apartment all day was when DoorDash dropped off my McDonald's meal of shame, and I had to meet them at my building's gate. They found your sister. My mother was incoherent on the phone. I could barely hear her over her hysterical sobbing. She's at Tuolumne General Hospital. You need to come immediately. We'll pay for an Uber. I felt my body go cold. That's not possible, I whispered. It's been 15 years since she disappeared. That's not her. It's her. She was hysterically crying. They did a DNA test. It's her. She's alive. There was a reporter waiting outside the hospital as I pulled up. The forest ranger had let it slip to his girlfriend. That distress call he answered was for Paula Richards, the girl that went missing in their high school class. And the news had gotten out. Grovefield was small, with a population of only 1,000 people, and it was a one-stoplight kind of town, with the police station on one end and the forest on the other. Everybody knew everybody. They were my school teachers, nurses, babysitters, the local candy shop owners, and as with any small town, they protected their own and kept everybody else out. Grovefield keeps its business close and its people even closer, as my grandfather used to say. So when my sister disappeared 15 years ago, Grovefield kept the news quiet. Only one lone reporter from the nearby town of Jamestown caught wind of what was happening and snuck into Grovefield for the story. This is what he reported. 15 years ago, almost to the day, Paula Richards disappeared without a trace during a hike with her parents and sister. She was beautiful, beloved, and a rising star in the high school track star with D2 universities competing to sign her. It was her spring break, and she was on a week-long camping trip with her parents and younger sister in the nearby Yosemite National Park, and had instilled that same preparedness and love for the wilderness into 15-year-old Paula. On the day of her disappearance, it was a Monday morning, and they were hiking to Glacier Point using the Taft Point and the Fisher's Trail. The trail they'd chosen was mostly flat. It was a 2-mile-long hike through wildflower-filled meadows before dipping through the occasional patch of thick woods and leading to the south rim of Yosemite Valley. Paula and her parents could handle it no problem, but Amy, Paula's 6-year-old sister, kept wanting to turn back. In hindsight, this trail was probably too difficult for a 6-year-old. Especially since, according to the police reports, her parents had reportedly claimed that Amy slept poorly the night before, crying that she could hear something crawling outside her tent. According to the parents, about 20 minutes in, Amy started sobbing hysterically, like full-on, frenzied screams, dug her heels into the dirt, and refused to step an inch further into the forest. At this point, Paula and her family were standing in a low, wildflower-hilled valley, right at the edge of a patch of dense forest. That's when Paula volunteered to take her back. Her parents agreed. Paula clipped Ame's leash to her own backpack and turned to walk back. Their campsite was less than a mile away. Her parents felt confident, assured that Paula, who had been thoroughly coached in wilderness survival and first aid, could handle that short walk back. Paula was last seen wearing a bright orange Guess long-sleeved t-shirt, something she'd deliberately worn since it was visible from miles away. 8 minutes later, they heard Paula scream, gone, vanished, with only her sobbing, incoherent, hysterical younger sister left to tell her parents what happened. As I pulled up to the entrance, the reporter spotted me, and he descended like flies to a dead body. Miss Richards. Richards, have you seen your sister yet? How is she? Is she talking? Can she tell us what happened? His camera bulbs popped and flashed, blinding me, and I was momentarily disoriented. Suddenly, I felt a firm grip on my arm. Move, you fucking asshole! I was yanked unceremoniously from the Uber and away from the horrendous reporter. You okay, hun? That goddamn guy had been out there all day, hassling anybody going in or out. It was my dad's friend Ron, an EMT at this hospital. Hiya, Ron. I'm okay, I shrugged. After all, it's not like this is my first time. He eyed me carefully. Right? So I guess? Is it really her? I mustered a grin. Apparently so, according to the DNA test my parents had done immediately. I think Tom, the family lawyer, is checking again, though. How, after 15 years? He trailed off, noticing the look on my face. Hey, are you sure you're doing okay? I faked a light-hearted chuckle. Thank you for caring, but don't worry about me. Doing my best to keep mental breakdowns to a minimum. Speaking of which, where is she? Room 82 on the 3rd floor. He hesitated. M.A.? Yes, please be careful. My face felt tight as I forced a grin. Don't you worry, Ronnie. I pointed to the silver locket from my childhood around my neck. I've got my lucky charm right here. Well, it certainly looked like her, but like a gaunt, emaciated, withered version of what I had always imagined my sister would look like. It hurt to look at her. Her blue eyes dulled, sunk low in their sockets. Her cheeks were painfully sunken too, giving her the overall look of a walking, breathing skeleton. Her skin was ashy, and from what I could see, covered in open sores. Her beautiful blonde ringlets from my memory were gone. Her hair was horribly thinned, with only a light fringe left on her crown. I pushed past my parents and through the crowd of nurses and specialists. My stomach twisted and churned from anxiety. Fuck, she was awake. Hey, Big Sissy, I said slowly, using my old nickname for her. Do you remember me? It's been a while. She didn't look like how I remembered. Instead of the bright, beautiful older sister, a broken shell had returned to us. She also smelled horrible, pungent, rangy, and ripe, like a dead body that's been left to rot in the sun. I brought you something. I pulled it from my pocket. It was a bag of Hershey's Kisses. Remember how much you used to like these? I fought back tears. She was staring up at me, unblinkingly. Every few seconds or so, her right eye would twitch. Without breaking eye contact, she slowly reached for it. My heart twisted. She was missing all the fingernails on her right hand. Amy Richards, I whipped around. Yes, it was her doctor. Could you please step outside for a moment? He held a clipboard for me. If you're going to be visiting, I need you to sign these forms. Visiting hours was written in bold on the first page. What's this? I asked. Dr. Jenkins pointed at Paula. It's for her. Her visiting hours are going to be limited. After spending 15 years away from civilization, her natural immune system would be overwhelmed by even the most basic viral infection. Plus, we'll be starting treatment for her leukemia soon. And, wait, leukemia? I gasped. She has cancer. Dr. Jenkins paused and glanced first to his colleagues. Dr. J was a family friend. He'd been both me and Paula's primary doctor for years, and my parents loved him. Stage 1 or 2, he said in hushed tones. We're not sure, but still very treatable. Although in her condition, recovery's going to be tough. I glanced over. Paula was still staring at me. I pulled out my pill bottle and popped another little white bar. Doc, what happened to her? I felt my heart tearing apart in two. She looks like she's decaying. Dr. Jenkins watched me swallow the pill, but said nothing. He looked pensive, worried. Amy. She's severely malnourished. Whatever she was eating out there, it wasn't enough. She's severely dehydrated, too. We suspect she has severe anemia, but won't know for certain until more tests come back. That's it? Just severe anemia? There's also evidence of a significant brain injury here at the base of her skull. He pointed to the back of his head. It's healed now, but at some point she sustained a deep blunt force injury. He sighed. We think that's why she didn't find her way out. The concussion she sustained would have scrambled her sense of direction. That, plus the terrible winters and the lack of nutrients, it affects more than just the body. It affects the mind, too. I glanced over at her. Paula was still watching me through the little glass window in her hospital room. The baby hairs on the back of my neck were tingling. You saying she went crazy? What I'm saying is, he sighed again, well, we can only imagine what happened to her out there. After a week in the hospital, my parents wanted her home. It was like they were afraid she'd disappear again. The doctors fought against it, of course, said her health was extremely fragile and needed constant round-the-clock care. My parents, willing to compromise but unwilling to back down completely, hired a live-in nurse to keep track of Paula's treatment. Because Paula was still pretty bedridden, the nurse gave Paula a bell to ding when she needed assistance. Paula's room was right next to mine, and I could hear the bell ringing at all hours of the night. It was making me reconsider my decision to stay for the next couple months. Paula's room was exactly the same as it was 15 years ago. Pink walls covered in NSYNC posters, Bow Wow and Backstreet Boys, and a signed poster of her all-time hero, Michael Jordan. An enormous corkboard filled with ribbons and Polaroid pictures with her teammates was hung over her desk. Big white beanbags lay stacked in a corner, and there were piles of CDs scattered in a semicircle around them. My parents had preserved her room like a butterfly in amber so that everything was exactly how she left. It's like they were waiting for her to come home. It's why we never moved from our childhood home in Grovefield, too. Even when things became unbearable, when the small-town scrutiny became too much, my parents still refused to let go. It was incredibly eerie. About a week after my parents took my sister home from the hospital, I was coming home from the local library when I walked in to see police in my living room. When my sister disappeared, her story rocked our town. She was a beloved, brilliant, and talented teenager who babysat for all the new mothers and helped organize church picnics and book clubs. And she had gone missing in broad daylight. The sole witness, an absolute last person to see her alive, was her hysterical, inconsolable younger sister, who, unfortunately, couldn't remember a thing. The police suspected my dad at first. They hauled him in, despite the fact he had a solid alibi and was clearly beside himself over her disappearance. The town branded him a killer, that he was running a sex slave ring in the wilderness and was feeding the girls to a cannibal cult. The police eventually had to release a statement admitting their fault in suspecting him, but the rumors continued to spread. After all, the truth isn't what people care about. What did the cops want? My mom had her head buried in her arms and my dad was pacing around the kitchen. They want to know what we know, my father said, sitting down at the table, and if we had any more information. What did you tell them? I asked pensively. That she's back home, that she somehow got confused and lost out there, and then survived 15 years on her own, despite all our efforts to find her, only to make it back to the same place she originally disappeared from, and that the young forest ranger recognized her from high school. But he shook his head. Fuck. I think we should do an interview. We say our piece, we give them a headline, and then the town will calm down. He looked haggard. We can't let it escalate like last time. We have to control the narrative, set the record straight. I snorted. Dad, it's been 15 years. I'm pretty sure there's no record anymore. Plus, I continued, my voice breaking, what's the story going to be about? That we brought this stranger home? She barely eats? She doesn't sleep? I said, sick to my stomach. I haven't seen her sleep once. And she doesn't even speak to us. Not one word. My mother's sobs punctured the tension like gunshots. Don't call her a stranger. She hiccuped loudly and took another swig from the bottle she was holding. We have been given a second chance from God to be whole again. The last 15 years. Snot and tears streaked across her flushed face. Our angel has come back to us. We are fixing our broken family. If only she hadn't, a painfully familiar, overwhelming sense of frustration suddenly boiled hot in my stomach. If only what, Mother? I bitterly said. If only I hadn't made her turn back with me. I watched as she desperately avoided eye contact. Is that what you were going to say? She opened her mouth to retort, but the damage was done. I knocked the whiskey bottle that had become a permanent fixture in her hands for the last 15 years and stormed upstairs. Suddenly, I heard a gentle knock at my door. It'd been a few hours since I'd stormed upstairs, and I half expected my dad to storm up after me, but nothing. "Go away," I moaned. I heard shuffling outside, like someone was dragging their feet. My ears perked up, and I felt my skin start to crawl. Hello? Who is it? For a second, I thought it was Amelia, the nurse we'd hired. But no, she actually had the night off tonight. Again, another gentle knock. "Hello?" I said again, this time louder. Ring? My heart leapt into my throat. Without further ado, I jumped up off the bed, strode over to my door, and whipped it open. Nothing. I looked down. Suddenly, a wave of bile threatened to rise from my stomach. In the carpet right outside my door lay a small, crushed wildflower. I knew what everyone thought, that it was my fault my sister disappeared, that I was hiding something because I couldn't tell the cops what I'd seen, that I was lying when I said I didn't know what happened. But the truth is, it wasn't that I couldn't tell the cops. It was that I had already tried, and they didn't believe me. When my parents heard Paula's scream, they came sprinting back, but it was already too late. Paula was gone, and I was curled up in the hollow of a tree with the yellow backpack leash wrapped around my throat. The leash was blood-stained and torn, and caught deep in the threads of the nylon were 5 fresh fingernails, torn at the root. DNA testing later determined that they were Paula's fingernails. I don't remember much from that day, but when my parents would reluctantly recount the story for me, they would say I kept saying one thing over and over. "It was a deer monster, Mama. A deer monster took Paula." My parents took me to therapy about a month after her disappearance. My mother didn't believe in therapy, saying it was against God and the church, but seeing how depressed and withdrawn I'd gotten, she agreed to give it a chance. My mother refused to let me see anybody local, she afraid of what I'd say and what would spread around town. But the police had to bring in someone from 3 towns away. Our session lasted only 15 minutes, and my mother never took me back again. I had been sitting there drawing when the therapist walked in. The police and my parents were watching through the 2-way mirror. I only remembered that the room was cold and white, and that the crayons had been the brightest thing in that room. They told me to draw what I saw that day, and I did. There was a small stick figure for me, a big stick figure for Paula, and something else too. A towering figure with deep red eyes and horns that stood so close to Paula they were practically touching. In fact, I'd drawn them holding hands. It took up almost the entire page. "Hi, Amy," the therapist said, her bright tone trying to hide the level of concern that was bleeding through. "What is this?" "The devil took Paula," I said simply. "That's what I saw." My mother, beside herself, pulled me from therapy. I was given a prescription for duloxetine in Xanax instead. I was only 6 years old, so of course I had a hard time adjusting to the medication. Maybe that's why I was awake that particular night. It was a couple days after the fateful therapy session, and I found myself suddenly wide awake at 3 in the morning. There was a full moon. I looked outside. There was a girl standing at our back fence. It was dark, but in the light of the full moon, I could see her bright orange, long-sleeved Guess shirt. It was as if she felt me looking at her. Her head snapped towards me, moving at a shockingly fast speed. She waved. I stood there, frozen, unable to wave back. She waved again. Then slowly she pointed to the fence. It was as if she wanted me to come unlock. I didn't move. I shook my head again, harder. I remember her watching me for a minute, for 5 minutes, then for what felt like an hour. Then slowly She turned around and walked away. Her head rolled loosely on her neck, flopping around as if it couldn't stay upright. It'd been almost 6 hours since I stormed upstairs, but I hadn't yet left my room. I thought about it, considered running for the door. I thought about texting my only friend, my dealer, and telling him to pick me up. But every time, I chickened out. I-eing. Shuffle. I-eing. Shuffle. Later, I'd run later, but right now, I could hear her pacing right outside my door. I told myself I had to wait till dark to run. Then I'd make a break for it. In the back of my closet was an old motion-activated trail camera that my parents and I used to use while hunting. Also back there was an enormous flashlight and an emergency collapsible ladder. Perks of having parents that were practically doomsday preppers. It's been almost 10 hours since I'd stormed upstairs after the conversation I'd had with my parents. We'd both said some cruel and hurtful things to each other, and I'd half expected them to storm up after me. I wouldn't have wanted to talk, but I would have appreciated the olive branch, the fucking gesture. But no. They had left about 2 hours ago, around 10 o'clock. Their white Escalade roared as it started up, and I listened as it slowly faded away to nothing. It's midnight now, and they haven't come back yet. Ding, ding, ding. Shit, Arjun, I mumbled. Fuck. The chime sounded loud in the tomb-like silence of my room. I quickly silenced my phone as my heart stopped, and I held my breath, and I watched as the shadows paused underneath my door. Rang, shuffle. She was still out there. My hands were shaking, and I forced them to be still as I delicately propped the camera against a stack of books. I adjusted it slightly. There, if anything happened, if anything came through that door, it would go straight to my phone. I saw my phone light up again, this time silently. It was Arjun, my friend. Arjun was a childhood friend of mine and lived in his parents' rental property about 15 minutes from my parents' house. We'd grown up together. We did everything together. We'd even lived on the same street since kindergarten. He was the Thelma to my Louise, the peanut butter to my jelly, even after every pill. So he didn't question why I needed a ride. And he didn't question why I needed him to park in the alley behind my house. I hoisted the emergency fire ladder up and threw it over the windowsill. It clattered loudly to the ground, and I winced as it almost hit the windshield of Arjan's beloved dark red Pontiac. The cool, crisp October air rushed in, and my fingers froze as I braced myself against the frame of my window. My stomach dropped as I looked down, but before I could take a step further, suddenly I heard a noise behind me. My blood ran cold. I'd recognize that fucking sound anywhere. The camera. I whipped my head around, the giant blue duffel bag blocking my view. I strained to see around it, twisting my neck to look past it. It blocked my view, but I could still see as Paula, or whatever it was, slowly started to slide their hand underneath my bedroom door. Hand on Bible. I'd never moved so fast before in my life. Paula's hand was sliding under the door. I was standing in front of my bedroom door, and I could see myself in the full-length mirror that was attached to the back. My skin was pale, drained of any color. My brown curly hair was wild, and my dark green eyes were wide and scared. I was trying to move, but my legs felt like they were glued to the carpet. I tried to move. I could see Paula's fingers inching closer, closer to me. I couldn't move. I couldn't scream. Help me! I wanted to scream. Help me, help me, help! I may help! I snapped back to reality. Arjun was standing in the doorway of his kitchen, a coffee in hand, and his pug Milo strapped to his chest in a baby Bjorn carrier. Sorry. Rough night. Yeah, I figured. He bustled into the kitchen. His blue robe flapped as he pulled out the toaster and slammed it on the counter. His black hair was slicked back. His tan skin looked moisturized, and he looked surprisingly coiffed for it being 7:30 in the morning. So, want to tell me what the fuck is going on? I swallowed uneasily. I tucked away the small black book I was scribbling in. What do you mean? He threw me an intensely condescending look. Milo, the pug, had the audacity to copy it. How long have we been friends? 17 years? And you don't think I can't read you like an open book? You're welcome to stay, but I need more information. For example, I didn't know you were back. Why aren't you at your apartment? What's happening with college? He brought over a plate of toast, setting it just out of reach. You get toast after you talk? Something inside me broke. Everything I'd been holding back from last night, hell, from this last month, came rushing out of me like a flood. My head fell to my hands, and sobs violently shook my entire body. Monroe, Argent's gorgeous, pitch-black husky, came trotting over and put her head on my knee. She whimpered softly. "Oh, Amy, Paula came back. Argent's face froze. "You're joking. Is this a sick joke?" His face was like stone. "Paula? The older sister who disappeared when we were 6? My face was beet red and a mess of snot streams and wet tears. A rearranger found her at a campsite in Yosemite. She was at the hospital for about a week before my parents took her home. I think my parents and the cops are keeping it quiet because nobody knows. She's been at my house. With me." I hiccuped. "But things fucked. Arjun?" Sobs ripped apart my chest. I tried to steady myself, placing both palms on the cool kitchen table. "Fuck. Things have been weird since she got back." Arjun went extremely still. He was looking at me oddly, too, like he knew something I didn't. "Weird? How?" "I can't explain." I pulled my phone from my pocket. "Please just watch this." The time stamp on the video read 3:01 a.m. The screen flickers once, then twice, then finally settles. It's pitch black, and it's hard to figure out what we're looking at, but I knew. It's the feed from the trail camera I left behind on my bedroom floor. "Amy, I'm confused. Shh," I said softly. "Just watch." 2 a.m. Movement. The door is shaking violently. For at least 30 seconds, the door is practically rattling off its hinges. Fortunately, there's no sound in the video. Then suddenly, it stops. Nothing. No movement. The camera flicks off. A half second later, the camera flicks back on. There's something trying to slide underneath the door. It's so dark, so it's difficult to see what it is, but then the camera focuses. It's a hand. Paula's trying to slide her hand back underneath the door. Paula's crouching on the ground trying to slide her hand under. Her hand is facing down, and it stops hard at her wrist. She can't get any further in, but then it doesn't stop. Her hand stretches into my room. Her wrist is almost a foot long now, stretched unnaturally thin. Her fingers, bent like spiders, are pulling themselves along the baseboards, as if searching for something. She starts stretching upwards. Her hand stretches out of frame, but I know what she's reaching for. The door suddenly swings open, and her emaciated, unnaturally thin arm retracts like a tongue back into the snake's mouth. Nothing. 30 seconds pass. The hallway is as dark as my room. Then suddenly, there she is. She's crouched down, walking on all fours. Her arms and legs are bent unnaturally, pushing her belly against the floor. She's moving slowly, as if in pain. I can't figure out why, until the camera focuses on her closer. She's creeping in on her fingertips. Suddenly, she notices the camera. Her eyes, glowing white, focus on the red recording light. She reaches out. The camera falls and the screen goes black. The silence was suffocating. I was watching Arjun's face, but it was unreadable. Like stone. Worse than stone, like a dam, its concrete face holding back a torrent of emotion. Finally, he spoke. "What in the everlasting fuck was that, Ame?" I held back a sob. "I left a trail camera in my room before I left with you. It's activated by motion. I wanted to see if Paula, well, whatever that is, if she would..." Arjun held up his hand. I could see his fingers. They were trembling. "You're telling me?" He pointed to the black iPhone screen. "That's Paula?" I hesitated for a moment, trying to read his face. He thinks I'm crazy, I thought to myself. He's seen me at my worst, coming off a blackout, lying in my puke in a bathtub. He doesn't believe me. But I steadied myself. "Yes, Arjun," I said softly. That's Paula. His face was completely blank. He'd always been unreadable like that, even when we were kids. Out of our little group of friends, Arjun had always had the best poker face. But we always joked that when his face got blank, it meant he was figuring out something, that he knew something we didn't. So, Arjun finally said, softly, "There's something I need to show you in the basement." Arjun lived in one half of a duplex at the edge of town. He had 3 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms all to himself, and it was great. It was actually owned by his parents, who for years used to do long-term rentals with tourists who wanted to stay close to Yosemite National Park for the summer. But they stopped when Arjun started high school, and he moved in instead. He'd lived here on and off since then, even deciding to stay after graduation, and instead chose to commute to his classes at the nearby Columbia College. We used to throw some righteous parties here, down here. We walked down the staircase to the basement. There were pictures of us lining the walls. Me, Arjun, Mikey, Louise. My heart twanged uncomfortably. Next to Louise was her best friend from softball, Patrice. And next to Patrice was Jack. I looked down. It was still hard looking at him, even these few years later. There were so many pictures of us. There we were playing Little League T, playing Red Rover in the park, building our treehouse in the forbidden part of the forest behind Louise's house, getting milkshakes at Lucky D's diner. There was me, in my emo phase, with a face full of smeared makeup and head full of ratty hair extensions. And there was Louise, winning medal after medal in softball. I frowned. These were from high school. Where was I? Oh yes, I was high. "Hey, Aimee, focus. You zoned out again." I snapped back. The door to the basement was padlocked. Arjun looked deadly serious. "There's something I need to tell you," he whispered. "But you have to promise me that you won't tell a soul what I'm about to show you." My body felt cold. "Of course I promise," I whispered. "I promise on Paula." He watched me for a second, his dark eyes searching mine, then nodded. With a soft clank, the padlock opened, and he flipped on the lights. First thing I noticed was an enormous corkboard, filling almost the entire back wall. It was filled with photographs, newspaper clippings, and large slips of paper with dates on them. 1962, 1977, 1992... Then 2007, read the slips of paper, and below was crammed with newspaper clippings and printouts from the internet. Alien spaceship takes another. Finally, evidence of Bigfoot. Jamestown halfway house reports another missing. The clippings screamed at me. Large photographs of men, women, and kids were also stuffed into the crowded space. They looked like pictures pulled from yearbooks, mugshots, and random Facebook pages. Bits of red yarn were strung between the photographs and dates, and there, right in the center of the board, were 10 large photographs. They were labeled with a large, blocky handwriting: Missy Pulte, Dana Tepin, Mary Sanders, Kristen Poltansky, Daphne Tiths. I trailed off. Paula Richards. "Arjun," I breathed, turning to him. "You're looking for the missing girls." "Not missing," he said grimly, his bright smile gone. Gone. Dead. I felt sick. Arjun pointed at the board. In 2007, 10 girls went missing in Grovefield over the course of the last week in October. At first, there was nothing. No outrage, no police response, no nothing. Grovefield, or Gravefield I should say, covered it up. The longer Arjun talked, the more murderous he looked. I looked into it. The 5 girls that disappeared first, Kristen Poltansky, for example. He pointed to a mugshot of a small, smarmy girl with dishwater blonde hair. Burnouts. Kristen especially. Constantly in and out of rehab. She was 15 years old and a drug addict, living on the street. Still, to this day, the police haven't filed a missing persons report for her. I frowned. So, what makes you think she's missing? Maybe she's just run away? But he was shaking his head. I talked to what's left of Kristen's family. They haven't spoken to her in years. He looked over at me. The bare light bulbs above threw his face in sharp relief. 15 years, to be exact. I was trying to wrap my head around it. The faces in the photographs staring down at me, the overwhelming amount of internet printouts of conspiracy theories and reports of missing persons reported from inside Yosemite National Park. It was starting to make my head swim. Finally, I had to ask, so I know the story. I know the conspiracy theories, the rumors about that week. I tried to swallow, but my throat felt sticky. But how does Paula fit into this? Her name left a bitter taste in my mouth. And fuck, Daphne? Louise's sister? Daphne wasn't a burnout, and neither was Paula. Arjun didn't even notice my discomfort. He was too wrapped up into what he was looking at. Kristen, Missy, Dana, Mary, and Ellie Dandil all disappeared on the same day, the Monday of the last week in October. He paused. It was so quiet you could have heard a pin drop. Milo suddenly sneezed, scaring us. Then, on Wednesday, Daphne and 3 of her best friends disappear. They were having a sleepover at Daphne's house. The next morning, gone, vanished in the middle of the night. He turned to me. I could feel him looking at me. Then Paula disappeared. She was last. On that Friday of the last week of October, my heart was thudding uncomfortably. I felt hot and dizzy, and I could feel tears beginning to burn in the corners of my eyes. Angrily, I wiped them away. I couldn't look at the board anymore. I looked away. There were big filing cabinets next to the corkboard with enormous binders stacked on top. 19622007 was written in big, bold black letters on the binder at the very top. I felt sick. Who do you think you are, not telling me about this sooner? My stomach, coated with thick layers of grime and bile from the past 15 years, felt ready to explode. Why the fuck didn't you tell me about this earlier? Arjun seemed taken aback by the violence in my words. Amy, His face twisted. I'm sorry, I didn't. This is my sister you're investigating. My voice cracked. I jabbed my finger hard into his shoulder. My life! And you didn't think to tell me about this? I shoved my fists into the pockets of my sweatpants. I was afraid that if I didn't, I would use those fists on him instead. You're just like everyone else, who gawked and laughed and looked at my life like some morbid roadside attraction. Who the fuck do you think you are? I could feel myself shaking like a leaf, and I turned to go. But Arjun blocked the door. This wasn't my intention, Amy. I love you, you know that? He grabbed my shoulders. I couldn't move. Arjun was a big dude. He towered over all the other kids, even the ones on his basketball team. Ever since this tragedy occurred to you and to Louise, I never stopped thinking about it. Not once. Never stopped wondering about it. And it wasn't until last year, when all my courses were moved online, did I even have the time to start looking into it. And now with this, he gestured to my phone. I think I finally have proof that there's something going on. His eyes burned deep into mine. We have proof. I pulled away and wiped my eyes. Have you mentioned this to you? But Arjun didn't even let me finish. He scoffed loudly, the noise scaring Milo. Mention it. Do you remember the police's reaction to your dad? And to everyone else that tried to look into it? He had Monroe's right ear between his thumb and forefinger and was absent-mindedly rubbing it. A nervous habit back from when we were kids. No way. I even tried talking about this with Louise once, and she shut me down hard. She kept insisting that Daphne was alive, wouldn't hear another word otherwise, kicked me out of her house. Wait, she said what? I blurted out accusingly. What else did she say? She said, Arjun started, then glanced at me sideways. Damn, you guys still don't talk, do you? What did she say, Arjun? That Daphne is alive? He smacked his lips hard on the last word. Because, according to Louise, Daphne has been sending her letters for the past 6 years. I felt my heart freeze, and for the first time since Paula came back, I felt the tiniest flutter of hope. Holy crap, Arjun, we need to see those letters. Yeah, no kidding, but I doubt she'll let us. But Arjun suddenly froze. He was silent for a moment, then held up a finger. Do you hear that? I held my breath. It was silent. The HVAC suddenly kicked on and started humming loudly. Hear what? Arjun whispered, listening intently. Thud, thud. My heart was beginning to pound. He looked at me, his dark eyes wide. "Hey, May," he asked slowly, "does anyone know you're here?" No, I didn't tell any. Then suddenly I heard it, the crunching of tires on gravel. Arjun looked at me. The basement was suddenly suffocating. "We need to go, now." He grabbed Monroe's collar and rushed for the door. He threw it open and bolted up the stairs. Adrenaline coursing through my veins. I took one last look at the corkboard. Paula's face stared down at me, her eyes burning through the photograph. "I'm so sorry, Paula. Please forgive me." In my desperation, I grabbed the two binders at the very top of the filing cabinets. They were excruciatingly heavy. "Amy, let's go." I rushed upstairs. Arjun was standing at the top of the staircase, peeking around the hallway. He was looking at something. He had two large duffel bags with him, my dark blue one that I hadn't even unpacked, and a bright green one. Monroe was clipped into her harness, and Milo was still strapped into the baby Bjorn. Monroe was barking furiously at the front door. Her thick black hair stood on end. I gasped. There were 4 enormous black SUVs racing up the gravel road to Arjun's duplex. Dirt and dust were kicked up, ballooning into an enormous cloud that was racing straight towards us. "Arjun," I whispered, "we need to leave. We need to go. What are we going to do? My car is parked behind us." His face was white, ashy. "We got to make a break for it. There's a back way to the main road out of town. If we can just..." 2 things suddenly happened at once. The front bay window, with its gorgeous inlay of green and blue stained glass, suddenly exploded. Then Arjun, covered in blue and green shards, fell to the ground, screaming. His right leg was shattered, and I could see bones sticking out through his shin. Monroe then started losing it. She started charging at the front door, pulling Arjun along in the process. "No, Monroe." Without thinking, I grabbed Arjun and hoisted him up. He was crying, tears running down his face, and I pulled his arm over my shoulder. Slipping on the broken glass, I half yanked, half shoved all 4 of us to the back door. Monroe was barking furiously, with foam literally dripping from her mouth. I kicked open the back door. There, the dark red Pontiac was right underneath us. "Keys, Arjun!" I screamed, but he wasn't paying attention to me. I could hear the SUV's brakes screaming as they squealed to a stop. I tried the car door. Thank God it was unlocked. I threw the duffel bags into the back seat and threw Arjun in after. "Arjun, the keys. Give me the keys. I need to get you to a hospital." But he wasn't listening to me. I threw myself into the back seat and desperately tried searching his pockets. "Is Milo okay?" Arjun was bleeding everywhere. "Is my baby okay? Is Milo okay? Oh God." He was out of his mind, and I could tell I was losing him. I sat up and slapped him. "He's fine!" I yelled. "Where did you put the keys?" Suddenly there was an explosion of glass. The passenger side window exploded, with glass and metal flying everywhere. I threw up my arm, but was too late, as shards sliced deeply into my face, and Monroe lost her mind. Her eyes shining a bright white, foam dripping from her lips, and her black fur standing on end, she started throwing herself at the door. Arjun, sobbing, tried to hold her back. There, my heart stopped. I held up the keys. "Got you." With a deafening roar, the Pontiac howled to life. I whipped the car around, grinding the tires into the asphalt. An overwhelming smell of burning rubber flooded through the broken window. The back road from Arjun's duplex cut through a dense thicket of forestry that separated his isolated complex from the rest of the town. You had to take a sharp right into the forest, and that led straight through to the downtown area. The road was bumpy and full of treacherously deep potholes, but I knew we'd be safe if we managed to make it into the thick vegetation. "He's gonna die in the back seat," I thought to myself. I couldn't catch my breath. I could feel myself on the very edge of a massive panic attack. First Paula, now him. I can't let him die. I won't let this happen again. Stay with me, Arjun. I glanced back at him. He looked pale. You'll be okay, buddy. Hang in there, buddy. You'll be okay. I love you, but shut up, Amy. Arjun grunted, spitting up glass. No hospitals. Take me to Jack. I was flabbergasted. Arjun, you've got a fucking bone sticking out. Jack and his Boy Scout first aid skills aren't going to help you. God damn it, no hospitals, Arjun screamed. Go to Jack's, he's staying at his dad's house. Okay, fine, I yelled back. Fine, I said again, quieter. But only because you're dying, Arjun. Only reason I'm going to my ex's house. We were about to take the turn away from Arjun's duplex, and I glanced quickly one last time in the rearview mirror to make sure we weren't being followed. A flash of bright white caught my eye. A man, dressed in an all-white suit, was standing at the back door. He was pale, even paler than I, and his blonde hair was slicked straight back. On his right wrist was a thick black bracelet, like the ones we used to purchase from Hot Topic. The asshole was waving goodbye. I flipped him off. When I awoke, I realized I was in the middle of a river of dead bodies. I gagged and spit, salt water flooding my lungs, and I fought to keep breathing. The bodies smashed into me, enormous waves pushing and pulling and sucking me underwater. I was pulled under. Salt water flooded my lungs again, and I felt myself on the verge of convulsing. Suddenly, I felt the bodies part, and I clawed my way back to the surface. Salt water exploded from my nose like a fountain of blood, gushing from an open wound. I managed to grab hold of a piece of timber that came rushing past me. I pulled myself onto it. My fingernails popped and tore as I dug my fingers into the shredded bark. But at least now my head was above the water. Only then did I realize where I was. I was in the midst of a great flood, cutting a path through an enormous forest. It was like I was in water released from an enormous dam as the flood rushed without thought or purpose. It was pure, unreleased chaos, and I could feel its anger tearing apart the forest. By the light of an enormous full moon, which hung low, filling almost the entire night sky, I could see myself lifted above the forest, rushing past the tops of trees. Where was I rushing from? Keeping a firm grip on the piece of wood, I struggled to look behind me, as bodies and parts of bodies smashed into me. A wave caught me, and I spun, twisting me around. I wiped the salt water from my eyes. It was huge, more than 100 feet tall, maybe 200 feet tall. It towered over the tops of the trees we were rushing past, and more than 100 feet wide, and it wasn't moving with the water, even as the enormous waves smashed against it. The black, stalwart, sinewy body swayed from side to side, but it wasn't falling. It looked like it was standing up. Kern! My eardrums exploded in pain, and my world exploded into fire. My eardrums, are they bleeding? But I didn't dare move my hands, so I put my head down, gritted my teeth, and prayed that my eardrums could survive the onslaught. Then, suddenly, it stopped. My ears ringing, I looked up. The body was moving, growing. There were things extending from its sides, long, slender legs, like an octopus, tentacles, hundreds of them. They grew everywhere. They were everywhere, above me, and I was underneath in their shadow. Then, with a horrifying cracking sound, the tentacles then started to drop. Vomit erupted from my mouth, coating the front of my gray sweatshirt. I felt seasick as the salt water and dead bodies were washed out by the sounds and smells of Tuolumne Hospital. Arjun's heart monitor beeped as I grabbed hold of his hospital bed to steady myself. But the waves threatened to pull me under, and I started to slide off my chair. Suddenly, I felt someone grab me. Holy shit! Amy! You okay? My heart jumped uncomfortably in my chest. Jack? Hi. My back was cramped and sore from the uncomfortable hospital chair. I must have fallen asleep waiting for Arjun to wake up after being wheeled out of surgery. You got my text? I checked the time, almost 1 o'clock. It had been almost 4 hours since I'd basically crashed in the emergency lane at Tuolumne and thrown Arjun on a gurney myself. When did you get here? Just got here. He gestured to his EMT uniform. I'm on lunch break. Jack was pre-med at the nearby Columbia College and worked at Tuolumne Hospital part-time as an EMT. Arjun left a voicemail saying he'd gotten into a car accident, but then you texted to meet here? I don't understand. Were you with him? Paula, leaving my house in the middle of the night, crashing at Arjun's, discovering that Arjun has been investigating my sister's disappearance, the photos of the missing girls, all 10 girls, missing. Then suddenly hearing something outside, black SUVs rushing toward Arjun's house, making a break for it, and Arjun getting shot. Then the car windows shot out, glass everywhere. Arjun leaving Jack a panicked voicemail, then passing out. Got me seeing all the blood, deciding to take Arjun to the hospital instead, but his questions just washed over me like the salt water from my dream. I was covered in vomit. God, this is so gross. I whimpered as I desperately searched for a rag or towel or anything I could use to clean myself. Jack noticed.
Let me help you.
He helped me pull off the gray sweatshirt, his old nickname for me. I caught a glimpse of myself in the full-length mirror. I looked sick, sweaty, and my tight white t-shirt and the matching gray sweatpants looked dirty and wrinkled. My heart twisted. God, I looked terrible. Jesus, Amy, Jack said slowly. Why are there shards of glass in your face? He reached out to touch them. And all down your arm, too. He stood up and started bustling around. From the cabinets he pulled out gauze, rubbing alcohol, and tweezers. Let me get that glass out. Come on, dude, stop. I tried to push him away. I could feel tears in my eyes, and I was trying to not get overwhelmed. But he was too close to me, and I wasn't sure what to do or what to say. The last 3 years of unanswered text messages and unanswered feelings hung like a curtain between us. It didn't help that he looked the exact same, too. Same dark eyes, same dark skin. His dreads were a little longer, I noticed, but that was it. He was wearing new glasses, too. I wonder if the new girlfriend got those glasses for him. He grabbed my hands, interrupting my thoughts. You'll get infected if the glass doesn't come out. Seriously, Jack Jenkins, threatening me with infection? Could you just... He held up his hands. How about this? For every glass shard I pull out of your face, I get to ask a question. After all, I did get a frantic phone call from Arjun this morning who insisted I meet him. Then I got an equally frantic text from you saying that Arjun was in surgery. He does have a point. Fine, I relented. Thank you, he said snippily. He then dug a little too happily into my face and I winced. Okay, there. First question. Why did Arjun want to meet at my house and not the hospital? I sighed. I'm not sure. Maybe he doesn't have health insurance? I sighed again. He passed out before I could get an answer from him? Jack nodded, then leaned in again. God, he even smelled the same. There. Okay, question 2. Why did you bring him to the hospital instead? I sighed. Because Arjun's got that fucking heart condition and he was dying and he was being an idiot and he had just gotten shot and... Shit. The truth slipped out. Crap. Shit. I pressed the heels of my hands into my forehead. There was so much happening and I was just so tired. Jack stopped short too. Wait, shot? Like with a gun? I thought you said in the text that it was a car accident. It was kind of that too. Jack interrupted me. He grabbed the sides of my face. My skin burned where he touched me. Be honest with me. Is this a drug thing? A drug thing. Of course he thought it was that. That's all I'll ever be to him. Every pill, every mistake, the 5 years I spent dating him, reared up like a snake, threatening to bite, those 3 little words tore me apart, tore my chest apart like I was nothing. Because I was nothing, especially to Jack Jenkins. No, Jack, it wasn't a drug thing. Then what is it? His grip tightened. It's been 3 years, May. 3 years since I've heard from you, since I've seen you, since any of us besides Arjen have seen you, since any of us besides Arjen have seen you. 3 years since one of the worst days of my life. We were at a picnic organized by our parents. We were all there, including all our parents, everyone except for my mom. Mine and Jack's 5th-year anniversary was coming up. We felt it was a big accomplishment at the age of 18. Part of that, though, was the condition that I quit abusing Xanax and alcohol. Jack thought I was quitting. He thought that because I told him I was. And honest to God, I tried. I really did. But every time I did quit and I flushed those pills down the drain, that's when the feelings started happening again, and the only way to stop them was to make myself numb. Jack caught me with a pill bottle and ended it right then and there. "Hey, Amy," Jack gently tapped the palms of my hands. "Hey, you went somewhere." I forced myself back into the present. The dreams dissipated, leaving me in my disappointing reality. His words layered me like concrete, pushing my feelings down even further. I felt numb and cold. What? His eyes looked sad, resigned. I asked, "Why did you come back?" "Amy?" "Because Paula's back, Jack," I said simply. "And I need you to contact Louise for me, because I'm pretty sure she knows why." The look on his face was priceless. But I suddenly felt sick. The words had felt like bile and acid. They burned, leaving my mouth, and I felt like they were slowly eating me alive. I stood up, feeling a little wobbly in the knees. "Here," I handed him my phone. "There's a video I need you to see." Jack took it. Code, all zeros. Jack punched it in. The phone lit up. He looked at me and his lip curled for a brief moment. Tight security? But I ignored him. "I'm going to get some food. Please keep an eye on Arjun until I get back. The second he wakes up, we need to leave." My stomach grumbled as I wandered down the hall from Arjun's room. I was looking for the vending machines. They'd put him in a recovery room upstairs in the northeast wing. Tuolumne Hospital was in the shape of a perfect square, with hallways running north, south, and east-west. At the entrance, there's a help desk, which welcomes you in, surrounded by a ring of offices and blood testing lab facilities. The trauma center, where Arjun had been wheeled into, and urgent care are also on the first floor. Upstairs on the second, third, and fourth floors, you'd find the more specialist units, such as cardiology or coronary care unit, intensive care unit, neurology, cancer center, and obstetrics and gynecology. There, found them. I wandered over to the familiar blue light, like a moth to flame. I rested my forehead against the cool glass as the events from this morning washed over me. Arjen got shot, I thought, because of me. My throat felt thick and I struggled to swallow. I forced myself to fight back tears. Arjen could have died as that man in the white suit shot into the goddamn car. The sensation of the exploding glass gripped me again and again. Another person dead because of me. My breathing got short and the edges of my vision started to go white. No, calm down. I balled my hands into fists and forced myself to breathe deep. You cannot afford a panic attack. Not now. With everything that was swimming around in my brain, there were only two things I knew for certain at this moment. One, I hadn't eaten since yesterday and that stale bag of Cheetos in row E4 was looking delicious. And two, me and Arjun needed to get the fuck out of this hospital. Although I wasn't sure where we'd go. Maybe my apartment? We could hide out there until we figured out what to do. I wiped the tears from my eyes and punched in 4 quarters. The Cheetos fell to the drawer and I bent down to pick them up. In the reflection of the glass, I suddenly recognized someone very familiar, starting to walk up the hallway behind me. Hide! I need somewhere to hide. Desperate, I scanned the hallway. There were a series of offices, with doors emblazoned with names that I assumed were doctors and specialists. Then, supply closet. Without a second to lose, I opened the door and ducked inside. My heart pounding, I listened as my mother walked into the office directly next to me. Jay? My mother's shrill voice slurred. Do you think it's wise to keep calling these meetings, especially with everything that's happening? The reason I called you here, Cassandra. A voice I'd recognize anywhere answered her. It was Dr. Jenkins. My blood ran cold, and I started to panic. I can't get caught. I can't get caught. Not now! To steady myself, I shoved my hands into the pockets of my sweatpants. There was something hard in them. I pulled it out. It was the tape recorder I always kept on me. Without even thinking, I turned it on. Is because your daughter is fucking missing. I beg your pardon, Jay. Language. She sounded drunk. My blood curdled at the sound. She's at home. Where else? Dr. Jenkins interrupted her. Not that daughter. I heard exasperation in his voice. Amy? Where the hell did Amy go? I was feeling lightheaded. Holy fuck, they were looking for me? There was a crack of light where the supply closet connected to Dr. Jenkins' office. I could see through it and see my mother, standing in her powder blue skirt suit, looking down at Dr. Jenkins, who was sitting behind his mahogany desk. My mother's tone was loud and dismissive. How should I know? She's probably back at school. You don't know. Dr. Jenkins put his fists down hard on his desk. You don't know? She's not at school, nor at her apartment. We checked this morning. And she's not at your house either. So I ask again, where is she? Why do you care? We care? I suddenly realized my mother and Dr. Jenkins weren't alone in his office. There was a group of adults sitting in there with them, including Arjan's parents. Arjav and his mother, Razi, sounded like she'd been crying. My heart twisted. I love Arjun's parents. They ran a chain of candy shops in Grovefield, and I used to love getting candy from them as a kid. Even now, as an adult, it was such an instant hit of euphoric happiness every time I visited. I was happy they were still open, considering that I'd never actually seen anyone buy anything there. Because apparently there's been a shooting on Connor Street, and Arjun, your son, was involved in that? My mother suddenly sounded shocked. Is he okay? But the church said that the man in white, Arjun's fine, Aljav, his dad, spoke up. I couldn't see them, not in the position I was sitting in, but his voice sounded sharp, electric. He's alive? For now, but apparently he was shot. He's at this hospital in room 182. I was flabbergasted. His parents know he was shot? Do they know why? Why haven't they done anything? My brain was spinning in circles, and suddenly I was having a hard time breathing. But before we go see him, we need to know what they know. Cassandra. Jay spoke up again. He sounded closer to me. He must be leaning back in his chair. This is starting to unravel, and at the center of it are your daughters. My daughters? Her voice positively dripped acid. Her tone went scary low and quiet. They're such a tiny part of this. How dare you insinuate that Amy the drunk and the almost dropout, or that my Paula would, even the tiniest thread, Arju suddenly whispered. Can put apart the greatest tapestry. His voice was so low I could barely hear him. And you, in your arrogance and blind faith, brought that loose end home. Anger was thickening his voice. You brought that thing home and exposed Amy. Smack! Arjeb was cut off as I suddenly heard my mother slap him hard across the face. How dare you! She kept shrieking as I heard pandemonium in his office. Chairs scuffed hard against the linoleum. Stacks of binders were shoved to the floor. A desk lamp was overturned. How dare you call her that? Calm down! I spotted my mother through the crack in the door. Her blue suit was disheveled, and her shiny exterior shell was beginning to crack. Dr. Jenkins turned a chair upright and gently pushed her to sit. We just need to know. Has Paula said anything to you? To Amy? To your husband? Specifically, has she said anything to you about the mountain? My mother was sitting perfectly still, her posture as stiff and unforgiving as that chair. Her hands twisted the strap of her powder blue handbag, like she was twisting the top off a Diet Coke bottle. No, she hasn't said anything. Her handbag was clinking gently. in fact. Her voice went thick with emotion. She hasn't said anything at all. She also doesn't eat. She doesn't do anything. She's a shell. She was crying harder now, with her elbows on her knees and her hands cradling her head. After all these years, I still don't understand. She wasn't supposed to be taken. I was promised. She looked at Dr. Jenkins with red-rimmed eyes. I did everything right. I love the church, and this is how I'm repaid? Jesus, Cassandra, this same old shit? Suddenly another voice. A man standing to the right of Dr. Jenkins's desk. I couldn't see him, but I'd recognized that voice too. It was Louise and Daphne's father, Roger Tiss. You aren't the only one that's missing a child. Their father was a quiet but imposing man. Roger Tiss owned a series of incredibly successful laundromats, and he'd moved to Grovefield right after Daphne was born, and right after he'd lost their mother to a horrific car accident. The driver had walked not only from his destroyed vehicle, but from the following case trial as well. Roger had lost everything. He'd moved to Grovefield right after with his 2 young daughters, a newborn and a 9-year-old. And he'd always said that it was his only chance to recover what was lost. My mother sniffled. She was a pitiful sight. But you have your business at least. Yes, but Daphne wasn't part of the deal. He turned to Dr. Jenkins. Neither was Paula. We have only 3 weeks until... He paused. But it feels different this time. Stronger. He paused again. He sounded different. It took me a moment to realize why. He sounded scared. It feels unbalanced, he murmured. Do you think the head knows, Jay? Jesus, how can you say that? Dr. Jenkins retorted loudly. God, no. If the head finds out, all our kids, Ami, Arjun, Jack, Louis, they're all dead. We're dead. Anybody connected to this? Jesus, I thought to myself, horrified. What is going on? What are our parents involved in? I want out. My mother sniffed loudly. I want to be done. The room was silent. Nobody said anything, except for my mother's loud sniffs. You can't get out, Cassie. You know that. Dr. Jenkins finally said softly. We all went to the mountain for a reason. He looked tired, haggard, and he was wearing a white lab coat over black, wrinkled scrubs. As he bent down to pick up the binders that had knocked to the floor, I noticed something. There were thick black leather bracelets encircling his wrists, like handcuffs. They were strapped tight to his skin, practically cutting the circulation off. And it looked like his wrists were bleeding. No, that's not blood, I suddenly realized. Thin black vines extended from the bracelets and were burrowing themselves into his skin. I recoiled. And now we need to deal with the consequences. Suddenly, my legs gave out. I tried to stop myself, but I fell hard, accidentally knocking over a stack of buckets. I heard someone cry out in Dr. Jenkins's office, but I didn't wait to see who it was. I turned off the tape recorder and sprinted out into the hallway. Arjun was just waking up by the time I made it back. Jack was standing over him, helping him sit up. The hospital computer was beeping frantically, and in one furious motion, I bent down and unplugged it. It went silent. What the fuck? Jack said. I gripped his arm, hard. We need to leave, now. I couldn't think straight. All I could see were those black bracelets burrowing into Jack's dad's arms. I turned to Arjun. Can you walk? Amuse. Arjun was loopy, I could tell, but surprisingly coherent. He was struggling to sit up, but the drug's effect was very slowly wearing off. Hey, Ami! He grabbed my hand. Hey, you didn't leave me back there, thank you! Oh, Arjun. I cupped his hand and brought it to my cheek. For a brief second, I forgot about Dr. Jenkins. I forgot about the bracelets. I forgot about my mom racing down the hallway to find me. Don't even say that. Intense relief washed over me. He was alive. Of course I didn't leave you. You had the car keys. Arjun chuckled, sitting up. But his expression quickly turned sour. Wait, are we in the hospital? Jack leaned over to help him up. Amy felt like because of the seriousness of your leg, you needed more serious help. Fuck, Arjun said, cutting him off. I mean, thank you, but I don't think you realize that, what? That all our parents are involved in this? Including Jack's dad, Dr. J. Jenkins? I finished the sentence for him. I handed him his blue robe from earlier and a gray tracksuit that Jack had brought. Wait, my dad is involved in what? Jack asked, shocked. I overheard them. He's here. All our parents are here. Now, in this hospital, I was helping Arjun up, and they know. Know about what? About this. I gestured wildly. About me ditching my parents' house. About Arjun getting shot. About Paula coming back as this fucked up demonic shell. I could feel my mother's words echoing inside me. We need a plan. Wait. Hold up. Jack held up his hands. What does my dad have to do with that? He pointed to my phone. And with Paula coming back. Because, for starters, he was the first fucking person to see her, besides that ranger and my parents. He was with her every second she spent at his godforsaken hospital. I was at the end of my rope. I could practically feel my mother racing down the hall to catch me. We needed to leave, and now. And he didn't say anything to you? Don't you find that a little suspicious? But Jack was shaking his head. There's got to be some sort of explanation. We need to leave. I'll explain on the way. I picked up Arjun's bag and helped him up. Everything else we had was in the Pontiac, along with Milo and Monroe who were waiting for us. Wait, shit. I paused in the doorway. Where should we go? My apartment's out. Jack's dad was there this morning, I said, panicking. Arjun's home is out. My parents' house has this fucking thing crawling around but Jack interrupted me. The cabin. You could hide out there for as long as you need. Duh, the cabin. I didn't even think of that. That was the perfect place. You sure? But he was nodding. The elevators dinged and we descended to the ground floor. We were almost out. The parking lot was right through the entrance doors. I could practically see the Pontiac from where we were, in the back corner where I'd haphazardly parked it this morning. Jesus, the Pontiac looked bad. There was glass everywhere, all over the passenger seat, and the entire back seat was coated in blood. Jack took his jacket off and laid it down before helping Arjun into the back seat. Monroe and Milo went crazy, whining and licking him. I paused, my hand resting on the door handle. Look, Stop! Gently grabbing my arm, he turned me around to face him, but I couldn't stop. The words kept pouring out. Look, I just wanted to thank you. I may stop. He brushed a curl from where it had fallen over my eye. I'm coming too. My heart thudded. You're what? He nodded. After my shift, he started walking backwards towards his car, an old beat-up white Subaru. After all, I've got to finish fixing you up, he called out. You still remember where the cabin is? Oh, I remember. I was on Main Street, heading out of town. Arjun had passed out as the adrenaline from this morning wore off and the events from this morning knocked him out. I'd stopped briefly for snacks and water. We were about to drive 8 hours and I was still starving. There was a lot of traffic and I was stopped, waiting to pull out of the gas station. That's when I saw. There was an accident up ahead. It looked horrific. A car had flipped across the meridian and struck a small Honda Civic. Accidents always got bad during tourist season down here. Sometimes it was road rage, sometimes drunk driving, sometimes just carelessness. Out of the small, crushed Honda Civic, it looked like only one person had survived. A woman, weeping, was sitting by the side of the road, watching as the ambulance was being loaded up with the bodies of her companions. But as the ambulance pulled away, I suddenly realized something. She wasn't alone. Because, standing behind her, was the man in white. You're not supposed to travel these roads at night. They say it's because they're too narrow and too wild that it'd be easy to pop a tire. That these roads are so isolated that it'd take hours for anyone to find you. Travel during the day, they say. Stick to the paved roads around these wild woods, and whatever you do, avoid any shortcuts that cut straight through. Heed this warning and heed this rhyme, especially if you were to find yourself at the Sweet Hollow Pass. Look, I was tired. I hadn't eaten in almost 24 hours. Arjan had fallen asleep hours ago after valiantly trying to fight the medication the hospital had injected him with. I didn't even have him to distract me as my eyelids were growing heavier by the second. I was desperate, and the Sweet Hollow Pass was a shortcut that cut through the tail end of the Six Rivers National Forest. Instead of taking Highway 93 all the way around, the pass cut straight through, shaving almost 3 hours off the trip. I could feel my eyelids drooping heavier by the second, so I needed to do something. Anything. Swallowing hard, I took the hard right off Highway 93 and onto Sweet Hollow Pass. They say somebody died out here. Another tourist told me that during the summer after our freshman year. Jack, Louise, and I had been working in gift shops around Six Rivers when we first heard about it. Almost 10 years ago, a woman, around 30 years old and traveling by herself, tried to take the shortcut through Sweet Hollow Pass. It had been a particularly rainy summer after a very hard and dry winter, and too much rain in too short of time had led to horrific and cataclysmic mudslides. Apparently, she'd been caught in a freak one, according to the police. After another 6 hours of searching, they managed to find her car, but they never found her, and they never did find the body. They say that on misty, foggy nights, like the night that she disappeared, if you're traveling on Sweet Hollow Pass, that Sally Gray will try to find you instead. Don't think about that, I muttered to myself. Don't fucking think about that. I checked the GPS. It was a miracle I still had service out here. 15 miles, it blinked in fluorescent blue light. 20 minutes, I whispered. It was so dark outside. Trees pressed close, the canopy blocking any hint of moonlight from above, and the windshield was fogging up. I cursed quietly. It was impossible to see outside. I curled my sweatshirt over my fist and reached up, using it to wipe away the condensation. Suddenly, I could see through a tiny sliver. "Shit!" I cried, and turned the steering wheel hard. Heart pounding, I felt the passenger tires skim the edge of an enormous pothole. The car dipped hard, the back tire spinning out, but carefully, I felt us move past. Chest tight, I let out a sigh of relief. But it didn't last long. "Fuck!" I yelled as I hit the brakes again. The car swerved, rear tires spinning again in the mud, but I brought us to a complete stop. Breathing hard, I glanced over at Arjun. He was still out cold. Panic setting in, and the edges of my vision threatening to go white. I peered through that tiny sliver in my windshield. The air left my lungs. "Arjun!" I whispered, reaching over. I shook him, my eyes still staring straight ahead. "Arjun, wake up!" Nothing. He was out cold. My mouth went dry. There was a girl standing in the road. She was streaked with mud from head to toe, like she'd crawled from a shallow grave. Her chin was tucked into her chest, and all I could see was a head of thick, curly brown hair. She was swaying uneasily in the car's headlights, like she was drugged. I squinted. It looked like she was wearing something black around her wrists. Bracelets? Rope? Broken handcuffs, maybe? I really couldn't see through the fogged-up windshield. Slowly, carefully, I rolled the window down. "Miss," I called out quietly, "are you lost?" My voice fell flat against the silent forest. I hadn't realized how quiet it had gotten. The girl visibly started at the sound of my voice. Her body twisted, like she didn't have any control over it. One green eye peeked at me from underneath the mop of curly brown hair. Then another. She was grinning. Horrifically, her mouth was stretched horribly, the lips literally going from ear to ear. Yellowed, rotten teeth peeked through. That's when I realized something. I felt all the air leave my lungs. "Holy shit," I cried, not caring if I finally woke Arjun up. "I can't believe it. She looks like me." Amy. Ah. I suddenly snapped back to Arjun, hitting my shoulder hard. "Hopped! What's going on?" "You tell me," Arjun said uneasily. He was sitting leaning over me and had my shoulder in a death grip. You were zoned out and staring straight ahead. I just woke up to find us sitting in the middle of frickin' Sweet Hollow Pass. The girl in the road. I whipped around, my heart beating furiously and my eyes searching desperately. There was no sign of her. I could feel the engine humming underneath my shaking hands. The girl, did you see her? See who? Arjun said quietly, his eyes never leaving me. The girl, she looked like... I whipped around again, searching valiantly around the car. Nothing, no trace of her. Looked like me. She looked like you? Arjun said cautiously. Ame, he said quietly. Are you seeing things? I swallowed uneasily. Had I fallen asleep without realizing it while driving? But it felt so real. Cautiously, I settled back into my seat. Heart pounding, I tried to put a lid on the wild panic I felt in my chest. Carefully keeping my expression neutral, I put the car back into drive. You're right, I said quietly. It was probably nothing. It wasn't until we left the forest and the tires finally hit asphalt did I finally take a breath. We were almost there. Jack's cabin sat almost directly in the center between the town of Willow Creek and the Hupa Indian Reservation, and alongside the very edge of the Six Rivers National Forest. We were heading to the small town of Burnt Towers. Burnt Towers was a tiny, unincorporated town of only 300 individuals. However, the proximity to Six Rivers and the breathtaking rolling hills of green in the summer and the changing leaves in the fall made it an extremely popular tourist spot. Legend has it that Burnt Towers got its name from a pair of enormous structures that suddenly appeared at the entrance of the town almost 200 years ago. Seemingly overnight, these 40 feet tall monstrosities were erected without nary a clue as to who actually built them. And there they stood until one night at 3 o'clock in the morning the locals woke up to them entirely engulfed in flames. The fire was massive, hot, and raging out of control. There was nothing anybody could do. The fire service from the nearby town of Cedar Flats had been called, but by the time they'd gotten here, it was too late. The towers had completely burned down, hence the name Burnt Towers. Burnt Towers had one main road in town. There was a gas station, a bank, a grocery store, a hardware store, several stores filled with outdoor and hiking-type gear, and several restaurants. There were a few speakeasies and dive bars too, but they were located a little further down. There were 5 main offshoots from the downtown area, mainly neighborhoods, which is where all the locals lived, and hotels. The park that we used to play at was back here too. Jack's cabin was located off one of those main offshoots. It was located a few miles outside town, at the very top of a large hill. It was just as beautiful as I remembered. A large, white, Victorian-style cabin with flowers climbing the large columns that stood on either side of the front door. The flowers climbed the side of the house and spilled out onto the large wrap-around porch. This place had been built with love. Jack's dad had built it for Jack's mom after she'd been diagnosed with a rare kidney disorder almost 30 years ago. A good luck charm, he called it. It must have worked because after moving to Grovefield, Jack's mom had managed to outlast the diagnosis for almost 30 years. A living medical miracle, they called her, until she passed away almost 14 years ago. I turned my phone over, the white light brightening the dim back patio. The screen clicked on. Nothing. Of course, I muttered as my heart sank. Jack hadn't texted me. I shouldn't be surprised. Despite what he'd said to me almost 10 hours ago in the parking lot of the Tuolumne Hospital, I doubt he was actually still considering meeting us. There was too much going on for him to just drop everything. He had work, he had school, he had his girlfriend. I shook my head. But I couldn't help but feel the echoes of his words. I could see him in my mind's eye, and my cheek still burned from where he'd touched it. Of course I'm meeting you, Amy, he'd said to me in that parking lot. He'd promised me. Somebody has to finish fixing you up. I shook my head again, hard. Fuck, I couldn't afford to think like that now, and I took a sip of tea to clear my head. It clicked gently on the patio table, next to the binders from Arjun's basement. They were the ones I'd snatched, desperately before we were forced to make a break for it. They were filled with maps, missing persons reports dating back almost 60 years ago, and pages of tightly packed, handwritten notes. I didn't understand it, and frankly, it was making my head hurt. I shook my head again. I needed Arjun to wake up and explain. With a sigh, I sat back in my seat, thinking about everything that had transpired in the last 2 days. 3 weeks, I murmured quietly to myself. What's happening in 3 weeks? Monroe was sitting outside with me, and she was tilting her head back and forth, as if she was listening. I looked down at her. I don't suppose you know what Louisa's dad meant when he said, "It's happening in 3 weeks"? Monroe cocked her head and let out a low woof. I laughed. I don't know either, girl. I rubbed my temples hard, feeling the bones of my knuckles grind against my skull. Of course, except for one thing. Monroe was still watching me, her eyes intently focused on mine. The anniversary of Paula's disappearance. I sighed again. And at the rate everything's going, I'm sure something fucking horrible is going to happen. I reached over for the teacup, accidentally swatting a firefly that landed on it. "Oh, I'm sorry, little guy," I whispered as I pulled my hand away. It flew away, dipping and weaving like a drunk man leaving a bar. I looked up. The whole backyard was filled with them. The fireflies looked like flickering stars, coming down for a brief visit. It was beautiful, with how they clustered around the tops of trees and in the bushes and grass. It looked like the entire backyard was on fire. Ugh, I rubbed my temples again. My head was killing me. This headache had started not long after the little drive through Sweet Hollow Pass. I used to get these horrible mind-splitting headaches as a kid, the kind where it felt like something fat and horrible had taken a shit on your brain and had also left behind something that was now slowly hatching inside your skull. For months, my mom had been convinced it was just migraines. Migraines? Doctors questioned, perplexed. When my dad finally took me in, but what 4-year-old gets migraines? Of course, it probably didn't help that I was introduced to Xanax not long after this. I dug my fingernails into my thigh, forcing the fog to part and my head to clear. Look, I thought to myself, it's been almost 6 years since I'd gotten one. This is probably just stress. I tilted the teacup back, chugging the rest of it. I'd go buy some Advil in the morning. Come on, Monroe. I tapped my thigh, motioning to her, and headed inside, locking the patio door behind me. By the time I woke up, my headache had gotten worse. Instead of just the throbbing headache from last night, it now felt like my brain was trying to dismember itself piece by piece and squeeze the brain tissue through both ear canals. I sat up, clutching my head. "Fuck," I moaned. My feet touched the bare hardwood floors and I shivered. It was freezing. I heaved myself up and stumbled around, searching in vain for the keys. In my haste, I accidentally smacked into Morno, who was laying at the foot of the bed. She let out a loud woof, throwing me an incredibly judgmental look. I laughed. It was the same look she used to give me when in high school I'd sneak in through the oversized doggy door to sleep at Arjun's because I was high as a kite and avoiding my dad. But I knew what would change her mind. "Wanna go for a ride?" The bell dinged as I walked into Miss Key's general store. Burnt Towers was empty this morning, as apparently 7 in the morning was still a little early for people, I guess. The scent of pine needles, deck stain, and leather oil pulled me in like a hug, and I took a deep sniff. I let it out. Everything was exactly the same. The lines of fishing poles stacked against the far wall. The cardboard boxes stacked to the ceiling and filled with packets of ramen, cereal, and the protein bars that always crumbled into dust after you bit into them. This is where we used to get our gear for the long camping trips that were the hallmark of our summers in Burnt Towers. I bet if I looked, I could find the old aluminum flask that Jack and I had hidden inside one of the popcorn ceiling tiles when I worked here during the summer before our sophomore year. That flask of Jameson kept me blessedly numb from the chaos that always came with the crazy summer tourist months. Tap, tap, tap. Suddenly, I heard the familiar sound of spurs on a hardwood floor. Is that Mizami I see lurking around my store again? I felt myself light up into a smile. Keys, I cried. She was in the back of the store, smoking a cigarette behind the cash registers. A Marlboro Light. I'd recognize that plume of smoke anywhere. She used to go through a pack a day. Despite all efforts from local authorities, you just couldn't keep me away. I laughed. She tapped the cigarette in her trademark ceramic cowboy hat ashtray, ashing it. She grumbled. I can remember a time or two when the cops came calling to my door. She cracked a grin. And you ain't even my baby. What'll it be today, sweetheart? She slapped both hands on the thick carved desk. Look, she eagerly pointed. We've got some new items I think you'd be interested in. She held up a silver and red, latest edition S14 German-Swiss Army knife. Brand new and fresh off the boat. No, I begged her off, holding up my hands. Not today, just these. On the counter, I had set a jumbo-sized bottle of Advil and a bag of Purina dog food. Advil, huh? She rested one sharp eye on me. You're getting headaches again? Her brow furrowed as her dark gray eyebrows pulled together. She looked concerned. Her gray hair, which I could remember used to be the same shade as her smoky, dark brown eyes, was pulled back into a severe bun. Her tanned olive skin contrasted sharply against the thick white cable-knit sweater she had on. I thought those had gone away. Mom! I winced again. The headache was beginning to pick up speed, like a storm gathering in the horizon. I cracked open the bottle and quickly downed a couple, hoping that this would stave it off. But as the pills slid down my throat, I suddenly felt a strong wave of dizziness. Whew! I swallowed hard as everything threatened to come back up. I'm sorry, is there somewhere I can sit down? Sure, hun. Ms. Keese's spurs clinked as she pulled me around and into the back office. I felt her hands on my shoulders as she half pushed and I half fell into an uncomfortable straight-backed chair. I tried to swallow, wincing painfully as my throat felt dry and scratchy. Miss Keys noticed. Sit tight, she cried. Let me get you some water, too. Fuck, my head was throbbing. Pressing the palms of my hands against my temples, I sighed and looked around. Literally nothing had changed since the last time I was here. A large shelving unit, filling almost the entire back wall, was filled with cardboard boxes of inventory, fishing gear, clothing items, hats, etc. Next to the shelving unit was a small propped-up card table that we considered our break room. Considering that it was just a mini fridge and a microwave on a fold-out table, Jack always used to joke that we were one smelly fish sandwich away from total disaster. But, wait, I paused. This was new. I got up and walked over for a better look. I felt dizzy as all the blood rushed to my head. Have you seen me? Screamed down at me from 100 different posters. Missing. Hundreds of faces jumped out at me. Men, women, children. It looked like every age and race was up on that board. Ms. Keese had hung a giant orange corkboard that was filled with missing posters. Stunned and momentarily forgetting the roaring headache, I reached up to trace the face of a missing child. Betty Ingram, I read, my voice catching my throat. 10 years old. Missing in Yosemite National Park. I read another one. Patricia Rose, aged 45 years old. Last seen in Six Rivers National Park. My voice cracked. Tom Parker, 21 years old, reported missing after friends woke up to find him gone from their campsite in Tahoe National Forest. I checked the dates. A shiver ran through me. These were all dated from the past 10 years. Beatrice Montclair, aged 31, reported missing after she didn't return from a hike in... I paused. In Yosemite National Park on the Glacier Point Trail. I felt my brain churning. I stared at her photo. What happened to you? I whispered. Her dark eyes stared back at me, saying nothing. The longer I stared at her, the worse my headache was getting. I felt tears rise in the back of my throat as I suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to cry. Her picture blurred as they clouded my vision. What the fuck was happening out in Yosemite National Park? Fuck! I cut my ears. The pressure in my head had gotten so bad that my ears were starting to ring. It sounded shrill, high-pitched, and like tuning into a TV channel where someone was being brutally murdered. I grimaced, glancing back at Beatrice's picture. "Is this what you sounded like right before you disappeared?" Then, as if in response to my question, her picture suddenly moved. I gasped. No, 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 no. I muttered frantically, screwing my eyes shut. My brain felt like it was on fire. The pressure in my ears was becoming unbearable, and most of all, I just couldn't believe that this was happening again. It's been years since... Shit, no, stop. I wouldn't let myself think about it. I backed away from the wall, feeling behind me for the chair. My knee hit the corner of the filing cabinet hard, but I didn't dare open my eyes. My heart was pounding furiously. Where was my bag? Amy, my eyes flew open. Miss Keyes was standing in the doorway. "Is everything all right?" she asked, looking uneasy. I must have looked silly walking backwards with my eyes shut like that. She had a bottle of water in one hand and a hot water bottle in the other. "I'm fine," I chirped, forcing a smile on my face. "Sorry about that. I'm feeling a lot better." I headed out towards the front door, my heart pounding. "I'll call you once I'm settled in." I could hear her calling out to me as I stumbled towards the front door, but I couldn't stop. I could feel Beatrice's eyes watching me as I walked out. In a daze, I burst onto a busy sidewalk. Burnt Towers was bustling now. The shops were open. The diner I'd parked in front of was packed, and people were racing around, getting ready to hit the trails early. In the morning light, flush against the normalcy of people going to breakfast with their families, the Pontiac looked bad. I winced seeing heads turn as I opened the driver's side door, and I knew they were looking at the busted passenger window and the twisted chunks of metal and glass. I knew I should care, but I didn't. I couldn't care. I couldn't think. I couldn't breathe. My stomach roiled and flipped as a kaleidoscope of emotion cycled through my brain. The headache had gotten worse. Those 2 Advil I'd taken in Ms. Keyes' shop be damned, and the pain ebbed and flowed with the pulse of my blood. I fought back tears as I couldn't believe this was happening again. "No," I whispered. "Stop! Don't cry!" I shut my eyes tightly and gripped the steering wheel. "You're gonna make it worse." I could feel my knuckles starting to turn white. It didn't help that I closed my eyes. I could see Beatrice's face. I could still see what it looked like the second it started to move. "Fuck! Stop! Stop! Okay, stop!" I reached over to grab Monroe. "Dude! Girl, stop barking!" Monroe was sitting in the passenger seat, and she was absolutely losing her mind. "Girl, this isn't helping." People were sitting next to us at the patio tables of Lucky Dave's local spot, and I could feel the heat of the stares from the entire restaurant. I grabbed her collar in an attempt to calm her down. "Girl, what the fuck are you even barking at?" My voice trailed off. My blood went cold. I saw where she was looking. There was something standing behind the dumpsters at the end of the street. I leaned forward, my eyes straining. For a minute there was nothing, just a quiet alleyway behind the local drugstore. There, slowly as I watched, something peeked over the lid of the dumpsters. Then suddenly it ducked back down, like it was trying to hide. Monroe started growling again. The back of my neck started tingling. A cold sweat suddenly broke out, and I felt the ground suddenly drop out from underneath me. I'd recognize that hair anywhere. This was the same thing I'd seen back in Sweet Hollow Pass, the thing that looked like me. I smashed my eyes shut, grinding the heel of my hands into my eyes. Fuck! The building pressure in my head threatened to pop my eyes like grapes. "Please be gone! Please be gone! Please be gone!" I sobbed. Then I stopped. Breathing in a shuddering, stealing sense of resolve, I gingerly opened them back up. Nothing. My mind felt splintered, chaotic, and like all the pieces were slowly falling apart. I felt trapped, cornered, like how a field mouse must feel when being stalked by a hawk. I took another big, shuddering breath in. I looked over at Monroe. She was looking at me with all the fur standing up on her back. Reaching out, I put my hand on her soft, jet black head. She was shaking. "Let's get out of here," I whispered. The drive home felt agonizingly long. It didn't help that my head was pounding and my phone was practically ringing nonstop. Whoever this was, they'd called me like 10 times in the past 5 minutes. Without looking, I turned off the ringer and tossed it into the footwell of the passenger seat. It wasn't 5 minutes later when I finally pulled into the winding driveway that led past a pair of massive Douglas firs and up to Jack's cabin. To my surprise, Arjun was waiting for me outside. He barely waited for me to park before he threw open my door. "Aimee, I've been calling you," he said with one balled-up fist on his hip. "Literally like 20 times. You can't just not pick up. There's something we need." "Oh, that was you," I mumbled, shoving him aside. The bag from his keys swung wide and hit me hard, the Advil digging into my hip bone. "I texted and told you I was going into town." "Yeah, that was me." He sounded mad. Arjun tried to follow me, but the bulky cast on his leg slowed him down. "But that's not what we need to talk about. Aimee, listen. Can this wait until after a nap?" I could feel my body shutting down. The events from this morning were catching up to me, and I needed at least 10 more Advil in me. I walked up to the front door, with Monroe bouncing up the steps next to me. "Wait, Aimee!" I could hear Arjun crying out right behind me. "Wait! There's something I need to tell you!" I swung open the front door to find a mountain of suitcases in the foyer. My heart stopped. "Oh," I said quietly. "They're here." Arjun huffed. He'd finally caught up to me. The red bathrobe he was wearing flapped as he heaved himself up the steps. "They got in about an hour ago." I could feel the wheels turning in my head. "Arjun," I said slowly. "Who's they?" Suddenly I heard a voice that I'd never thought I'd hear again, a voice that I knew belonged to my best friend in the entire world, until 3 years ago when she threatened to shoot me if I didn't leave her house and never come back. And rightfully so. "Oh, hell no," she cried. "You've got to be fucking kidding me." I winced. "Hi, Louise." "What is she doing here?" Louise growled. Every syntax in her voice positively dripped with venom. They were all in the living room. Patrice, Mikey, Jack. The old gang was all here. Jack had brought everybody. I was stunned. I watched as she turned to Jack. "You told me she wasn't going to be here!" I looked at Arjun. His face looked ashen and his eyes wheeled wildly between me and Louise. I took a deep breath. I think now is a good time to take a nap. It was happening again. I was drowning, but it wasn't like last time. There were no bodies, no waves crashing against me. I wasn't being sucked underneath by the rip-roaring current threatening to pull me under. No, I was sinking. My arms were outstretched above me, like I was Adam reaching for God. The white-blue light above me was fading fast, and the few bubbles that escaped my mouth looked like pearls as they drifted upwards. They wrapped around my hands, as if struggling to pull me upwards. I had to swim. I had to move. I had to do something. But I couldn't, no matter how hard I tried. It's like I was frozen, or rather, I was frozen. I strained, pushing against my limbs as hard as I could, but nothing. My hair swirled around me, a cloud of curly brown ringlets, and my ears popped, aching horribly as I continued to sink. Down, down I sank like a stone until the light above me faded into black. Then there was nothing except my own consciousness crying out against the dark. I gasped. Snapping awake, my life exploded into color and sound, and my heart raced as I tried to shake the feeling from my dream. My blood pounded in my ears, and my chest hurt as I tried to slow it down. It was dark. The only source of light was the blue fluorescent light from the old-school alarm clock. It reflected eerily in the dark room. It was the same white-blue light from my dream. It took me a second to remember where I was. Then it hit me. I'm in a spare room in Jack's parents' cabin. Arjun and I got here 2 days ago after literally fleeing from Tuolumne Hospital. Arjun had just been shot in the leg, and I'd rushed him to the hospital after I witnessed him bleeding out in the back seat. Then, after being trapped in a janitor's closet and witnessing all our parents gathered in Dr. Jenkins's office discussing Paula and God knows what, Jack told us to hide out here. Jack got in last night and he brought Louise with him. The bedroom was quiet apart from a light buzz of conversation from the living room. Groggily, I wiped the sleep from my eyes. What woke me up? Suddenly, as if to answer my question, I heard a knock at my door. Then another. "Hello?" I called out. The door creaked as Arjun cautiously poked his head inside. "Hey, Ami," he whispered. "You're up?" "I am now," I grumbled. I stretched. My legs felt like pins and needles. "Can I help you with something?" Glancing at the alarm clock, I realized that it was 9:52 in the evening. My heart skipped a beat. I'd slept almost the entire day. Yeah." He sounded strained. He futzed with his robe for a moment, tying, then untying the belt. My heart slowed to a hard thud. "Can you come out here when you're ready?" he said. Monroe, who I hadn't realized was in bed with me, groaned in response. She rolled over, pulling the covers off the bed. The cold air washed over me, alighting a wave of goosebumps over my bare skin. It felt like slivers of ice. I shivered. "Right now?" Arjun paused. "Please, come out. When you're ready." The room spun for a second, before settling into a hard stone in the pit of my stomach. Hard as I might, I couldn't shake that feeling from my dream. The darkness swallowing me whole. That sensation of total nothingness. I shivered. I knew what was waiting for me in the darkness. It was the same thing that waited for me in the living room. The same place that had waited for me in the living room. My stomach grumbled. Loudly. I groaned. It was time to face the music. I shrugged on a white sweater and pants, the thick cable knit comforting me as I walked out into the living room. They'd obviously just gotten done eating dinner as several large pizza boxes were stacked on the kitchen counter. Papa Joe's Pizzeria screamed from the boxes as a small red figurine gestured as if in mid-sniff. Tacky, but it made my stomach growl nonetheless. Suddenly, I stopped hard in my tracks. "Fuck," I whispered. Everyone was here. Jack hadn't just brought Louise, he'd brought along the entire old gang. My heart leapt to my throat. Mikey and Patrice, Jack and Louise. Arjun stood watching in the kitchen as he silently filled up the dishwasher. In fact, they all fell silent as I walked in. The ghosts from my past were all here, and they were staring at me. I couldn't believe it. Over the past 3 years, I'd often fantasized about this moment. The moment where we'd all be back in the same room, and we'd be forced to reckon with the choices from our past. And as the 3 years of uncertainty and silence dragged on, I'll admit that I even began to welcome the thought of reconciliation. But now, standing in front of my judge, jury, and executioner, all I wanted was to run away and hide. It was the same feeling I'd had back 3 years ago, on the day of the picnic. And like that day, I felt myself suddenly hit a dangerous breaking point. My fingernails ripped into my palms, drawing blood. Fuck this whole endeavor. My face flushed. I don't know what I thought I was doing by coming here, trying to solve this 15-year-old mystery about my sister. I felt dumb and silly and stupid. Feeling tears burning at the back of my throat, I turned to go. Suddenly, I heard a squeal. "Oh, I just can't take it anymore," Patrice cried as she jumped up from the couch. Tripping over a pair of shoes, she threw her arms out and hugged me hard. "I've missed you so much." "I missed you too," I mumbled. She was tiny, smaller than my 5'4" frame, and the beads in her hair jangled loudly in my ear. I breathed in deep, shea butter and lilacs. She smelled and looked the exact same, even wearing her trademark bright colors, as today's outfit was of a bright pink sweatshirt with oversized neon green flowers. Mikey suddenly jumped up too. "Are you doing a group hug without me?" He leapt over the back of the couch and practically stumbled into us, almost knocking us over. We named me Belle. My heart twinged painfully. "We called you?" Patrice cried reproachfully. She pulled away. "I called you. Mikey called you." "Did you change your number without telling us?" she says jokingly, but I can see the hurt lurking in the corners of her eyes. "I know a lot has happened, and I know you said you needed time, but she gestured around, didn't expect it to be this long." "Yeah," Mikey chirps up. "Did you die or something?" "Yeah," Patrice giggled. "Did you die?" Maybe she was high. Here we go. The room went silent. I looked over at Louise, my face burning with an unfamiliar heat. Louise has been waiting to say that. But before I could retort, Jack stepped in between us. His tight black sweatshirt and gray sweatpants were covered in pizza crumbs. "Can I maybe get some pizza before we start this?" I tried to say before Jack cut me off. "Okay." He held his arms up. "Just wait. We just got here. We've all been through a lot. You two especially. What happened 15 years ago with Paula and Daphne going missing? Except Daphne isn't missing." Her words dripped like acid. Jack hung his head. "Again, okay," he said placidly. "Whatever happened 15 years ago, it rocked our town, and it tore apart your lives." He looked at me. I looked down, avoiding his eyes. "We are all still dealing with this." "Dealing with it? No, I dealt with it," Louise burst out, sounding incredulous. "I'm fine. I'm not the one who showed up high to everything. My softball games, to our middle school graduation, to our high school graduation. For fuck's sake!" She took a step forward, jabbing her finger into his chest. "How dare you compare the two of us? Everyone always did." Her voice cracked, but she refused to waver. Meanwhile, I was there for everything. I was there for us, no matter how painful the experience was. Her dark skin burned with an uncomfortable heat, and her eyes looked red. But other than that, her perfect features didn't show a single crack in their cold marble facade. "I graduated with honors. I was on the dean's list. I went to the softball championship game. I was fucking captain for Krasake." She stood tall at the end of the room, like an obelisk in the desert. She was wearing just a simple white t-shirt and black athletic shorts, but at the moment she looked regal. Her blind resolve stood steadfast, refusing to crack or chip, even as time bore down upon it. "I did everything right," she finally growled. "I did not allow myself to fall apart." That hung in the air for a moment, and it tore at my soul with every passing second. The room was quiet. "Look, Luz," Arjun finally sighed. "You can't compare how people grieve. Not everybody is strong like you." Fuck, that stung. I felt myself going numb. "You're weak," echoed my brain, powerless, pathetic. I crossed my arms tightly over my chest. Useless. God, I just wanted a slice of pizza and a pill. "Also," Arjun blindly continued, "here's where I'm confused." He gestured to the group. "We know there's been issues." I felt a jab in my heart. He meant the drugs. "But you were always her biggest supporter," he pointed at Louise, who looked like she was close to tears. "Up until the last 3 years, it was you that helped her." He looked around at everyone. "We all helped, obviously, but you helped her the most." None of them knew the whole story. The shame that'd been eating away at me for the last few years flared up, churning in my stomach. My body felt tingly and weirdly light. I'd never been sure if she'd told them, and now I knew for certain she hadn't. Fuck, I wanted nothing more than to bolt back to that little spare room. Fuck the pizza. What happened? But Louise was shaking her head, her face murderous. "I already told you," Arjun sighed, exasperated. "You told us that something happened after the picnic when Jack and Amy broke up, which ruined the entire day, might I add." He paused and glanced over at Jack. "Sorry, but it's true." Jack just shrugged. "But you refused to talk about it then, and you're refusing to talk about it now. You're also refusing to help me now." Arjun sounded dangerously exasperated. Milo, who was still strapped to his chest, bounced around with each furious gesture. "Do you see why I'm upset? There's something fucked up going on in our town. You have a direct connection to it, and you're refusing to help me?" Louise was shaking her head fiercely, but Arjun continued on. "Yes, you do. Whatever happened to Daphne is connected to Paula and to everything else, okay? All right." Jack stepped in between Arjun and Louise. "Look, Louise," he said gently, after pausing for a moment, "I get it. With Daphne disappearing and your dad pushing you hard," he tried to hold her hand, but Louise pulled away sharply, as if she'd been slapped. "But it's okay. Not everything is your responsibility. Besides," Arjun interjected, his voice a deadly whisper. His face was flushed, heated. "I know you brought the letters, Louise." He was breathing hard. "Jack told me." If Arjun looked angry, Louise looked like she was ready to commit genocidal murder. But she paused, closing her eyes for a brief moment. "Yes, it's true," she said finally, her voice a deadly calm. "I told Jack in confidence that I had the letters." But she let that hang in the air for a moment. "I'm not sharing them with you," she pointed at me, "until she leaves." The room exploded. Everybody was yelling now, all for different reasons. Arjun was yelling at Louise. Jack was yelling at Arjun. Mikey was yelling at everyone to calm down. And Patrice just kept whispering to me that it's okay. Everything's gonna be okay. She squeezed my hands, trying to make me feel better. Patrice was one of my best friends, and the sweetest person I'd ever met. She'd been there for me after the whole thing went down with Jack and then Louise. But I couldn't squeeze her hand back, or even offer her a half-hearted smile. I couldn't do any of that because... My head was starting to hurt. My blood went cold. "No," I whispered, feeling my heartbeat suddenly thud. "Not again." "Did you say something, Amy?" Patrice asked with concern. But I ignored her. I pulled away and curled my hands into fists. "Amy, hey!" "It's okay, honey. Calm down. We're not going to make you leave." But I pushed her off, walking into the living room. Everybody was still yelling at each other, so nobody noticed as I sat at the end of one of the gray velvet sofas. I massaged my temples as I felt another headache threatening to take over. Not again. God, not again. It was like riding the edge of a wave I had no control over. The kaleidoscope of feelings ripped through me, and my head was spinning right along with it. I slid off the couch, pressing my back against the cool glass of the floor-to-ceiling windows. It was snowing outside, and the cold burned through the heat in my body. It felt good. I breathed in deep, trying to settle my mind. In, out. "Calm down, Amy," I thought desperately to myself. "Just calm down. Fuck, I wished desperately I'd never left my room. I just wanted to go back to bed." My right eye twitched and I closed them hard. The growing headache threatened to spill, like a barely contained fire. I curled my hands, my nails digging painfully into my palms. I could feel myself drawing blood again. The snow hit the window outside, tapping faintly. Fuck! My eyes flew open. Hold on! What the fuck was that? I whipped around, my eyes going wide. It was dark on the balcony outside. In the dark reflection, the only thing I could see were my wide, panicked eyes. My head pounded, but I held my breath, listening hard. A heartbeat or two passed. Nothing, except for the wind. Shrugging, I turned back around. Tap. The second I turned around, there it was again. Tap, tap, tap. My heart jolted and my body froze. No! There's no way. That didn't sound like snow. Even with wind, it was too forceful, too consistent, It can't be. My brain crawled to a stop because if it's true, oh God, my heart stopped too. There was someone tapping on the window outside. My heart pallied. Guys, I tried to say, my heart pounding out of control. Hey guys! But my voice failed. I felt pinned to the spot. I tried again. Hey guys? Patrice, bless her heart, was the one who noticed I was trying to speak. She grabbed Louise's arm, nudging her gently. But Louise was too far gone. She was a runaway train, and Arjun had shoved her off the tracks. She pushed Patrice off roughly. Oh, I'm the problem, she cried, her face a dark red. I'm the one with control issues. Except for the fact that I kept this group together. It was me, while everyone else allowed themselves to fall apart. I didn't have that luxury. I was not allowed that. But sure, tell me how I'm the fucking problem. She was swaying in the middle of the living room, her dark skin shining with an odd, unusual glow. I could have sworn that in that moment, her dark eyes looked like they were glowing too. They locked into me. Everything stopped, and I felt my heart plummet. Tell them what happened, Amy. 3 years of guilt, layered like concrete on my soul. Fuck! The silence now felt heavy and empty, like a dead body. I opened my mouth, my jaw shaking, but nothing came out. Louise was standing at the edge of the living room, her arms crossed. Go ahead, Louise said softly. Tell them what happened. The words stuck together, clogging my throat. I couldn't do it. But from the look on her face, I knew she wasn't going to let me stop. I cleared my throat. Shit, you guys know most of it. I was living at Louise's. My mom had kicked me out, but I couldn't get a spot in rehab, so I pretended to be okay. I closed my eyes, so no one would worry. You all wanted me to be clean so bad, Jack especially. I felt a tear slide down my cheek. I was overwhelmed, and I was failing you. I wiped it away. The day of the picnic, I'd gotten into a fight with my mom about her not letting me come home. And instead of dealing with it, I winced. I hated reliving this. That's when Jack caught me. You know the rest. But I left. I ran. And Louise followed me back to her house. And I stuttered. And there... No, I couldn't do it. I stopped. She stole my car. Louise finished for me, the anger burning in her eyes. Still alive after all these years. High on pills, drunk off her ass. She stole my car, and while backing out of my driveway, she hit my dogs. There it was. The secret. I couldn't bear to look up. And the worst part is, she was so drunk she didn't even realize it, Louise continued softly. They were still alive after she hit them. But she just kept driving. There it was, her pound of flesh. I couldn't breathe. Her words felt like 1,000 tiny cuts, each one deeper than the last. My eyes were locked downwards as the long, stunned silence threatened to swallow me whole. It was Mikey who finally spoke. What? Yeah, holy shit, Louise. Arjun interrupted, his words catching and tumbling over themselves. But I thought that... you told us... Wait, hold on. Iki, shut up. Louise spit bitterly. She turned back to Arjun. I told everyone that she left the door open, and my dogs got out, to spare her. She pointed at me and spit the words out. But I'm done caring. She was pacing at the edge of the living room. Even though I wasn't looking up, I could practically sense the dagger she was staring at me. I'm done caring, she repeated. I'm done protecting her. I'm done. Shut the fuck up. Louise whipped around to face Mikey, who looked shocked at his own interruption. He was lurking off to the side, opposite from where Louise and Arjun were standing. Louise's face contorted as the pain and anger rippled through, but she paused as she saw the horrified expression on Mikey's face. The room grew very quiet as Monroe suddenly started to growl at the balcony doors. Mikey stammered. Yes. That's fucking terrible, of course. He held his hands up. But before we address that, he raised one shaking finger pointing past me towards the balcony. Does anyone else see what the fuck is standing behind Amy? The dark balcony exploded into a cacophony of noise. Suddenly, the cabin was plunged into darkness. They hit the generator! Jack cried. Flashlights are in the kitchen. God, no, no flashlights! Arjun yelled back. It would see us inside. I could hear the balcony doors shaking as Monroe threw herself against them. She was growling viciously, growing louder by the second. Somebody was screaming. Was it me? Can someone get Monroe to stop? Arjun yelled again. She's going to break the doors! Patrice was moaning, somewhere off next to me. Somebody help me, please. We're going to die. Suddenly I felt her run full tilt into me. We're not going to die, I whispered, pulling her into me. I reached out, feeling for another body and grabbing what felt like a shoulder. It was Arjun. Arjun, what the fuck is... But I stopped as he grabbed my arm with a vice-like grip. Listen, he whispered, pointing upwards. My face paled. It was coming from the skylight. It was coming from the skylight. It's a diversion. Arjun's hand tightened on my arm. Jack, he whispered urgently. I squinted as Jack, still wrestling a growling Monroe, stumbled over. Jack, focus, Arjun whispered again. What room doesn't have a skylight? Mine. I whipped around. Louise was standing right behind me. Mine doesn't. Jack, Louise, and Mikey quickly started barricading the door. In the pitch-black darkness, they fumbled over themselves as Jack dragged an enormous dresser against the door, and Louise started to pull over one of the twin beds. This was the old storage room where Jack's mom had kept her crafts. They'd converted it into a spare room after she'd passed. But being that the only window in here was in the door that led to the backyard, we didn't use it very often. In her haste, Louise accidentally knocked into Patrice, who fell limply to the floor. I rushed over to pick her up. Patrice grabbed my arm, digging her fingernails painfully into my skin. She pulled me in, practically shoving her lips against my ear. We're gonna die, Amy! She sounded choked up like she was crying. We're gonna die! No, we're not, I whispered back. But she was shaking her head vehemently. Her beads hit me in the face. No, 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 her fingernails dug in. I've seen this. I know how this ends. My body went cold at her words. I leaned back, but I could barely make out her features in the pitch blackness. The fuck? Patrice, we'll be safe. Safe? Louise whirled around at the sound of my voice. We're being fucking attacked by fucking something. We don't even know what. She turned to face the back wall, where Mikey was standing. By the way, what the fuck did you see, Mikey? No response. Louise's voice softened. Mikey? There was no response. Jack clicked a pen light on, illuminating Mikey, who was in the corner of the room. He was sitting with his back against the wall, his arms wrapped tight around his legs. His head was between his knees. Mikey, Jack said, slowly. Mikey, what did you see? Did it look like a person? I whispered, my voice cracking. I watched as Mikey slowly looked up, barely able to keep his head straight. He was shaking like a leaf, but he managed to lock eyes with me. My body went cold at the sight of them. They looked black. It looked melted, Mikey whispered. My blood went still. Fuck. That's how Paula looked, too. Melted? What do you mean? Louise sputtered. What person looks melted? Mikey started rocking back and forth. That's because that wasn't a person. Louise turned to Arjun and Jack. We need to go. We need to get out of here. But Arjun scoffed. And go where? He said incredulously. Everywhere is fucked up. We can go home, Louise cried. Jesus Christ, we can go to my dad. He'll understand. But Arjun was shaking his head. No, he won't. Louise fell silent. The room went quiet. And so was the roof, I realized. Arjun's right, I said grimly. He's part of it. Louise flinched at the sound of my voice. She whimpered, softly choking back a sob. Part of what? Arjun carefully placed a hand on her shoulder. In the dim reflection of the alarm clock's white new light, the same one I had in my room, I realized that she was shaking like a leaf. There's been weird shit happening for a very, very long time in our town. Arjun's voice shook slightly, as if the weight of the knowledge was getting too hard to bear. He paused for a moment. I think it's time we see those letters, Louise. Time stopped as she pulled them out from the bottom of her suitcase. They were packaged in a clear white sleeve, slightly crumpled from the weight of her clothes. Here they were, I thought to myself, right in front of me. Nobody knew for sure what was growing underneath the great forests and plains that covered the world they lived in. The first recorded mention of the Great Something came in the form of a carved rock tablet. The tablet was clearly meant for some sort of ritual. The kneeling figures showed prayer to something far beyond us, but they weren't kneeling to a deity or some sort of blasphemous church. No, they were kneeling to two figures. Two children, to be precise. Oh, I said softly, as the soft blush of recognition crept over me. I know this. It's the fairy tale that Daphne used to tell us as kids, I said softly. I looked up at Louise. She was crying, her head in her hands. This is a fairy tale, Jack asked incredulously, as he held another letter. Seems kind of dark, Jack. Arjun and I were huddled on the remaining twin bed, with the letters spread amongst us. Mikey still hadn't moved from the corner he'd wedged himself in, and Patrice was sitting next to him. I shook my head. Well, no, it's more of a story. Jack's flashlight danced, flickering from one letter to the other. The bone-white letters lit up and flashed. There were 8 of them in total. A story about 2 kids growing up on either side of a river. I sighed. There were lots of stories, actually, but she liked to tell us this one. The stones create ripples, and though the stones are thrown at separate times and in different places, a few ripples will still inevitably meet. I looked over at Jack, who was completely absorbed in the letter he was holding. His hands bent gracefully around the piece of paper as he did his best to hold it gently. A memory danced at the edge of my consciousness, but with a quick twist of my head, I chased it away. I cleared my throat, and where those particular ripples meet, the energy grows so great it can swallow entire ships whole. I sighed again. Something like that, at least. Uh-huh, Arjun said. I noticed he wasn't touching the letters. Louise, where did you find these? Louise choked a sob. The first one arrived in 2007, the year after she disappeared. Then the next one in 2008, then in 2010, she picked up a letter. She pointed to something at the very top. There's dates. I'm guessing it's when she dropped them off. Dropped them off where? Arjun asked cautiously. He was refusing to let them near his body, his blue robe pulled tightly around his body, with Milo now in his lap and his cast propped up on the nearby nightstand. Louise looked up at him, her eyes taking on an angry sheen. If you must know, she said slowly, they were shoved into the wooden frame of my childhood bedroom window. Jack looked up, confused. But wasn't your bedroom on the 3rd floor? Yes, it was. Arjun blanched. Louise, but that's crazy, she immediately guffawed, startling Monroe from her sleep. Crazy? Imagine how I felt. Just imagine it for 1 second. I couldn't handle it. She looked down at the letters, her eyes going sad again. I felt crazy. She traced the edges of a letter. The first 4 letters were wedged in there so tightly that I didn't find them until the day after my 15th birthday, she said, sighing, which is, of course, when I woke up, to 2 letters nailed to the outside frame of my window. Nailed to the outside of your window. The story, the handwriting, I said, close to tears, as I interrupted Arjun. Louise, my God, who else could it be? It's her! Louise's eyes leveled with mine as we saw each other fully for the first time in years. I know, she finally said quietly. That's what I've been saying. It was around 3 a.m. by the time everyone finally passed out. Arjun was the last to fall asleep, as he kept insisting he wanted to stand watch with me, but I could tell he was losing the battle against the pain meds he had taken. Finally, I watched him nod off from pure exhaustion. Finally, just me and you, girl, I whispered to Monroe. She wagged her tail gently. The roof was quiet now. Occasionally, I'd hear the odd bang or scratch, but at least Monroe wasn't growling anymore. Still, I wasn't planning on leaving the room till morning. Until then, it was just me, Monroe, the howling wind, and the letters. And this headache, it twinged again, causing me to rub my temples furiously. It probably didn't help that I'd been staring at these letters for hours. I spread them out, feeling them hum underneath my hands. It was interesting how ordinary they looked. They looked like pages torn from a small, lined notebook. Even the content was ordinary. I'd pored over the letters, reading and rereading them, desperately hoping to find even the smallest of clues of where Daphne could possibly be. But the only thing inscribed was that weird, grim knockoff fairy tale. Nobody knew for sure what was growing underneath the great forests and plains that covered the world they lived in. The first recorded mention of the great something came in the form of a carved rock tablet. I frowned. I kept seeing this pattern over and over. There isn't a code, Louisa had kept insisting while she was still awake. I would have found it by now. I didn't doubt her on that one. The type A genes ran strong in the Tiths family. But then again, there it was again. Oh! They grew up on either side of the river of Gahan, one growing up before the other, as time seemed to move slowly as it crossed from one bank to the other. It seemed so random, like it didn't follow any code I'd seen before. Like any kid growing up in the late 90s and early 20s, I wanted to be Nancy Drew. I'd spent my hard-earned money on a bike so I could sneak off to the library to read her books after Paula disappeared and I was dealing with the fallout. I used to spend entire weeks hiding out in the mystery section. I placed the first two letters side by side, more bolded letters. The letters seemed to concentrate in spots and then fan outwards. I moved closer, with my nose mere inches from the paper at this point. I stared at the offending marks. "What do you want, Daphne?" I angrily huffed. What does this mean? The thing was, even though this didn't feel like a code, I knew I'd seen this goddamn somewhere. A bolt of pain shot through my brain. I winced. Why couldn't you have made this goddamn easier? I placed the third letter next to the first two. More bolded letters fanning out. I paused. My heart started to beat a little faster. No way. I grabbed all the letters, crumpling them a little in my haste. Lining them up, they stretched from practically one side of the room to the other. The bolded letters seemed to glow, like the black ink was absorbing the pale white-blue light. I crouched over them. Then I saw it. "Oh my God!" I said, loudly, not caring who I woke up. "It circles, like goddamn ripples in water." I could feel myself tearing up, or rings in a tree trunk, or I paused. It suddenly hit me. I knew it. "No way," I said. "Oh my fucking God." I said again, this time louder. "This is a fucking map." But not just any map. My hands flew to the pockets of Arjun's blue robe, where, after patting him down, I quickly pulled out his silver iPhone 11. Arjun could always be counted on to be within arm's reach of his phone at all times, even when being attacked by terrifying creatures from the woods. Shaking, I typed in his code. "Amy?" Arjun said groggily. "What are you doing?" I'd knocked him a little too hard in my pursuit. He sat up on the bed, shaking his head. "Aim? Is that my phone?" But I wasn't paying attention to him. Suddenly my heart stopped. "Oh my God," I breathed. "I knew it. What are you looking at?" He huffed, sounded annoyed. "Show me." Shaking, I turned the phone around and reached up to show him. The screen brightened, his face with a pale white light. "Look," I breathed. "That's what's hidden in these letters." I tapped the screen. It's a fucking topographical map of Yosemite Valley. He looked up at me, his expression unreadable. Are you sure? Pretty damn sure, I started to say, when suddenly Arjun lunged forward, grabbing my arm. It hurt. Okay, Arjun, what the fuck? I tried to stand up, but Arjun suddenly yanked me back down. Shy, he said urgently. His eyes were wide and terrified. Stop talking. My heart seized in terror. What is it? What do you... Aimee, Arjun said slowly, cutting me off. What in the fuck is going on with your necklace? My heart stopped. I looked down. The silver locket, something I'd had since birth, was floating. Arjun, I said slowly, what the fuck is going on? Suddenly, a bolt of white lightning shot through my brain. I clutched my temples, kneeling over in pain. It felt like my brain was being torn apart from the inside out. The headache, which had been quietly throbbing the entire night, suddenly boiled over and flooded my entire body. No, 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 no! I moaned, my chest burning. My skin felt like it was on fire. I grabbed the nearby nightstand, trying to pull myself to my feet. I felt like a drunk stumbling home after a bender. Arjun reached out, desperately trying to steady me. Suddenly, I felt the back of my neck burst open. The locket, freed from the prison of my neck, shot forward. And suddenly, like how Moses parted the Red Sea, the pain seeping from every pore in my brain was suddenly gone, as if something had pushed it aside. Gasping for air, I pulled myself up from where I'd fallen. With my eyes cleared, I looked up to see Arjun was crouched over the letters. Arjun gestured to them. Tell me, Aimee, where did it hit? I shuffled over, my legs threatening to give out at any second. I bent down. The letters were still smoking from where the locket had hit. Shaking, I pulled out Arjun's phone. I paused for a moment, my fingers shaking as I scrolled. Sentinel Dome, I said, my voice cracking. Right next to Glacier Point. Right where, but I paused, as the feeling of tears became overwhelming. Arjun looked at me. Right next to where, he said urgently. It's where Paula went missing. Despair washed over me. It felt like I was sinking. It seized my throat, rendering me almost incapable of speech. But still, something stirred inside me, just enough to loosen the manacles I'd placed upon myself. I guess, I finally whispered, I guess that's where we're going next.